wired up.
Excellent.
Look at you with all your bits.
Hmm.
See if I can get this. No, not that one. Keep doing this. We have two icons that actually kind of look the same. So the camera icon looks exactly the same as the Cubase licensing one. I keep trying to call up the camera so I can adjust the camera and I get Cubase licensing. I go, stop already.
It's not what I ordered.
Yeah. You're not going to look at me like that, are you? Hello. I got a very sad little dog's head on my knee here, staring up at me longingly.
Siri?
Because I have a packet of Jaffa cakes and she knows it.
Like it.
And every now and again she looks over at the box of Jaffa cakes and back at me. Dad, I haven't eaten for months. Have you? You poor starved little thing, you. Oh. So yeah, that was a bit of a unique opportunity. Going on Ramses with those 2/8 voices. I've never ever seen 2/8 voices together ever.
Shit, what did I miss?
2/8 voices simultaneously
2/8 voices.
I'll have to go back
together.
It was called Oberhenge.
Yes, yes. How it will go down in the history books. No, honestly, I've never seen two OBs together that I can recall ever. So, be just my luck. I get a call tomorrow. And go, oh, my OB8 voice needs repairing. I go, should we go through 3? Just for the fuck of it. So, although there is 2 4 voices here, but I was going, I don't know, they're in the shed. I'm not getting them out as well. It's bloody hard work moving them things.
He'll have to space-time continuum, that, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that'd be pretty mad. Pretty mad.
Yeah, 24 Oberheim voices in one room. I don't know if that room could handle it.
Yeah, I don't think the universe could handle that.
Yeah, no.
And then there'd be some sort of collapse of the space-time continuum.
I was just going to go there.
It's bad enough when I had 16 CS80s all here all at once.
Fucking hell, can you imagine that? Put them all on the same page and just hit go, or get a few people in and go.
My ex-girlfriend at the time, she wasn't my ex-girlfriend at the time, but my girlfriend at the time, she goes, well, why don't you put them all out on the lawn in the garden and photograph them? I went, yes, all right. See. And I put out 5 and then realised the garden wasn't big enough to hold 16 CS80s laying flat.
Unless you did the kind of, was it the Cadillac Ranch where they're all on their own?
Oh, yeah, dude, yeah.
Mind you, you'd probably get a fucking sinkhole under the garden, wouldn't you?
Well, there'd be a report on the news that night going, the moon, for some reason, is now 30,000 miles closer to the Earth than it was yesterday.
He called it the man with, quite right, man with beard says my image isn't working.
Eh?
You've always had a questionable image.
Yeah.
Do you like the latest one?
Farty house, yeah.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, that's going to become a little sort of fucking thing.
And funny enough, I remember Farty Owls, but I can't remember any of the others.
Yeah.
How the hell is this supposed to open?
Is that mic better?
Oh, it opens from the top. Oh, I didn't realise.
Try that. How's that?
You're more of an expert at these things than I am. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, well done.
Watery fowls. Okay. There we go.
Watery fowls, yeah.
Watery Pratt, yeah.
I wonder if there was only ever 14 episodes because they couldn't think of any more. They go, well, we can't repeat it. What are we going to do?
That's funny because I was watching on YouTube yesterday. Who remembers Going Straight?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the sequel to Porridge.
Yeah.
I didn't realise there were only 6 episodes.
Yeah,
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it never quite matched the rest.
Oh, damn.
Well, there wasn't enough happening. There wasn't enough involved, you know.
Not enough
Funny enough, I
characters
was
as well,
watching a
eh?
video not long ago about various programs that failed dismally. Yes, I heard this about new ones in the making.
Well, the only reason they did 6 was because that's all Ronnie Barker signed up for. He'd had enough. Apparently.
Yeah, but how do you top Porridge anyway?
Well, you can't, can you? And Beckinsale died, yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah. But I mean, Open All Hours didn't look like it would do much, and then did,
Well, yeah.
and it put old David Jason on the map as well. Really, I suppose.
Although apparently he was in his was he 30 odd when he played Blanco in Porridge? The old boy.
Possibly. Yeah.
Yeah, it would surprise me. What, you
Talking
actually want a
about-
bit of every single one?
I was going to say, talking about shows that failed, there was a reality show in 2005 that involved David Foster called The Princes of Malibu.
Oh, yeah.
And it starred, it was back when he was married to Linda Thompson. And it starred her and Caitlin's sons, Brody and Brandon. And it only aired for like 2 episodes.
Oh,
And then it was canceled, I think, right around the time that Linda filed for a divorce from David. I mean, you could stream it on YouTube now, but there's only like 6 episodes.
well, we had something similar here with, well, I say here. There was El Dorado.
Oh fucking hell, yeah.
They built an entire Spanish village to film it. And they cancelled that after a year.
Yeah. It was awful.
Oh, God, yeah. And yet Crossroads went on for years.
Wobbling sets.
We, oh, the wobbly sets, mate. Yeah, an entire wall is not supposed to do that. Is it? Oh, there, Miss Diane. My nan used to love it. She used to watch Crossroads all the time. There you go. Oh, I'm terrible with Jaffa cakes.
Yeah,
What am I talking about? I'm terrible with every biscuit.
they are kind of like that, though, aren't they?
Uh-huh.
Matt even falls that.
Fiona's downstairs watching Terminator.
Justin's moved his studio around since Ramsey's show.
Yeah, I finished it.
I say that everything
Kinda.
is not in the place it was about 3 hours ago.
Well, I did tell you what I was going to do
You
on
did,
the
but
show.
yeah, you did. But
And then I was like,
Is that a karma up there?
up here, yes.
Oh, okay.
Justin's karma follows him around. You see.
I was going to get one of them. I really wanted to get one of them.
Well, you
Apparently my
had
volume
one.
is still
You
very
had the
low.
Oasis.
Oh, much later.
Yeah.
I didn't get my Oasis until 2010. No, 2010.
That's amazing how little money they're going for nowadays. Like, what, a couple thousand, I think? I
Well,
think I
that's-
want to say I paid $400 for this one back in like 2017, and it was like, you know what, a Karma. I like the Triton sounds. The only thing that I would do differently with a lot of these presets is fix the master EQ on them.
Shaker, mate, I sold my Oasis. Well, I said I sold it about 1,200 quid, didn't I, to Neil?
Neil, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't you do that to finance the M8X?
I think it was that, yes.
Because I remember when you
Yeah.
were selling that.
Yeah, although I ended up getting her on HP anyway.
Mm.
Oh, it might be because I put the 1,200 quid into the fireplace, or the bank account, as it's normally known.
Right. Right.
It's just gone. What the hell happened to that? Oh, I got the dog food this month. Oh, cool. Funny enough, we were doing finances the other day. Do you know how much we spend on dog food a month?
Dread to think.
Oh, call me now.
It's scary. I'm not saying.
Go on. Fuck.
Well, to be fair, dog food, biscuits, various toys and things, supplements, Noah's painkillery thingies that are, what's the word for it? When a medicine is natural.
Homeopathic.
Homeopathic. Thank you. The pigs in blankets, the little chew bone toys that they have, that keeps them occupied. Each month, I spend 430 quid.
All right, divide that by 5.
No. It doesn't work out like that at all.
Well, effectively, you can.
No, because Charlie eats twice as much as the others.
Okay.
And Noah's on a diet. He could literally get away with 2 jelly tots a day.
Right.
But put it this way, when he walks past the pantry, he puts weight on. Right? Because he's slowed down so much, so anything he eats stays on him. So we've got to keep his weight down because of his legs.
Yeah.
Fighting a losing battle there, I tell you. But, yeah, it's a ridiculous amount of money.
He sits around the house.
Yeah. But you think, oh, that's a ridiculous amount of money to spend on dog food. And technically, yeah, it is. But from experience, if you feed an animal the best food you can, they don't suffer from various ailments. And taking an animal to the vets now requires a second mortgage. You know? So, in the long run, it actually works out cheaper to spend that sort of money on the food.
Yeah.
Because 9 times out of 10, it appears to be if you feed a dog cheap shit food, for instance, it gets lots of ailments.
Yep.
And the next thing you know, you're forking out thousands and thousands. So
They're talking about the boxing match in the chat.
That wasn't a
I did-
boxing match.
I didn't see it.
I've had more aggressive wanks, to be fair.
I didn't either, so, like...
Bastard, I was just swallowing it.
The fight before it, the women's bout before it, was fucking spectacular.
That should have been top of the bill.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed it on the Facebook.
Sorry,
memes.
there's an echo going on. It's really doing my fucking head in.
Me?
I don't know.
Me? What?
See?
There you go.
Anybody else hear that?
Yes, I can
I
hear
hear
it.
that.
Yeah.
Who's got their speakers on?
Not me.
Nope.
Oh, hang on.
No.
But now.
One.
Go on.
No, it's still there. I can hear it.
No.
It's quieter. It's not
No,
so
it's gone.
bassy.
It's gone. It's gone. It's gone.
Okay.
Definitely gone, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, that old Tyson trying to say synthesizer. It's just fucking hilarious.
You going to say that to his face? I don't think so, even at 58 years old.
No. Although I look like I can run faster than him. But I must admit, I haven't seen the match, but my Facebook was replete with various posts hinting at what a
Too.
fucking car crash it actually was.
It's a payday for him, wasn't it?
15 million he got for that.
Really?
Oh, there you go.
The other guy got nearly 25.
15 million for 16 minutes work.
Oh well.
Well, I think work's a bit of a stretch. But
Yeah, choreographed, more like it.
never mind.
It was a cuddling match. Yeah, it fucking was.
Oh, it was one of them, was it? Oh god.
Oh,
Tell you what, you want to see women fighting? Phew, the rugby? Holy shit! It's Spanish. No, she was Portuguese. This Portuguese rugby player. She elbowed this Japanese woman in the face, and when she went down on the ground, then stood on the back of her head.
just to make sure.
Yeah, with her studded boots, just went crack on the back of her head as well.
What's the England score? They lost. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Well, they were playing South Africa, and they have been shit just lately, so...
What's this, the rugby?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the game I don't have to watch tomorrow. Thanks, Rob.
It's all right. It's like people that fucking go on about match of the day, and they don't tell
Well,
me
I
the
don't,
scores,
because I
watched
don't
match
watch.
of the day yet.
I wouldn't watch football if you fucking paid me.
The game happened today. If you want to wait till tomorrow, then... I don't know.
But the score might change.
Do you want to know what the Scotland score was?
No, it's all right. I watched that.
Okay. Oh, yeah. 59-21. That's pretty... Well, I mean, they were playing Portugal. France,
Oh,
New Zealand
Portugal
would be quite
were
interesting.
under experienced. In fairness.
I won't tell you the France-New Zealand score.
Oh, okay.
'Cause they
That's
haven't
probably
kicked
the
off
one they're
yet.
not fucking broadcasting.
Just haven't kicked off
They
yet.
haven't kicked off.
Fucking cunt.
Did anyone look at that Rick Beato?
What, Ricky Wakeman?
Have you
Yeah.
noticed the facial tics and shit that Wakeman had going on? Yeah.
Yeah, there's something going on there.
Yeah, there is, isn't there?
But still, I could sit and listen to him go on for
yeah.
hours.
Me too.
Yeah, he's a bit of a ledge. You know, like most of those stories have been embellished in some way, but it doesn't matter because the way he tells them
The way
is,
he,
Yeah.
it's
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I did watch the other night was that the Netflix? No, Disney Plus thing about John Williams.
Oh yeah, I still got to watch that.
That's really good.
I need to watch the.
Yeah, if you don't want to know the score, look away now.
I need to start watching that Berlin Wall thing on Channel 4, which is made by the Germans. So it's a drama, but it's like being told from the East German point of view, which looks quite interesting. That within the first couple of minutes there was violence, sex, and that was about it. Really. Violence and sex.
A good combination.
Yeah, and lots of Trabants. Because it's not East Germany without Trabants.
True enough.
We were going to go and do it when we went to Berlin for
Germans.
Jackie's birthday. They do these Trabant tours. So basically, you go along, you pay your money, and everyone. So, like me and Jackie could have got into a Trabant, and then you caravan it basically. So you see these little caravans of Trabants just trolling around, and the guy at the front is the leader, and he's got a little walkie-talkie, and he's talking to all the cars behind. He's giving you a guided tour. And, we're going past this, but you're all driving these little Trabants around, which is rather
Fuck
cool.
me, Santa's turned up. Hello, darling.
Hello, gorgeous. Sorry,
Fucking hell, where you been?
it's been a while, hasn't it? I
It
apologise.
has been a tad, yes.
It's I mean, back at work and getting home from work and just collapsing into bed at sort of 9 o'clock, and so I saw the little thing pop up and thought, bollocks.
Yeah, why not?
I have had a couple of the old falling over juices. I'm ready to go.
Liquid Weetabix.
Liquid Weetabix, yes, exactly.
Oh, sorry, dear.
So,
Sorry.
Quick, somebody pronounce something really badly so Andrew starts off. Go on.
no,
Strap on part 2. Oh, do you know what I came across that thing the other day.
Bit messy.
What's that weird thing there? And Kent says that's a lady.
Yeah.
Do you not remember that? Fucking every time
Was it
I
that?
see
It was that.
it was
no.
Andy was doing a walk round, wasn't
It
Yeah,
was
it was-
Nam, wasn't it?
he? Not
No,
something
it was the
like
other, the other.
the other American one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think it was
Start
like
of- start of the
Buchla was
year.
putting it on.
Yeah, just
I don't-
fucking,
Don't know where that came from.
That was
That was funny as fuck, man.
Oh yeah. I need to go back and see that.
What was it? Luke was saying to me the other day. He said, all these little bits you nick from Kent's show. He said, you wouldn't put them up on your YouTube page. And I said, well, yeah, I could do that, but I've got to get permission from everyone that's in them.
Oh, well, I'm waiting for the cock up I made yesterday. Start doing the rounds.
Which
Go on.
one? Sport for
Well,
choice.
the main one.
The main one.
Yeah, the main one. When you said what the price of that teenage engineering thing was.
Oh, you went, fuck.
Oh,
God.
fuck off, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot. It's hang on, no, it's not a pub. Twat.
I'd forgotten about that. I'm going to have to go and
Yes.
nick that now, aren't I? Excellent. Thank you, Kent. I'd forgotten.
You're welcome.
Can I just say hi, everyone?
I
I really can't be asked typing hi to everybody right now
You lazy cunt.
because my fingers are tying themselves in knots. So I'll just say hi. And
Let's see. Mine.
and Matt,
I don't know.
Matt, what's been going on
Mine
in
are
your
still working.
household? You've got a new microphone. You've got synths everywhere.
Not a new microphone. Not a new microphone.
No, he's changed the bulb.
Oh, all right. You put a condom on it.
That's
Okay,
why he
fair
sounds so quiet, because he stuck a fucking muffler
Oh,
over it.
fuck that off then.
enough. Well, all those keyboards. Wow.
I've had these. Hang on. Well, that isn't mine for a start.
Okay, well that's fair enough. 'cause
That's Kate's.
Oh,
most-
he's stealing them now, are you?
Kent gave me that in July?
Did I?
Yeah.
June.
Garage
Where is it?
knockoff.
Where is
That's
it?
the CZ101.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God. Wicked.
That I bought. It doesn't work, but it was the first keyboard I ever owned. But it just sits up there because it
I mean, it doesn't work.
doesn't work.
Doesn't turn on.
Do you know
doesn't-
anybody
Hello?
that can fix things?
Well, I'll get it up to you, but yeah, no, the 101 works. That's lovely, but this one, fuck knows.
Which 101?
The CZ101.
Oh, CZ101.
Yeah,
Right,
the
okay,
cassette.
yeah. Yeah, they're almost indestructible, those things, aren't they?
What?
Oh, wicked.
Do you know, I was today
I've had
years
this
old.
a year. I've had this a year, the Juno.
Is that the one you melted? And that was the DX11, wasn't
No,
it?
that was the 11. That was when I did all the buttons on it.
Yeah.
Which Juno? Is that an Alpha Juno?
Yeah, Alpha
Yeah, it's
Juno 1.
Alpha.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Hydrosynth below it, which I got this year.
Yeah, nice.
Nice.
System 8 and then DX11
You go, yeah.
and FA06.
Well,
Yeah.
that's a nice collection.
Not bad. Keeps me at peace, mischief.
Keeps-
Oh, and
we
I've
show
got,
everybody-
I've got Dom's Model D in front of me
Come on.
and a Neutron as well.
That's a gateway drug to modular
I
map.
thought you said
No, it's not, 'cause-
gateway.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Not happening.
That would be the
Down
2600.
there. Down there. No, down there.
Don't, because Keith in Watford's been trying to get me to buy his one. Just like, no.
I'm not sure that Keith in Watford ever plugs anything into his. He's just got all this bank of stuff on a wall. Sorry, Keith, if I'm bad mouthing you. I don't
He's
mean
basically
to be.
printed off screenshots from VCV rack and just put them
Yeah, that's what that is.
back.
Oh, poor Keith.
Printed them, blown them up, and you know.
Poor Keith, have you seen the rate he's buying keyboards?
Oh my God, and how? Yeah, he must
Jeez.
have got his pension.
He must
pot
be poor.
through.
He'll be poor by now. Bless
Is
him.
that or an inheritance?
Jeez. Or he's on the game.
Yeah,
On the game.
that could be too.
Like get at least a stylophone.
So I was today years old when I discovered that Hatsune Miku, the Japanese Vocaloid character, her outfit is based on a DX7 and a DX100.
What are you talking about,
Put a picture
Robbie?
up. Come on, we got to see that.
Oh, Jesus. You don't know who or what Hatsune Miku is?
Wait.
No,
No.
Wait.
I thought it was
I
a
have a
fucking
life.
motorbike.
Oh, dear. So, you know what Vocaloids are, yeah?
No.
Jesus. Okay, a Vocaloid
remember
is a piece of
Vocaloid.
software developed by Yamaha to simulate human voices, and so you could play. So you just put the words in, and then you could play the person singing.
That
And-
thing.
Yeah,
Let's
and they,
replace
there's loads of
humans.
different characters. I know, Manny. I just honestly, I had no freaking clue. and my daughter.
Sorry,
was
Manny, I'm no
a-
better off.
Was a huge Hatsune Miku. She used to do all the cosplay and everything. So let me find this picture. Oh, it's fucking. Why doesn't StreamYard like WebP pictures? Considering that's like pretty much what everything does.
Yeah, yeah.
I've got to find one that's big enough. Is that big? No, that's too flipping small. Talk amongst yourselves.
Is this going anywhere, Robbie?
Well, it will when I get the flipping pictures up.
All
I've
right.
just got to find a.
Nothing
You
like
just
being
want to
prepared,
show
is there?
a picture of an
What?
AI-generated
No, it's
image
No,
which
it's not
has
AI.
somebody wearing a DX100.
No. It's Hatsune Miku's been around probably I don't know 20
What are
odd
you
years.
doing? Oi.
Right, is this? Yeah, this will do it. This will do it. Here we go. So the color scheme is clearly DX7, but look down on her sleeves.
Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, yes.
And
Yes,
I've
that's
seen
it.
these
the
pictures
X100.
a gazillion times in my, especially my daughter's bedroom, on her walls with all the posters and the stuff. And for one moment did I realise that, oh yeah, look at that, it's a DX100 and there's a DX7 on the other side.
Yeah,
There
I
you
can
go.
see that. That was worth the wait, Robbie. Well done. Thank you.
That's it. That's all you're getting from me tonight. Fuck you.
Oh.
Fuck off then. Try.
You
Yeah,
leave
will
him
be
alone.
soon.
He's not 100% today. You can see that in his face. You leave him alone.
I is tired, but not from physical activity. Well, not from external physical activity.
Oh, yeah.
So no, my art was playing up yesterday,
Oh dear.
Brilliant.
and it just makes me very tired after a while.
Yeah.
And yeah, half the jobs I wanted to get done today didn't get done,
Snap.
and then other jobs presented themselves that weren't on the plan.
Desperate house wankers.
Thanks, Babs.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, I see. I stop eating Jaffa cakes. She buggers off.
Eat one quick.
One more Hatsune Miku thing.
Yeah.
Tomita did a concert with her, or it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. One of his last things where he wasn't really doing, what he used to do. As well as he used to, if that makes sense. But there's a Blu-ray of it, apparently. Live concert, hologram, shit. There you go. That's all you're getting from me.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck how much people give you. Do not send that photograph out to anyone.
What, this photograph?
Do not do it. Do not.
Or
Oh, this one?
Or I will come and fucking hunt you down.
Oh, I think Babs fancies herself a bit of a Romulan warbird. I think.
She's just decloaked.
Would that be you, Matt, in a vest with
It
a
was
sine
me in a
wave
vest,
on it?
but
our next product line is a
Dildos,
vest
vibrators.
with a picture of Matt in a vest.
I had
on the vest.
pulled into the centre so that my tits were
He
hanging
did the
out,
old
basically.
Samantha Fox page 3
Boobs.
pose.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, and it was meant as a joke, and it's... I don't want
Oh,
anyone
that's
it
a
ended
else
Mr. Wanker. Yeah,
And it's now ended up on our product line.
fucking better
I was
not.
going to say that'd be a missed wank opportunity.
Challenging one at that, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be slightly
Actually-
challenging.
I did make somebody an offer today of modelling one of our items, and she didn't say no.
It wasn't
Is that
Hayley,
the
was
thong?
No, it was somebody else.
Is it the
Although
colonic irrigation kit?
I had to ask her through her partner. I had to ask her through her partner, and her partner didn't seem to mind. So
it? Yeah,
Pro
the sine
Synth
waves, the pipe,
Network,
and it keeps...
boxers, briefs, thongs, jock straps,
ProSynth nip work.
nip work.
Yeah.
Oh, dear.
Yes, I need to do some anaglyph stroke spongles stuff, but I'm just waiting for some old geezer to send me the bloody pictures. Otherwise, yeah, you.
Moi? Moi?
Spongle's tour shirt.
Sorry, can I ask a controversial question? Does the anaglyph actually exist, or is
Of course
it
it bloody doesn't.
All right,
It
okay.
exists in the
In Kent's
imagination,
mind.
It's
and that's
proper
all that
vaporware.
matters.
Yeah, okay.
There's
that's
there's
all right.
bits of it exist. Bits. A lump from here and a tad from there.
A resistor from here.
A resistor from here.
Capacitor.
A huge hole in my bank account over there.
PSN nipple clamps. We got a
Yeah.
PSN dog collar.
Yeah.
What happened at Crystal Palace in 1793? I'm sure Depeche Mode weren't there.
31,793.
Oh, 31. Oh, sorry. Okay. They might have been there in 93 then. That's okay. That's fair enough. That's
There you
the
go.
they chopped Louis XIV's
There
heads
you go.
off.
There you go.
And no, I'm not doing that.
Honestly, some people-
Gorgeous, Matt. Gorgeous.
PSN cock cage. Yeah.
PSN.
PSN Arab strap. Let's go for it. Let's go for the whole suite.
Now,
Yeah, well, they are.
PSN, well, you're only missing 2 letters, aren't you?
Yeah.
The anaglyph cardboard VCO thong does exist, I'm told. Cardboard VCO thong.
Oh, yes.
Where does the
cardboard
waveform
piece.
selector knob go? Don't answer that.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, the old anaglyph front panel in the shed. In the garage, rather. God, bloody hell.
Did we see that when we were there, Rob?
Yeah. Yeah, we did.
Can't remember.
Do you know that front panel costed
Oh,
£2
I'm
grand?
going into hiding. Sorry, hang on. I'm disappearing there.
Oh, Robert. Robert,
Oh.
look, you made a mistake. Live with it. It's fine, mate. Honest. It's fine. Next week will do.
It's the best that I can offer.
That's fine, mate. Honest. Well, actually, I was going to say I know what it's like running the show. I don't, but I can imagine what it's like. You've got a million, like I said, a million balls.
I'd have to keep these two arseholes in.
I know.
You know,
I know.
so-
I know. It's like having 10 children, isn't it?
How many arseholes you got, Rob?
And which arseholes are you referring to?
The other two people that were on the show.
Kent and
Was-
Andy
you weren't talking
Pandy.
about- What's on? Hi, Ian.
Hello.
Have a hug.
Hello, matey. How are you doing?
I'm all right, buddy. Yeah.
Good stuff. That beard's coming on a bit since last time I
Yeah,
saw you.
well, I keep having to teasel it out because I've got to get it ready to be braided, to be plaited.
Well, he's getting ready for his job in about 5 weeks' time when he goes down chimneys giving presents to kiddies.
Yeah, of course.
Or giving something to kiddies. I don't know. Yeah.
Oh,
Robbie, please don't say things like that. The walls have ears.
yeah, he's got a day job, you
Seriously,
know.
I have a day job that involves those things, and I'm. Yeah,
I'm sure they wouldn't take me too seriously.
It's actually pretty long at the back.
Just replace
So you'll be able to
Santa
get-
with.
will you be able to get the thing going up right the way back?
No, I'm not planning to do that. I'm planning to leave this as like that, but have it braided from sort of my crown downwards, and then have this. What have I said now?
What?
It's a board.
Fucking hell.
Safeguarding. Yeah, thanks, Jason. Fuck off. Unlike you lot here, I've done all the safeguarding training and it's tedious.
I know
I've
my
done
wife
it
does
all.
it.
Yeah, I've done it. Yeah, I have got my advanced, whatever DBS or what it's called.
You got your certificate, have you?
I have.
Tough.
Yeah, what a pain in the ass that was getting that. Thanks,
you
man
got
with
a
beard. You liked my DJX2, which I have to say I got down yesterday for the first time in ages. What a load of fun that thing is.
Are you coming? Sorry, are you coming through your actual microphone?
Me.
You don't sound like
sorry,
you are.
Ian,
No.
you sound like you're coming through your mobile phone.
Can you
or
still
something.
hear me?
Yeah. It's just the quality is.
What?
It's not a great big condenser mic.
No, it's obviously this thing, isn't it?
Yeah. That's
I
what it
can,
comes-
Yeah.
I can put a pair of proper
No.
headphones on if you like.
I was just saying if you're.
I thought I was coming through that, but I'm obviously.
You do sound like you're in the 1930s.
Oh, right, okay, hang on, give me a minute.
Oh,
Mr. Chumley Warner.
Yeah.
oh,
How's
God.
that?
Woman, know your place.
L is for labour. L is for lust.
Oh dear. The mic is a prop.
Yeah.
Condensed
It's a
shame.
shame.
Speak to us, Ian. Speak to us through that lovely condenser mic.
Speak your truth. We'll wait.
Oh, no, he's on a settings page and he's trying to find the right drop-down menu.
Yeah.
You're meaning the
Left.
Kennedy.
Ay.
Wrong menu.
Yeah, you want the other one.
Yeah, the other one.
Try to.
Bloody hell.
No, the other one.
Oh.
He fell for it.
48 volt, yeah.
Yeah.
So did I, Babs. I was wondering why I was getting no signal out of this until I remembered that I need to switch it on because I've got that cloud lifter thing which needs 48 volts. 48 volts? Faulty what volts?
Farty owls.
40 hours.
Faulty
hours,
owls.
yeah.
Yeah. Flarty souls. Yeah, all the rest of it. Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, there you go.
There
You're
we
in the
go.
room
So,
now.
I tell you, for some reason, it wouldn't. It wouldn't let me change. What was that? I missed that. Put that back up again.
Party hours.
It wouldn't let me change from me AirPods. Bloody Apple technology, honestly.
Get a PC, they work.
No, you don't want a PC. They can't.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. My
Brooks,
there it
yeah,
is.
I agree
Fight.
with you.
my
Fight.
$84,000 mixer. Anybody want to buy it? It's up for sale.
For 84
honestly,
cents.
that guy's price, I think you just got where he put the price in, he was putting the sample rate in, wasn't he?
Yeah, must have done. Yeah,
I was trying to sell a Tascam for $84,000.
yeah, it was. Not in the Tascam 24, Tascam 12.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wake up, man.
I know. Yeah.
Wow.
You can
As I
still
was
buy
saying,
them.
you can still buy them. Yeah, they're not. They're 800 quid, something like that. They're not
Yeah,
expensive.
something like that. It's
Yeah.
not the end of the world.
Yeah. Yeah, my Yamaha DJX2. I can hear an echo. It's not from me, is it?
No.
That's probably Kent with his
Yeah.
What now?
headphones. Yeah,
It's brilliant.
Have you bought your closed back headphones?
No. What part of I've got no fucking money are you failing to understand?
No, and money.
Hey, and
Yeah. Basically.
Roberto, you are in my bad books. Not because of
Go on.
you didn't play me video.
Get in the fucking queue, man.
I spent money last night through PSN because of you. What did I buy? What did I buy?
You bought that stupid appellation thing.
You did.
No, I
You
didn't.
bought,
No, I didn't
What
buy
do you mean
that. Heavens
stupid
for that.
apple? That was.
No, I would actually, if that would have
It's
been on an
gorgeous.
iPad, I would have it.
But honestly,
Oh,
seriously.
you didn't buy an OPXY, did you?
No. I would love to actually, but not,
Really?
not at that price.
What, after
No,
my
you
review?
wouldn't. It was
I
you
know.
that was-
I actually.
Christmas jumper.
I mean, I think you guys were too hard on that. I think.
Really?
I need
don't
to
think
play
we're hard
it.
enough.
I think. I think it's. Let's face it. If it was 800 quid, it'd be brilliant.
It would be brilliant.
The price is daft. No. What else
We
were
were
we
too
talking
hard
about?
on it.
What else are we talking about? Jesus, I don't know. We were
Pricing
talking
merch.
No,
about
it
a
wasn't
Christmas
that.
jumper. No. Okay.
You-
No, it
you
wasn't. I'm
bought
definitely not buying a
Frozen.
Christmas jumper.
Well, you're too
I
late
hate 'em
now
more
for
than you do.
Standard delivery.
What's that, Sooty?
Ambient O.
Oh, you bought an Ambient Zero.
Catching up with old friends.
Did you really?
What's that?
What was that?
That's not me.
My laptop's all right.
All right.
Oh,
And did you get?
I did.
Yeah.
Yeah. End of the month, I think. I said shipping's on the 20th. From the 20th. I have sold a couple of things. I have a policy. Oh, there. Yeah. I have a policy, one in, one out. So I sold some stuff this week. So that's why I was able to buy it.
You'll like the Ambient Zero. It's a very instant sort of thing, and yeah, it's very good.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking of using it live.
yeah, take it out of the box and there it is.
Yeah.
Can't get much more instant.
Give him a slap, will you? You're nearest to him, Rob.
So.
Ah! Mother... Fuck. No, I've got an Ambient Zero there. Oh, that was quick. Yeah, there you go. And if really, really good, I might turn it on.
One day.
One day. I'll get around to it. But it's over there.
Yeah, no, it's a problem. It's over there.
Yeah, so far. What? Don't stare at me like that. Yes, there are still Jaffa cakes over there.
I will say I had the keyboard version of that DJX
That apparently was really good fun.
right out of high school. It was, but I didn't really fully try it out before getting it. It would have been nice if the MIDI could actually send and receive like note information.
Oh, right,
So that
okay.
I could like trigger it from something else. It just didn't. Yeah, I mean, it had some, quirky little, sounds in it, and you could put it into keyboard mode and play it like an actual keyboard.
Yeah.
The thing was, the original one, you could split it, and you can have like all the patterns and stuff on the left side, and you could still play on the right side. You didn't have to switch modes in order to, do that.
I mean, a lot of it sounds very 1990s, but I bought it to sample, to sample things into it. But I was just messing around with it. I haven't played with it for ages. I mainly played with it because I had to give one of the things I did sell, I had to give the power supply for it away. I was trying to find another power supply.
Yeah.
So I was, finding one that worked out of my massive box of bloody power supplies that's I dug out of the garage. And I thought, this thing's really quite fun. It's just to play with. It's,
Yeah, I mean, 6 seconds of like sampling time, but I mean, I've tried it. I think I tried the sampler once or twice. Sounded okay.
This doesn't have the sampler. It's just what you.
Yeah, that one doesn't have the sampler.
Yeah, the sampler was always on the keyboard, wasn't it?
Yeah,
If
the
I remember
keyboard
rightly.
does.
Yeah.
You had 6 pads. You could sample into each one of them, but you had a total of 6 seconds of sampling time,
Yeah.
but you could only get 3 seconds on one pad. So once you use that all up, you can't really do much on the other pads.
Yeah.
And then it had the ribbon control that could do all the effects and stuff. And the effects you could toggle on and off.
Yeah.
And it was a momentary switch, which I kind of wish it was a toggle switch.
Yeah, there's a toggle switch on the effects on
Yeah.
that, which is quite fun, and you can lock that, so you can lock the effect.
That's right,
But you can only use
lock.
one effect at a time.
Yeah, that's right. I used like the vinyl effect.
Yeah, that's exactly what I've sampled that
Yeah.
and used that. Yeah.
Yeah, I've used it on a couple of tracks where on the keyboard you have the ribbon controller, and if you put it into one of the scratch modes, if you just hold your finger down on the ribbon controller, it just makes that vinyl
Yeah.
scratch sound, crackling and popping and that kind of stuff. So I probably sampled maybe about 10 seconds of that, and then put it into a track. But it had some good drum sounds on it too. I do remember that.
Yeah. I've only messed around with. I haven't gone through all the presets actually, but just some of the. I mean, there's a lot of hip hop stuff and all that sort of thing
Yeah.
there, but.
'Cause
There's a
everyone
couple of
lives in
quite
London.
interesting jazz sounds. What was Matt asking about? Pick up only in London.
Mm.
Oh,
Wonder if it
yeah.
has anything to do with Ulis.
Could be.
And I think also because of the population density and the assumption that everybody that matters actually lives in the
Is in
southeast of
London.
England.
Yeah. Well, we do. Oh, that's southwest. Sorry, it's the southwest of England, mate.
You don't live in the southeast.
No, I live in the southwest.
Should I?
This is-
send
that's
you a-
just as
a
important.
compass?
He lives in the southeast of the southwest.
West, I do. Yeah.
He lives in the east of the southwest, yeah.
Yeah.
I live in the southeast. Of
Hey,
South
I've been back up.
Yorkshire as
I've been
well,
back up to Yorkshire. I know what it's like. It's all right.
I live in the southeast.
Yorkshire saw yesterday. No, I had a great
I
8
woke up
days.
here today, so I can disagree with you.
No, I had a great. It was great to go back to York last week.
Of course, it was.
It was absolutely fantastic, and I did something I've never done for probably 10 years, and that's actually spend time in York all day. Because what we used to do was go into York, go to the cinema or theatre or whatever, then go straight out again. But it was really great to wander around. It's fantastic. So all my old mates at the E-Mum. It was great.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does Robert? Are you calling London a civilized city? Are you really sure about that? It's got lots of wonderful stuff.
It's got some lovely people, but there are some very strange people as well.
Civilised. Why do you think I left 33 years ago?
Yeah, Matt. Exactly.
Yeah.
Great
I mean,
to visit.
my
better
my
to
lads
leave.
live there, and they're on the more sensible element of people that live in London.
Yeah, well, they're in a minority then, aren't they? Really?
Yeah, But it is interesting when Josh has to lock his bike with 4 different locks to make sure it doesn't get nicked. Because that happens all.
it's
I used
lunacy.
to go for a walk with my then girlfriend in the evening. You'd hear the fucking guns going off.
Yeah.
You know, I still got 6 2-inch long scars on my back from where I got slashed with a fucking machete. Yeah. No, it's not.
You have to be
And that
careful.
was in Primark.
Yeah, we could well have been, yeah. You know, I mean, that's the first thing that Josh told us when we arrived for the first 5 weeks was just whenever you go in anywhere, even though Walthamstow is pretty cool, just be careful. And, you need to be that streetwise, really.
Yeah.
You know, we had a few incidents of dodgy people around, when we're out and about. Actually, to be fair, you see that a little bit in Frome, but you see that everywhere, don't you?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
But less so in Frome.
Well, I poured a right downer on that, didn't I?
Now, that killed the conversation, didn't it? Yeah. If you don't have a bike, yeah, all right, Robert. Yeah, if you don't have a bike, it can't be stolen. Yeah, all right, mate.
Well, if you leave it out the front, you won't have a bike either.
That's true.
Depends on the neighborhood.
Yeah.
On a different note, Lidl have started stocking 50 cl Staropramen again, and this is the genuine Prague stuff. So if you like a good beer and you like your Staropramen, head down to Lidl and stock up on these because they're so much.
Staropramen. Sounds like a fucking medicine you use for
does.
athlete's foot.
Absolutely does.
Works
Staro,
wonders.
Staro means old. I've no idea what pramen means, but Staropramen, and it's
Wanker?
just
Oh, bastard.
old
I get
bastard.
20% off that.
Get a bottle of old bastard beer. It's lovely. It's a real heavy, thick, gloopy lager. Wonderful.
And now, another word from our sponsor.
yeah.
Staropramen.
I'll get my boy to bring some home.
Yeah, do.
20% off.
So look how dark it is. You see, that's how dark. It's lovely. It's gorgeous. It's like syrup. It's delish.
Looks like tea and you've got to put the milk in.
Yeah.
Old wanker, yeah. Oh, here they come. Can you hear them? They're gathering.
And still they come.
There you go, little one.
The chances of any dogs coming from downstairs are a million
pretty
to
high.
one, he said. It's pretty high.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Used to know it. 1,000 years ago.
Do you know, last Sunday on Guy Garvey's Finest Hour on Radio 6, Music Live, whatever they call it, he gets his sister on to give all these facts, and they were doing loads of facts about the War of the Worlds, and then they played the opening, the overture, the 10 minutes start of it, and I just sat there in my car, driving. I didn't go home. I just drove up the Parkway because I wanted to keep listening to it, and it's just absolutely fantastic.
It is.
You know,
It's a brilliant album.
So
Absolutely brilliant.
good. I was sitting in my car going, yeah.
Yeah.
No one would have believed in the early part of the 19th century that human affairs were being watched from the timeless worlds of space.
Actually, that's really good.
Yeah,
Okay,
kind
that's
of.
spot on.
I think I may have played it a few times.
Yeah. It doesn't have to sound like you really do sound like
You've got
Michael
your Richard
Parkinson.
Michael Parkinson.
Sorry, Michael Parkinson AI.
He was from Barnsley.
Aye.
Not Swansea.
Hey up, no
Richard
one
Burton
knew
came
they
from.
were coming from fucking Mars, were they? You know,
Fucking Mars,
like,
aye.
You would be-
like
would you-
Xanos. Yeah. Well, I'll go to the foot of our whippet.
Barnsley's finest, Michael Parkinson.
Yeah.
Oh, God rest him.
Yeah.
I liked it when
Hi,
was it
Synchrotron.
Bill Murray doing an impression of what's his fush?
Give us a clue.
Cool, yeah.
Yeah, matey
Bill
boy.
Murray. Richard
Bill Murray,
Burton.
didn't he? Richard Burton, yeah.
Okay, there we go. We got there. We got
Remember
there in the end.
in whichever film it was, I can't remember.
It doesn't really matter. They were all the same, weren't they? Oh,
I mean,
sorry.
No, he did. He did. Richard Burton did play Richard Burton, but there's quite a few actors that could do that. And
Well, Michael Caine.
yeah, Michael Caine was another one. Cary Grant was another one. Cary Grant was always Cary Grant, whatever film he was in.
Yeah.
There was a really good stage play about Richard Burton that I saw a few years ago now, and he had a guy out of the Game of Thrones in it, and he was just a one-man show, and it was really, really good.
Can you narrow that down?
Oh, yeah, I can't remember his
There were
name.
lots of people in Games of
I
Thrones.
think there was a
Yeah,
few
no,
people
he
in
was
it,
he played the guy that could who kept dying and then kept coming back.
Terminator.
Yeah, that's right.
Not Jon Snow.
No. There's another. There was
No, he read the news.
Yeah. This is getting more bizarre.
You know nothing.
Yeah, Jon Snow. I'm gonna have to look him up now, aren't I?
Yep.
All right. Give me half an hour. I'm in research mode.
Oh God, here we go.
Who's logged in as ProSynth Network?
Me.
Yeah.
Isn't it? What? I thought you read
But
the.
no, I don't know because Andy's just informed me that I was in ProSynth Network, but my YouTube page is logged into Fail Music. Okay, that's
Let me nip the phone box and spin around. Was that you, Robbie? Typing
me.
that?
Yeah, it's me.
So it's you.
It's me.
You abuser of titles, you.
I just
Oh, so you're the arsehole in this that I have to put up with?
yeah.
Sauce for the goose. Is that what this is?
Right.
Here, can you settle an argument for me?
Yes. Stop.
Is it sauce for the goose or good for the goose?
Either.
What is the
What's
phrase?
good for the goose is good for the
Good.
gander.
For the gander.
Because I was always
What's
told.
good for the goose?
I was always told it was sauce. Sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander.
I've never heard that.
Yep.
Oh, interesting.
Bugger.
Maybe it's a north-south divide thing.
Well,
Never heard of sauce
no,
for the
because
goose.
Haley says it's good for the goose, so I'm in the
What's
shit
good for
now.
the goose is good for the gander.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
What's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. Yeah, I suppose it works both ways, doesn't it? Actually, but contact Rob Words and ask him. He'll know. It's a YouTube channel here that talks about words.
Who?
Yeah.
A guy called Rob Words. He lives in Berlin. He does all sorts of stuff about the quirks of language. He's really fascinating if you're into language.
Studies
If you're
the
not into language-
derivation.
Yes, he
Studies
does.
the derivation of words, does he not?
Susie
and
Dent.
also-
I should ask her, shouldn't I? On-
Yeah, well, he's
Blue
a
Sky.
bit like a Susie Dent. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
I'll
yeah.
put it to her and see if she comes up with
He's
it.
pretty
love to
cool.
put- I'd
He's
love to
pretty
put
cool.
something
I
to
like,
Susie
I like
Dent.
Rob Words. I'll put the word out there. Rob Words, if you're into the weirdness of English, he goes into it in depth. He's great.
Well, she does look into glory holes, so you never know.
If anybody pushes my sapiosexual buttons, it's her.
Really? I can't even spell that.
Please, gentlemen.
Well, can we keep that sort of thing out of it? No, we don't
What?
need it.
You know what
What?
sapiosexual is? Somebody who is sexually aroused by intelligence.
That's why I married my wife.
Thanks. Do you
That's
fancy
why
me
nobody
as well,
here knew
Robbie?
what you were talking about.
Got an IQ of 154. Does that give you a boner?
Is that all?
I've got an IQ of 143.
I'm getting
And
pretty
yet here
stiff.
we
Go
are.
on.
And yet here we are.
Yeah, here we are.
Saturday
All
night.
sitting around, all on our own. Well, what does that tell you? Sorry, I'm going to go for a shag now. Bye.
154.
I don't
I'm
know what
getting
I'm
semi.
going to shag.
Where'd you
Street
go?
Porter is off the menu then.
Lines have to be drawn.
Oh, I'm on a street porter.
Blinds have to be drawn.
Blinds, yeah.
Street porter. You know.
Do you know, I still, whenever I hear her, I still see Pamela
Yeah.
Stevenson.
Yeah.
Well,
Pamela
hello,
Stevenson.
tonight we're
Yeah.
talking to Billy Connolly.
Brilliant, that one.
Did it well.
Yeah.
She did it very well.
Oh, God. How anybody can speak an entire sentence without using a consonant. It's the southeast of England, isn't it? You know.
Go to Wales. Go to Wales, they do it a lot.
I am quite capable of saying an Africa sentence. Fuck, I used another continent.
Do you bite your thumb at me, sir?
Hang on, I've just got to go and get something to show Jason.
Oh, I hope.
Is it frilly?
Is it really? Ah, Native VS, thank you very much. Well done, you. I'm glad someone's paying attention.
Okay, fill us in.
Do you bite your thumb at me, sir? It was an insult, apparently, to go. And do you quarrel, sir? He said, do you quarrel, sir? It's Romeo. It's the opening of Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
And I have absolutely no idea why I said it in the first place now, but there was a reason, and I've now forgotten, and we've only passed 30 seconds ago. Is that the onset of Alzheimer's? Probably is.
I hope so.
Who are you? Me mostly. Yeah, okay.
Must admit, I'm not particularly versed on Shakespeare at all, really. Thinking about it.
I'm not a fan, but then again, he's not a fan of my work either.
Yeah, well.
There you go, Jason.
I think it depends.
Ooh.
It depends on the play to some extent, yeah. I mean, I saw...
It depends what you see.
Yeah. Where you see it and who's on it,
doing
who's in
it.
it. Yeah. I saw Kenneth Branagh do Hamlet at the Alhambra in Bradford years and years ago, and he was absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Did it in sort of Nazi Second World War sort of
I don't know why it needs to be dressed up, but actually it sort of works when you do.
It does. It did work, yeah.
No.
Really, really good.
I went to see, oh God, what was it? A Comedy of Errors at Stratford.
Oh, it's Stratford.
You went to
yeah.
Ipswich Town play football as well, did
And
you?
I am not kidding. There's a scene where they're in a kitchen, all sitting around, just all the plebs in the play that talk in prose.
Yeah.
I had tears pouring down my face. It was so funny. It was so brilliantly done. You know, so it's not necessarily highbrow. You know, yeah, the language can be hard, but then again, it's 500 years old, isn't it? So.
Yeah.
I've never really gotten with the history plays, particularly.
Well, they're propaganda, aren't they, really?
Yeah.
To be fair.
That's what South Londoner does when he has a look at something properly.
It's, one of the tracks on the new Frost album is called Propaganda, spelt Proper.
Propaganda. Having a propaganda. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're back to the geese.
We are.
And why not?
But that was that was a good interview with I've forgotten his name. I'm sorry.
Jem Godfrey.
Jem. Yeah. Yeah, that was good. I enjoyed that one a lot.
Yeah. It helps when the guest is thoroughly entertaining. Not saying that any of our other guests aren't, but you know, it does help.
Mr. What's his name was supposed to contact me today, Rob.
But didn't.
No, I'm beginning to wonder if I should just fucking give up trying to get guests on the show
Sorry.
and be done with it. What?
Stop it.
Oh, he ho.
How are you doing?
How you doing?
I am
Resplendent.
What?
No.
Jean-Michel Garlic. Oh, I love it.
That came in through a conversation with a couple of Scottish friends who were talking about weird weeb conversation about French vampire hunters. I think Jean-Michel Garlic
Yeah,
would be a good name for it.
absolutely.
How are you doing?
Fair middling. Fair to middling.
Mostly vertical.
Perpendicular. Yes. Going to watch Deadpool versus Wolverine. In about
Oh.
Why?
Why not?
I thought the first film was good. Didn't bother watching the second one.
The second one's very good too. It's a very good
Yeah,
series.
but it's more of the same, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
th-
So
It's a character.
let's
Yeah.
flog a dead horse, shall we?
It's a good sequel. It's a sequel that's done, because there is more to go. But this one looks epic. So
Can we talk about obsessions?
What sort?
If
Well,
you
what sort of
must.
obsessions?
Yeah.
Well, Calvin
You're
Klein
obsessive
obsession.
about it, aren't you?
No, I do. I know I do. I know it's in my personality to go from this, and then I go into that, and then I go into that. And I've got into John Wyndham.
Oh,
And
Did he mind?
No, he didn't, because he died before I was born. And,
are we talking TV or books?
we're talking books, because I
Books,
found on my
books.
bookshelf
Yeah.
a really old copy, a 1963 copy of Day of the Triffids.
Yeah,
And,
worth
and
money,
I,
that actually.
and could well be. And I reread it and just thought, wow, this is way deeper than I ever.
Yeah, fantastic
remember it.
writer. Absolutely fantastic
And then
writer.
I went and watched the BBC TV series from 2008 or something with Eddie Izzard in it, and then bought the BBC series on DVD of the one that was done in the 1980s. Absolutely
yeah.
brilliant. It's a bit, it's very dated, but it's great. So then I've gone and bought myself a whole batch of John Wyndham books.
Yeah.
So I'm on my third one now. I'm reading a book called Trouble with Lichen. It's brilliant. I mean, and they're all so on the surface. It's an interesting science question.
Yeah.
And then underneath it, you have all of the moral problems that science question brings. Absolutely fucking brilliant, and I'm loving it. And I just wanted to know if anybody else has bothered to read.
Yeah, I've read Midwich Cuckoos. Actually, there's a good. Was it about 3 or 4 years ago? There was quite a good adaptation on telly of Midwich
was there?
Cuckoos. Yeah.
Oh,
I've never read Trouble with Lichen.
Trouble with Lichen's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's about extending human life by up to 400 years. Yeah,
Midwich Cuckoos is the Village of the Dam, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Originally, yeah. But,
Yeah, it
but
was,
actually,
yeah.
the book is very different.
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, the Village of the Dam takes the essence of the ideas and goes, yeah, Hollywood, and
Yeah.
but yeah, the actual Midwich Cuckoos as a book is again, it's fascinating. So
I think I've read Stowaway to Mars as well, but that's a really early one.
actually, I've not read that. What have I read? I've read The Kraken Wakes,
That rings a bell.
which is about life forms landing on Earth and then getting into the deeps and deeps of the ocean where the pressure is really high.
Yeah.
And then it's great. No, they're great. They're really good, really good. So I just thought, well, I'd share my obsession. I'm
I need
currently
to-
on a John Wyndham tip.
Thank you. I mean, I need to read some of the other books. I need to get my library app out and get them out of the library. Rather, I'm trying to stop buying books because I either put them on my shelf or then, give them to other people. So
I can't help it. I love the paper.
yeah,
I
I don't want to read it online or on an iPad or anything. But I will read the book. But I mean, we've got really quite a good library here, so
So much of the old sci-fi writers were obsessed with that sort of scientific dilemmas or ethical dilemmas of
Yeah,
of the
exactly.
stuff they were talking about. It was just like the sci-fi stuff was just a way for them to talk about that.
And it's
concept.
interesting now at this point in our history where some of the things that they were talking about are no longer fiction but reality.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's not the case with John Wyndham. But it's really interesting. He takes and they're very simple ideas, but it's the moral controversy that they bring, and what happens if, and what do we do with X, and how do we deal with Y. I found it really fascinating. But anyway, that's me on an intellectual.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you, Andy.
Thanks.
It's one of the
Absolutely.
things that attracted me initially to the series The Walking Dead, which was it had nothing really to do with zombies, but more about
Yeah.
the dilemmas of human conditions faced with.
I read the
Yeah,
first.
that. And then I
Yeah.
watched the first season or second season, and I got
Yeah.
off it. 'Cause it
Do you
was-
read the graphic novels? Because they're different to the TV series.
Yeah, briefly, but again with novels, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I've read the first 12 and then stopped.
Yeah,
Really.
it just with stuff like that, it just becomes a way to make money. So it can't end; it just goes on. But the idea of the sort of human conditions faced with events like that, you're going, actually, that's interesting to dive
Yeah.
into. That's actually a fascinating thing about it.
Has anybody been watching the Generation Z with the Ben Wheatley on Channel 4? Watch the first episode. It's really good, actually. They are zombies, but they're all all the zombies are old, attacking the youth. So they're all out of a care home, and it's quite funny. Like I said, I've only watched the first episode, but I mean, I even got Jane to watch it, and she hates anything like that. Normally, but it's Ben Wheatley, so it's going to be gory in places, but definitely worth a watch.
You look
Is
bored,
it good,
Robbie.
Robbie? Than the Wolverine.
Say again, sorry.
Was the Deadpool Wolverine film any good then?
I don't know. I'm going to be watching it in about
you
half an hour.
haven't yet.
Yeah. No, I didn't get to go to see it at the cinema, so it's just come on Disney.
Yeah,
I want to like them, but I find them exhausting after.
Really?
I think I've stopped watching all the sort of Marvel superhero type
Yeah, but
films. I mean,
Deadpool is
Deadpool is
quite-
its own genre.
it's connected, but it's not like any of the other. It's a comedy.
yeah.
It's
The
an
only
action
one, the only one I really liked of late was Logan. I think 'Cause Logan wasn't a normal superhero
No.
type movie.
Well, like the first Joker was.
I didn't watch that, and I certainly don't fancy Joker Folie Bergère, which is a musical
Yeah.
of sorts. Yeah, apparently.
What's Joker got to do with Folie Bergère?
I have no idea.
No, it's called Joker Folie à Deux.
Oh, is it? Well, my
Which
French is rubbish.
it's-
Sorry.
Yeah, because it's a sequel, and it's coming for a heck of a slating. I haven't seen it, but
Isn't it on? Is it on Prime or something? It's on
it's
something.
probably available now to. I don't think it's on Prime, but I think it's available to rent and buy
Oh, right.
digitally.
That's not going to
Because
happen.
Gal
anytime
Gadot's in it,
soon.
isn't she? She looks.
Yes.
I mean,
yeah, she
the
is.
trailers look quite good. I tell you one trailer I saw earlier today, The Last Showgirl, which is the new Pamela Anderson movie, and it's directed by Gia Coppola, who's Francis's granddaughter, I think, and she's getting massively huge reviews, great reviews for it. It's like people are saying she's finally being recognised as a really decent actress
Rather than just a pair of boobs.
rather than just a pair of boobs.
I was just going to look at what I have a list of films I want to see. If I could only find the list.
At this point, chaps, I'm going to go and watch a film. So I'm going to say, see you. It's nice to jump into the pub again for the first time in ages and ages. So I'll join you again before too long.
Good to see you, Andy.
Yeah, and you, Ian, and all the rest of you, gang. And I'll catch up with you at some point.
See you, Andy.
Fairly
buddy.
soon.
Cheers, matey.
See you later.
Bye. Bye-bye.
So has that photo of Matt still not been published yet?
No, and it bloody won't be either.
Name your price and
Private viewing.
There you go. That's about as much as you're getting.
I have ideas what to do. I'll send you one, Robbie.
okay.
So what do you think it is, Rob? I'm just aiming too high or something?
Excuse me, what? You pissing?
Depends where it splashes.
You pissing on the floor again?
Yeah. Yeah, mate.
Would you? Sorry, what?
Talking about
Guests.
booking guests.
Oh no, not at all.
You're, yeah.
No, if you can ask them, ask them. I don't care how. I mean, Jesus, we got Steve Picaro.
Mm.
You know.
In your chin again.
Yeah, that's when you know there's something seriously wrong. Suppose, unless Bruce Forsyth used to suffer from that, I suppose. Well, we'll see. Seemed very keen, and he was going to call today. And
Well, maybe something came up. You never know. You never know.
I don't know.
That works.
Old Andy's thingy this morning. I woke up late. I was going, oh, bloody Andy's thingy's on already. So the iPad's beside me. And find the link, hit it, and everything like that. And it was a wall of sound this week. Lots going on.
I'll have to have a listen at some point.
Yeah, lots of like sequencing and stuff going on in it. It's very full and rich this week. You know, I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how you do it. You just sit there and and it happens.
Well, in my experience, it doesn't just happen, does it? I mean, I'm sure Andy does quite a lot of prep too, especially if he's using modular.
Yeah, well, I suppose, yeah, but it's just, I can sit in here for 2 hours and all I've got at the end of it is a door going, yeah, and I go, I don't know what it is.
I wonder if he practices beforehand.
Well, he's in the chat. He should get on here and tell
Come
us.
on, Andy, come and tell us.
Come on,
man.
Andy, get your ass on here, mate.
Yeah, because if I go and do an EMOM, I usually will practice maybe a couple of days, so I roughly know what I'm going to do. I know it's going to be different, and there's always the element of jeopardy, as Jim Glue would say. But I quite like that, you know. It's like when I did the York one last week, I forgot to put record until about halfway through. Some multi-track recorded it, so I got 8 minutes instead of the 15, and I forgot to switch the camera on as well, so there's no video.
I had a
Struggling
recording
with the
session
prep
like
at the
that years
moment.
ago. I had a recording session like that years ago. The band went through this song, and perfect. And our engineer was like, "That would have been a good take. I wish I'd have hit the record button."
Oh, yeah,
We're all like,
Yeah.
"You didn't
Yeah.
record that."
yeah.
Yeah, that probably happens more
So,
often than not.
you've seen what Andy said. Struggling to prep at the moment. Stream on Saturday, but don't turn on the modular until Thursday. Well, it sounds bloody great when I ever listen to it, Andy.
I think half my problem is I keep going to the same sounds each time.
That is a problem, though. I'm using the same scales all the time, so I need to move away from that. I don't use the same sounds all the time, but I do use the same scales. So anything round about A minor or E minor.
Yeah. It's almost like lazy composing.
Is it?
Yeah, it was just sort of like, don't move, don't push buttons and stuff, just sit there and play things.
Well, sometimes it's quite good to do that. I mean, sometimes I'll just sit and play guitar. I don't play guitar that often, but just sit and play some of my songs that have never been recorded, and I ought to get in my arse in gear and actually record them at some point and get a decent vocalist.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's quite good to just have an evening where you're just playing stuff. Where you're not recording. It's just, you're playing for the joy of playing.
Pick an instrument I've not used in a while. Do you know what? There's sort of two camps. There are the instruments that I'm always playing and the instruments I don't play.
Yeah.
I mean, when did I get that? What the hell is that thing called? I can never remember which one it is. Key, is it the key step?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, the Keystep Pro.
Keystep or the
Was it
Beat Step?
Keystep Pro?
Yeah.
Beat step.
Yeah.
No,
I
think
remember
it's
you buying
Keystep.
that.
Yeah. Well,
Because it was a good
Because it
deal,
was-
wasn't it?
yeah, but it was a good deal because it was B stock. But unfortunately, the guy who had it for 20 minutes before registered it. And I still haven't taken the photograph of the label underneath and sent it to Arturia to say, look,
Yeah.
because when I said, oh, it's not coming through, this is the number and everything like that. And they said, oh, it's already registered. Can you take a photograph of the bottom? It was, 2 months ago? Still haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
Get off your ass, Kent.
Is it Keystep or Keystep Pro?
I think it's
I
the
think it's
Keystep
Pro.
Pro.
I think it's Pro.
They're
Yeah.
great.
Because I look when you told me
bigger
the
one,
price,
right?
I looked for one at that price. There wasn't one.
No, it was considerably reduced because of it.
It
It was B
was.
stock.
Yeah.
And they were saying, oh, mate, it was out of the box for 4 days kind of thing. The guy didn't get on with it and put it back in the box and gave it back.
Yeah.
So,
I use mine to sequence all my Eurorack stuff, and it's great because you can really build up long sequences for it.
yeah, exactly. Hence, got her over there for all that lot. That's all set up, ready to go, and I still haven't actually gone anywhere near it and done anything with it yet. I've even got, that ambient zero. Turned it on when I got it and tried it and went, oh, that's nice, that's interesting. And that was it. Naughty person.
It's great to have actual chord progressions in the Eurorack setup.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Andy and Wagyu think it was the Beat Step Pro. Did it have keys, Kent, do you remember? It's got keys? Or
No,
pads?
it's
Oh, it's a
pads.
Beat Step.
Beat
Beat
Step.
So it's
Step
Beat
Pro.
Step Pro, is
That
it?
was the
The
Beat
Beat
Step.
Step
Okay.
Pro, yeah.
Right. And that's supposed to be sort of like full nut stiffy sequencer. Ding, 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 ding. Da, 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 da. Oh, it's the clitoris patch.
Such a clever drum track.
It's very recognisable, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? I went to a talk by one of the guys from the company that made the video last week.
Yeah.
It was really interesting. Yeah.
I wonder what that is.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's that.
Them doorbell bass.
Excelente.
It's a great song, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Great song, great video.
Yeah.
Let's face it, the video helped sell the song, but it had to be a good song to start with.
Well, somebody sent me a link to a video that's just kind of come out, and it's playing all the versions, the demos, and because it originally started off as a track by their first band, which I think was called Bridge or something,
All right.
and they released this song in 1979, which has a lot of Take On Me bits in it,
Yeah.
but obviously done in a completely different way. But this channel, oh my god, it's awful. You probably know it, Ollie. It's oh
Yeah, it's awful. Oh, you'll know it.
no,
Ollie.
not that he's
Yeah.
the master of all shit
Oh.
YouTube channels, but it's
What are you trying
it
to say,
deals with
Rob?
retro
Yeah.
gaming and stuff,
right.
and it's called Retro.
They're all called retro something.
Yeah, exactly. It's not even in my history. Oh, that's why, because I was probably watching it under the other account, because that's where I was logged in. Retro recipes.
Oh yes, I don't like him.
No, I don't like him either. I've watched one of his videos. I'm thinking, you're a cunt.
Yeah,
Really
God,
are.
He actually.
And his wife sits next to him, who's about half his age, and looks like she's just putting up with him for the sake. He's probably either got a cock this big
they're
or he's incredibly rich.
two actors that didn't quite make it.
Or
this is
both.
YouTube.
Yeah, because I looked.
He
at
has
his
an
website.
incredibly rich big cock.
He has, yeah.
Yeah.
I looked at his
No,
website.
yeah, there's a lot of money thrown in that channel.
Yeah, his website is basically him selling himself. He's mostly done audio descriptions. You know, when you accidentally sit on the remote control and then all of a sudden this voice comes out of the TV and says, and the man falls over and that's what he's
The man inserts his penis into her arse.
He was an extra in one of the Star Wars films.
Fancy-
You
yeah, he
see
was-
him in
yeah.
the background for a split
yeah,
second.
along with a fucking gazillion
Um,
other people.
Yeah, and so that's been his crutch for. But his voice just.
Oh, it's horrible.
It makes my skin crawl. Actually, his voice. I'm like, ugh.
It's kind of it's very forced, sort of. Yeah. Oh no.
very breathy
sorry,
and
Mike.
forced.
Yeah.
ASMR.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
What
No, and yeah. Anyway.
At
Yeah,
least I'm
he's,
representing.
I need to try that then, don't I?
So am I.
He's very much liked in, he's very
I'm
much
here.
liked in the US retro circles.
Really?
Not so much in the European and UK ones where he actually comes from.
Yeah. Because I was trying to figure out where they were, because he's got a bit of an accent.
Yeah, I think
She's
he's lived
American.
in California for a long time.
Okay, so yeah, that's probably because I thought, are you Australian? But no, it's not Australian. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, Perifractic. That's it. Retro.
That's it. Yeah. his name is was it Christian Simpson?
Yeah, there's a lot of money thrown at that channel to make it extra. It looks way too retro, as in
It's over the-
neon colored
Yeah.
and
It's
geeky.
non-retro, isn't it?
Yeah.
Money is thrown at this channel because rocks are too expensive.
Yeah. I mean, he's got a couple of 100,000 subs, and you know that 1 video is already at 45,000.
Yeah. Thank you for saying that, because I thought I was the only one who hated him.
I'm glad that I'm not the only. I thought, is it just me? Is it? No, it's not. Obviously.
Yeah, I don't hate him. I'll probably get on fine with him. It's just the tone of the channel makes me yes.
Oh dear. Yes.
That's a good name for a channel.
Sibilant twat. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh goodness gracious me! Somebody left our company the other day. He's been with us 18 years. He's a really nice guy, even though he's Welsh. He's really, really nice. Sorry, Jason. No, I didn't mean that. But no, he's a lovely, lovely guy, and he's been with us 18 years, and he's now moved on. He's become an executive vice president somewhere or other. And I sent him a little message on LinkedIn saying, really sorry to see you go, mate, and all the best, blah, blah, blah. And he sends me this one back, and he says, oh, thanks ever so much, Rob. I'll miss your voice, because most people in my company know me just through my voice, because I do all of the voiceovers for all of the training, and there's about 500 videos and 300 e-learning lessons, so I'm just known for a voice. Certainly got a face for radio, so
Yeah, true.
fuck off.
Well, you felt you opened the door. I just pushed.
Oh
it.
no, yeah, seriously, mate. I'm my own worst critic. Ay. What's going on here? I went and saw Crash Test Dummies on Wednesday, and if you ever get the chance to go and see Crash Test Dummies live, do so, because they are absolutely flipping brilliant. And their keyboard player, because they've hired in, he's not a permanent member of the band, he's just a member of the live act. I think Paul Whiffin might have been putting it about in Canada about 30 years ago, because he looks like a young Paul Whiffin.
Really?
And he has a guitar as well.
Oh
which
dear.
Which he played incredibly well. There's a bit of a fancy solo.
But it's a guitar. I mean,
But it's a
come on.
guitar. Yeah, it was very cool.
You know, I only ever play a joke guitar.
But no, he's what did he have? He had an RD 800, one of those Roland RDs for his piano, and he had a YC, a Yamaha YC for the organ stuff. But my God, what a great! I mean, I wanted to see. Well, you know, actually, I don't know if I ever wanted to see a band live in the 90s, but their album, God Shuffled
excuse
His
me.
Feet, is just
Yeah, I've got that album.
There's
Yeah.
comedy gold going on down here.
Yeah. I'm off to see Dread Zone at the end of the month.
Oh gosh,
Yeah, they're coming to Frome.
wow.
I mean, I saw them.
Well, they lost their way.
Yeah. Oh, bugger
Yeah.
off you.
How'd you get to Leeds?
Yeah. Via Frome.
Yeah, by through.
Yeah. I saw them back in. I played a festival where they were on Sunrise in Somerset in about 2011, 2012.
What was their
And I
big
saw them then.
hit?
They were great. Hey?
What was their
I
big?
can't remember.
Yeah,
But no, I thought that'd be a night out.
yeah. I went to this place in Norwich, which I've never been to before. It used to be the ITV studios where they used to film things like Trisha and all those kind of things. And it's in the building down this. It's called Magdalen Street. There's not a lot around there really, and you go in and you go upstairs, and the studio was upstairs, and this is huge. And it's still, if you look up and all of the stuff is in the ceiling, all of the lights, and everything. But they've converted it to a live venue a few years ago, and I'd never been in there before, and the acoustics are incredible. But I suppose it's a TV studio, isn't it?
It is, yeah. They did that too. There's a place called the Riverside in Hammersmith. I think it's Hammersmith. And I went in the summer to they do it's a gig venue, but also they have plays and theatre and all sorts of stuff. I went in, and in one of what was used to be the TV studios, it was just they set it out like a theatre. It was, but you're right, the acoustics were absolutely superb. None of the actors had mics, and they genuinely didn't need them.
No,
because you could sit at the back of the room and it would sound, it was great.
Yeah, the band sounded amazing on Wednesday. It was just, it was really, really good. And he's
got a very interesting voice, hasn't he? Very distinctive
it's
voice.
amazing. I kind of wondered, because I think back in the day, if all you heard was that single, you'd go, oh, it's just. But he's got range, and it's still
it's
there.
a good album. That first album.
And
it's not their first album, was it?
No, The Ghosts That Haunt Me.
Yeah.
They did a track off of that Superman song, which is a great song. But my wife is not. She wasn't really very familiar with the album, but she said, "I'll come along." And that track, the track, "How Does a Duck Know?" And the opening lines of the song: "How does a duck know what direction south is, and how to tell his wife from all the other ducks?" And she's like, "It's just brilliant."
Yeah.
And then what's the other one? When I'm swimming in your ocean, when he's talking about fondling his lover, and then he starts going off on like, why does God cause things like tornadoes and train wrecks? It's such a good album. And they were great musicians, great sound, great songs. 16 tracks. They did 12 plus 4 in the encore. And they didn't piss around with the encore. They went off stage and literally came back on again.
like a lot of people do now.
Yeah, they just don't bother.
Yeah.
And
who was the
really,
support?
really
I'm always interested in
the support. Duke Special.
Good. I had an album of his.
Wow.
Ages and ages ago.
He's from Belfast.
Yeah.
And
what was the album I had?
Just brilliant. He brought his own little upright piano.
Yeah.
And he's a proper singer-songwriter type. Oh, wow. Yeah, check out Duke Special.
I can't remember what album I had.
Really enjoyed his stuff. And he did this thing where he's got an old gramophone.
What was that band Fiona was going on about?
And he put this gramophone on with just like the scratchy ambience, and then he was playing on top of that, which I thought was just dead simple, but really.
2006, it was Songs from the Deep Forest that I used to have. That was a really good album.
Yeah, it's very.
Don't have it anymore because I did get
great sense of humour as well.
Yeah, no, he's good.
Yeah, it's one of those support acts that fitted the main act.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, really, really good.
But he's been around the block a few times.
He has, yeah. And some of his songs, he kind of explains when he does each song. He says, this song was inspired by, and he said, there's one song called Brixton Leaves, and he said this is basically. He said I went to play at the Windmill. Is it the Windmill in Brixton? I can't remember now. So I went to play this gig in Brixton. Everybody has to go. It's kind of like a rites of passage thing, and it was absolutely awful. I bombed. It was terrible. So I wrote this song, and it's just like a real tongue-in-cheek sort of piss take about himself and getting all het up about it. And it's very sweet and very good. Yeah, really, really good. And they do a great cover of the Ballad of Peter Pumpkinhead, which is cracking. Yeah. Go YouTube it.
Right,
Crash Test Dummies Ballad of Peter Pumpkin. It's a really good version because Ellen sings the lead. It's very good.
There's a band that Fiona was listening to last week a lot called Steam Powered Giraffe.
Okay. Darren asked how she discovered that band.
I really don't know. But their thing is that they are they're androids but steampunk.
Okay.
Oh, right.
And from what I heard, they sounded quite good, actually, to be honest. But Fiona has the penchant for steampunk.
She's not alone. A lot of people do.
Don't get it myself.
Me neither, but
Just
what is it? Whitby has this sort of festival.
Well, yeah, the goth thing.
The goth thing, which is very steampunky, isn't it?
Yeah, well, there was a bit of goth to Fiona in her earlier years, from what I've seen from the photos.
dare.
Oh yeah, because she's into metal as well. So I will bags. Cheers, man.
Nice one, Matt.
Do you know what? I always do wonder, because old what's the names? Oh Christ, the fucking name of the band's gone now. You know, the track you were playing.
Oh, Mr. Mister.
No, the other one.
Oh,
Oh, aha.
Aha, that's it. Yeah. Always did wonder, because that's pretty much where that DX1 came from. Always wondered.
Yeah.
It's funny if it was,
It would be.
wouldn't it? In fact, there was always a lot of expensive polys up that neck of the woods.
I'm getting a couple of drum kits sent to me for review.
What, proper drum kits? Oh, electronic ones?
Electronic ones, but proper electronic ones. Roland V Drums 7 Series.
Ooh.
Yeah. I've literally got nowhere to put them.
No, of course not.
So,
You get to keep them?
no, I don't think so.
No.
I'd love...
That'd be nice.
Because I
Said
said...
the guy with the PB12 that never went back.
Well, exactly. But no, there is a distinct difference in value between the Roland V Drum
Yeah.
7 Series.
Does it
I
make that much difference, do you reckon?
The
about half.
keep
Did it
going.
specify a window like when?
Well, I
you
mean,
have to send them
PB12
back,
half, probably half,
yeah.
more than half, less than half the cost of a.
The window that's been discussed is 2 to 3 weeks,
Yeah.
which I'll live with. But no, they actually approached me, which was weird, and they said, "Oh yes, your name's on the list." I said, "List? What list?" "Oh, there's a list that goes around marketing, and you're on it." And I'm like, I said, "Okay." And they said, "We saw your other bits because I've done stuff for Gear News," and they said, "Can we send you them?" I said, "Yeah, but I don't know where to put them." So now I've got to clear my garage out, literally clear it out. I've got to rent some storage space because it's the only place they're going to go. So, but yeah, that'll be fun. Might get back into it all again. Who knows?
Do you still get to drum a bit, or?
I haven't drummed for. It would have been at the last house, and it would have been probably a year or two before we moved. So I probably haven't sat behind a set of drums, of my own drums, for about 4 or 5 years. They're all packed up in the, because it's e-drums, it's all packed in a case. But so I'm going to be rusty as hell.
It'll come back quickly, though.
Yeah.
I thought. It's
I'll
not
just
like
start-
you're going to
start
suddenly
off-
go and do a gig, are you? I mean,
No,
it's just.
no,
Like sciatica.
yeah,
That'll come back quick enough.
that's it. But no, I'm looking forward to having a mess around. But first, I've got to clear out the garage, and that's going to be a real pain.
Yeah.
4 fairlights, a roof box, an Emax 2 in its flight case, an O2R in its box, 2 bookcases, 2 CD towers, loads of kid stuff that they won't throw away. They won't throw away their bags of cuddly toys. What are you doing with them? Oh, you're not throwing them away. Well, why not? Because you're not even using them. They're in plastic bags and they're going to go mouldy. No, you don't throw them away.
Well,
Take it easy there.
yeah.
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 The minute Matt and Belle move into their house, their new house that they're hoping to buy, I'm going to pack our car up with all of his stuff and all the games consoles and all the games,
Yeah.
Leave it on the lawn.
and leave it on the lawn. Well, they haven't got all the whatever lawn. It's living in London. Leave it in the porchway.
No, they don't.
You-
Dead man.
You come by the yard sale, early enough on Saturday, you can get most of it.
real Steiner Parker VCF, full res, you can lose double glazing with it. In all seriousness, it is quite a beast to behold. Mostly volume, to be honest, more than anything else.
Okay, that's
Tone-
the same
the
thing
tone
with
is-
this one, too.
Yeah, the tone's pretty much the same. It's just it doesn't have the huge elephant's testicles attached to it that the real Steiner Parker has.
Right, I will catch you guys later if you're still around.
Yeah, I'm going
Indeed,
to.
darling.
Tatty, bye. Good to see you.
See you
all.
later.
Thanks for buying the merch, everyone that's bought merch. Thank you. You too, Ollie. See you soon.
Cheers, matey.
Bye.
See you, Bron.
And bye, guys. I'm off to go and do an Ian because it's
Well,
there's
it's your
another
prerogative.
Ian?
my prerogative. Yeah,
Yeah. You own it.
I do. I've got the
Copyright
merch to.
and everything, yeah.
I've got the merch. I've got the merch to prove it. Yeah. See you later, boys.
All right,
and girls.
take care, darling.
See you later. Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
I'll go as well. I might come back later.
All right, babe.
Talk to you.
Yeah, well, I got myself into a bit of bit of a I don't know. I wouldn't call it a problem or anything. It's just that I can't. See, I can't talk about it too much. Basically, what it was, there was this video on YouTube about a computer game that hasn't come out. And people were asking, when is it going to come out? And I said, well, we don't know when it's coming out. Blah, 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 this, blah, 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 that. And I watched the trailer for this game and went, everything's perfect. Everything's fine about this game. It looks really, really good. All the rest of it, blah, 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 blah. Apart from the music. It's wrong. Music is wrong. And there was comments in the chat underneath the video, and they were saying about, oh no, it don't look like it's going to come out. Oh no, it might come out, and all this sort of thing. And I don't know why, but because this game is, the subject of this game is very close to my heart, shall we say. I found out the name of the company making the game, and I emailed them and said to them, look, the main problem you got with this game is the music. It's wrong, don't sound right. And just went into a little bit about why it was wrong. And you never know, it might help them out. Well, I wasn't expecting to get an email back from them about 3 hours later saying, we'd like to have a talk with you on Monday, if possible. So we'll see. Let's just say it's in my neck of the woods, shall we say? And see how it goes. So it might be interesting. You never know.
Nice one.
Yeah. Well, even if they want me to consult,
Yeah.
fine. Let's just say I have access to the gear that this f***ing track needs. I tell you that.
Is it something to do with running on sharp objects?
It could very well be. Could be the long-awaited, blah 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 blah. But
Yeah.
without going into too much detail across the,
Yeah. Of course.
And yeah, I mean they're spending a lot. I mean the graphics on this thing was sort of like,
Yeah.
I wish the earlier ones could have looked even half as good as the graphics of this new one. So, yeah, because they can't use the old music.
Okay.
It's
Copyright
a big,
or
yeah, it's a big no-no. You can't touch it. You can't touch it.
so it's got to be that esque. Sort of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, but it has to be very esque, and the music they were using was not even
It was.
Never mind the sk on the end. It was no. Yeah, it was just no. No, it was wrong. It was just wrong.
Yeah.
You might as well have had the Andrews sisters singing over. In fact, the stupid thing is, there are places where that kind of music will work perfectly.
Yeah.
Like in the film, there's places where you get that kind of vibe.
Yeah.
But yeah, but it's actually all shit flying around and lights and crap going on everywhere, and the music that they had been written was like, oh no.
Yeah.
It was a good attempt, but the testicles were not there, shall we say? It was lacking girth. So anyway, they won't have a word anyway on Monday. We'll see how it happens.
Nice one.
We never know, might turn again. Mind your own fucking business.
Unlikely.
We just wanted to say it to your face.
Unlikely.
What would be really sweet is if this all did come about, and then also get the Blade Runner 80 here by that time.
Oh yeah.
Hello, symmetry. Click, dink.
And then what somebody complained about, well, it's nothing like it. Well, really? Fuck off,
Yeah.
mate. It was.
Well, what was interesting, I was talking to Tiny last week, and I said to him, I said, how crowded is it up there? He says, oh, it's quite crowded. I said, well, I'm sure I could, at a push, probably make room for the GS1 as well. He's gone off thinking about it.
Do you like owning bollocks? Carry on, you're not going to have any.
Well, no, it's only because it's the Nemo one, mate. I mean,
Yeah.
mind you, I suppose most of the GS1s have been owned by someone of merit at some point in its existence. Most of them.
Yeah.
Apart from the one he showed me a photograph of, which is in this old lady's front room. It had the little, like a little cloth coaster and a vase with flowers in it, and it looked lovely. And that's where it's resided its entire life,
Fucking
So,
hell. So what you been up to this week? What have you had on apart from?
well, apart from the 8 voices,
Yeah.
oh Christ, I've been working on a Vox Continental,
Oh, nice.
which are designed in such a way that you can't work on them.
Oh, okay. It's not so
Yeah.
nice.
Because what they do is the voicing cards are mounted in a metal box, and then you have all their power rails and everything, which is simply just bare wire, soldered to the bottom of each card. Right, so you have to desolder the cards to get them out to do any work on them, but you can't get to them. You have to start with the end card and desolder and remove the wiring from all the cards to get to the one that's broken. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
sensible.
So that's fun. So it's a lot more work than it needs to be. But they must have thought it was a brilliant idea at the time.
Well, yeah.
So so there's that. Then there was I was working on a memory moog. She gave me the least trouble out of the lot, to be honest. Weirdly enough. What else? There's an OB8, 2 voices out. Another Mark 1 Trident. They are all coming out of the woodwork now, and they've all got weird problems.
You were saying this the other night that they've started to create these peculiar.
Yeah, I mean the one I'm working on at the moment is brilliant. You turn it on, and select strings. Yeah, the strings are there. Polysynth. Yeah, blah 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 blah. Bass or brass rubber. Blah blah blah. Yeah, it's all there. Go, dink, turns off. Okay, turn it off. Turn it back on again. Comes on. Turn everything on. La 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 la. Yeah, blah blah blah. Dink, turns off.
Hey.
Yeah. And I've concluded that something in this mass of electronics that are inside these, something in there is overheating. And it's just shutting it down. I'm hoping, weirdly enough, that it is a voltage regulator. It's overheating. Because they'll be relatively easy to replace. I've got them in stock, for God's sake.
Have you seen what Wagoo's just put in the chat?
What's that?
There's a Mark 1 Trident for sale near him, apparently. But he's apprehensive given Kent talking like this about him.
Yeah. If it's working, fine. It'll go on forever, technically. If it's a Mark 1, be aware of one thing. It has a backup battery. It's quite big. But the bastard is, when you open it up, you won't be able to find the backup battery because it's behind the pot board. So you actually have to take all the knobs off, undo all the pots, and drop the board down, and the battery is mounted on that side of the board.
And surely if that goes, that's going to just fucking...
Yeah, so it will leak down onto everything. It drops down onto all the... Yeah.
That's
so,
what I mean. That's a stupid place to put it.
Well, what they did in the end is they put the battery on the Mark IIs. They put it in a more accessible place. But it still leaked all over the CPU board instead. So, and it's a big battery in it. You can put a coin battery in it, but there is quite a drawer on it apparently. So you need a fair-sized chunky one. But if you can, mount it somewhere safe and just have plain leads going to the thingy. But you will have to drop the whole board out and undo I think it's about 20 pots I think you have to dismantle to drop the board out to replace the backup battery.
Now, was it the same battery that would have been in the Poly 6?
No, much bigger than that.
Okay.
Oh, much
I'm
bigger.
thinking like the rechargeable kind.
Yeah, it is. It's the well, they're not rechargeable in the Trident.
The kneecaps.
Yeah, but what it is, it's a big long thing. It's about 4 inches long. Big fat bastard thing.
Yeah.
Yes, the Poly 61 batteries leak, but in their infinite wisdom decided to have them leak all over the CPU board. Thanks for that, guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And of course, because the tracks are so much smaller, it took less time for the acid to eat through them.
Oh, yeah.
And then suddenly you got no RAM, and it's like, oh, man. And the CPU isn't talking to everything. You're like, oh, no. But it destroys the tracks and the through holes, doesn't it? So in some cases, it was easier to just get a new CPU board from Korg.
Yeah.
And just be done with it. So.
Or nowadays, get the Kiwi battery, Kiwi board.
Yeah, which is a few pennies.
Yeah.
I must admit. Mind you, I've had a couple of Kiwi boards that we've ordered and come in, and they have immediately not worked.
Oh.
We've had to send them back.
Yeah.
But maybe it was just a bad batch or something like that. But we had, two within a couple of months that were. You connect it all up, and the thing just screams at you as soon as you turn it on and go, "Oh no, this one doesn't work either." But no, I was a massive fan of the Poly 6.
Well, yeah, that was I said it in my Inspiration. That was the thing where I really cut my teeth into sound design and synthesis.
Yeah, because
although before that, I got to play around with a mini Korg I think 4 years prior until that died about a couple weeks after I was
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man with beard in the chat saying about that Jupiter 4 looked lovely. Honest to God, it's like I'd gone back to 1976 or something. It looks brand new. Unbelievable. And you look at it and you go, wow, this is what they look like when they were new. Absolutely. Not a mark on it anywhere.
Do you ever photograph things like that when you get them through?
Yeah, but you know what? If I did high detail photographs of this thing, they never look as good as they actually physically are.
Oh no, you'd have to set it right up, lighting.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, because by the time I got the iPad and pointed it at the Jupiter 4, there'll be a dog hair on it.
Yeah.
Because I moved the air that is in the workshop.
Send me
and
the
there'll be
picture and I'll get rid of it.
no, but I've never seen those end cheeks like without a dink or a scratch or something on them somewhere. They're absolutely immaculate. Of course, it creates the problem of you don't want to move it, you don't want to touch it.
It's like museum quality. Like,
Yeah.
don't even look at it.
Yeah, and it's only here until it's picked up to go wherever it's going, because it got sold on the Vierma. So it's here as in its transitional period. And I said to Tony, I said, "Do you have to leave it here?" It's sort of like there's a certain apprehension with having that knocking around, you know.
Knocking around
Lily.
is not a good phrase to be
Yeah,
using with a machine.
exactly. You go pointing at small husky puppy.
Yes.
Yeah, you go. Oh, this chipboard's really tasty.
Ooh, power cord.
Yep, oh dear.
How's she been?
I-
How's she been?
She has. She's growing into a young woman. A lot of the puppy stuff has disappeared literally overnight. She's almost like a different dog this week. She stopped stealing things out of the kitchen. I go into the garden in the morning and it isn't full of crockery and bits of newspaper and shoes and stuff like that. None of that anymore. It's all stopped.
So that
And
massive glut of growing has just sort of tailed off.
Yeah, she's just sort of like, back up. And then when you make a fuss of her and you go, hello, like that, and everything like that, she loves it all. The ears go back and the tails go and everything. But there's none of this business going on. Not very much. I mean, when we get really play fight, she obviously does, but she doesn't do the mouthing
Yeah.
quite so much.
Wagyu. She's going to start taking lingerie down the bottom of the garden next.
Yeah.
Man would be its question.
She becomes a young lady who's been nicking makeup.
Fucking don't. Got that little lip in at the moment. Jesus. Everything's makeup and fucking clothes and how do I look?
Oh, bless her.
Stop it, you fucking 11. Slow down. Don't grow up too fast.
Yeah, you're 11. I mean, yeah. Poor little thing.
Yeah.
The hormones are going to be bouncing about all over the place, aren't they?
Fucking don't.
God, I wouldn't want to go through it all again, would you?
Well, this is going to be my first time, you see, because it's always been boys that I've, brought up. So a daughter is a fucking new one on me.
Well, how painful that is literally a flip of a coin. You know?
Yeah.
Sometimes girls get through it without too much grief, and other times, oi.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, another benefit of living on my own. I can fuck off home.
Yeah, I suppose, yeah. There's advantages there, I suppose.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Oh, to answer Man with Beard's question of whether or not I like Ice House.
Oh, there you go.
It's a promo. Let's see, what else have I got? I got this one. Then I got, let's see, I got that one. Another promo.
Are these 80s?
Yes.
Yeah, because a lot of the graphics are so 80s, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and this is a later issue, I think. Yeah, typically you can tell if an album's from the '80s, like due to the artwork. Yeah, that one. I haven't listened to these in a while. I'm gonna have to put them on the turntable at some point.
But when I was up in the attic, I found some of the albums.
Yeah.
And I go, oh, what's this one? I pulled it out, and it was my The Wall, Pink Floyd's Wall, and I opened it like that, and it slid out, and it was Montevani. And I go, oh, fucking hell. So where's that?
Yeah.
Push it back in again. Yeah. Whoops.
I've had to replace all of Haley's Floyd because ex fellas have fucked them or thrown them away or whatever. So I've replaced all their vinyl, but I can't listen to Pink Floyd.
Uh-huh.
It's
No.
it's got connotations that I just can't. No, can't listen to it.
Oh.
Yes, yeah, it's quite peculiar, but
Is this by association or something?
things that were going on at the time.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
So, yeah, I can't listen to it. Yeah, but it's a bit like there's some tracks, 10cc that I can't listen to. I love 10cc. Can't there's certain things that I can't listen to. It's really peculiar and a bit of a pain in the arse, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I can relate to that. There are certain things that I won't watch now because they are. I see them as direct links to things that happened at the time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Fully get that, mate. Yeah, it's difficult. But, I mean, I never really got into Pink Floyd anyway, but then with what it was attached to it, it's sort of.
Yeah.
I can deal with that. But Hayley loves it. Grace loves it. So it's always going on at Hayley's house. And it's just like, fuck, right, I'm off. I'll speak to you later. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Probably one of the big three, like Dark Side of the Moon, Wish You Were Here, or The Wall.
Yeah.
On the Run is the one that really spins me out.
Yeah.
Really does me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a few, but yeah, that's a particular. And bought Patch Bank for the Hydra and it's got On the Run in it. It's just
Oh,
like,
my-
delete, fucking get rid of that.
My old Kurzweil K2000 came with the Daniel Fisher On the Run patch on it. And if I get the story right, he programmed the entire thing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can
exactly.
relate to that.
So he had programmed the entire sequence, like, with the helicopter sounds and all that stuff, and then the big explosion, like, when you hit velocity 127. And I guess he had showed it to, I think the keyboard tech for Pink Floyd. I can't remember exactly, but they ended up getting K2000s for the Division Bell tour.
Nice. Yeah, I've been working working out what I'm going to do for my Synspirations video. It's just I've actually I've written things down because I'm.
Yeah. Well, I knew, like, as soon as I saw that post on Facebook, I was like, I kind of had in the back of my mind, I knew exactly which one I was going to go for because it was the big one.
I've got a few, but it's going to surprise people. I think some of the stuff that I'm going to come out with because everybody's going to think it's Depeche Mode and it isn't. See, no, Wag, you're wrong. So he said, "Fuck off." No, it's not actually. No, it's a keyboard that I don't think people would really associate with me, but I'll wait and leave that for you to all see what it is.
What, a Timberwolf?
No. Half an hour at Depeche Mode. No, I was into other stuff before that.
It's like Andrew said to me, he goes, you're going to do a Synspirations? I went, well, no, I think everybody already knows
Yeah.
somehow. Anyway. You went,
Yeah, just point
sure.
to the CS80 and go, there you go.
There you
Done.
go. Yeah.
But also, I think a lot of people are expecting me to turn around and say it's going to be the Jupiter 8, and it isn't.
Yeah.
That's really going to catch a lot of people out. The one sound, there's a specific sound that it makes, and I don't think people are going to associate that with me. But yes,
Yeah, but your favourite keyboard doesn't necessarily have to be something that has ever inspired you.
no, I mean,
In the same way. Anyway, so
the thing is, I've always been sort of because my dad was a hell of a photographer. As much as I don't get on with the guy, his talent was undeniable. So I grew up very much audio visual. Sounds. I just love noises and stupid noises, sounds, certain things, but also working quite visually as well. So I do a lot of photography myself.
yeah.
And one of the things that I love about the JP8 is the way it looks. I think it's just a beautiful looking machine.
Oh, gosh,
it's
yeah.
not so much the sound, I don't think, because it needed a bit of. Well, I suppose they all do a bit of effects and stuff after the fact. But yeah, it's. I mean, I've looking at it now. I love that. I wake up every day and look at that fucking panel. It's stupid, but it just makes me smile. Just makes me smile. So yeah.
Well, like I said before, I mean, I was talking with Robbie, and I was on the iPad, and I was wandering around out in the garage, and I said to him, I said, "Oh, guess what I found?" He goes, "What?" I said, "Well, I found half of a Jupiter 8 keyboard. It had a few keys missing on it, but it was the frame and all the rest of it, and the cables and the board, the contact board underneath." He went, "Oh, there you go." I went, "Yeah." I said, "Oh, found a pair of Jupiter 8 end cheeks. Oh, module controller board. Oh, two dual voice cards. Oh, a CPU board." I go, "Do you know what? I wonder." And I started sort of working out what we would need to be able to build a Jupiter 8 for you, and it was amazing. I go, right, if after about 4 hours, I was working out things it needed, and it had gone over $4,500 already, and that's not a working JP8 in any shape or form.
Now,
Just and I go, oh no, this isn't. Need to find an idiot somewhere who wants to sell his Jupiter 8 for 40 quid. That's what we want. Yeah. So we wait, bated breath. Yes, I'll sell my Jupiter 8 for 40 quid.
well, like I said, the easier option is just to build a lookalike and fucking turn it into a MIDI controller.
Well, yeah. I mean, we've got the bass, got the end cheeks,
Got the panel.
got the button boards. I think I found a digit display
It's
as
got a
well.
display on it, on this one.
Did it have it? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They've got pop boards as well.
Yeah, I don't know. It hasn't got those, has it?
No.
Hang on, let's grab it 2 seconds.
We'd have to convert that to work with an Adreno. But...
Put my ears in.
Mhm.
Put my ears in. Yeah, what's that?
Yeah, that's an
System 8.
idea.
Run, yeah.
Put a System 8, yeah. In
I've
it.
got a System 8, yeah. I fucking love that thing. It is.
Yeah, we see. Well, I got the button boards
Yeah.
with most of the buttons. Pot and slider boards for her as well. Has that got the heatsink on the back?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
she's there. Oh, fuck her.
Oh yeah.
Just smack myself in the head with a panel.
Because failing that, we could probably put one of my DC controller boards in, and then make it into a remote control for your computer instruments, VSTs and that.
Like I say, there's something about it just makes me smile.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean Jupiter 8's now pretty much out of the purview of everybody, apart from the ones with the spoons in their mouths, really. Although I've seen the price of them drop quite dramatically from where they were going, because I think people were waking up and go, hang on a minute, $35,000 for a Jupiter 8? Nah, don't think so.
Wacko's just made a good point. Wait for a Behringer Jupiter 8 analog clone to come out and stick that inside it.
Yeah, that's that.
Probably won't be long. I think they.
But
were
there again,
working
if we made it a CC controller, you could just plug it into the Roland Cloud one.
Yeah.
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 Bob's your auntie.
Yeah, there you go.
And this one's actually got MIDI ports on the back as well.
You're ready to rock and roll.
There you go.
They've got I think that was from an Encore kit that had been fitted to it, which they work while they're in the centre like that on the silly plate. No, Richard Hilton with his Phantom, that new Phantom that he got, and he tried out the the Jupiter 8 that's built into that.
Yeah.
And it was like, whoa. It was really good.
Well, that's,
Really
that's
good.
why I got the System 8, because
System 8, yeah.
I watched Nick Batt compare it, and
Yeah.
he said, you know, it's as close as you'll get, which is why, you know, that was a big investment for me. So I
Yeah.
bought that.
Yeah. That's why I needed to, you know, Roland really did need to do that because people were really, really attached to the Jupiter 8.
Fucking Robbie sent me something on Facebook Marketplace today. There's a guy selling a Juno X in Exeter for 900 quid. I was like, fuck, I haven't got the money. But yeah, Juno, and it's immaculate. It looks really nice. ACB modelling rare. What is the one they haven't done? Is it the 4 or the 6? Can't remember which one they haven't
They
done.
haven't done the 6.
They haven't done the 6. They need to do
Cherry
the 6.
Audio did.
Yeah.
Mm.
No, they've got pull a 6 out the bag, and then they've got the Trinity, haven't they?
Be nice if they did a JX8P.
Did they did the 3, didn't they?
They did the 3. They haven't
Yeah.
done the 8, or they haven't, or they
No.
10.
Yeah.
Whereas the 10 is pretty much 2 8Ps.
Yeah, Super JX, yeah.
Yeah, the Jupiter 6, that's a funny old girl. Because you look at the boards in that, they had every intention to making that an 8 voice.
That came first or last?
What, the 6? Last.
6. It was last, because it was 4,
Well-
8, 6, yeah.
Yeah, because that was pretty much the birth of MIDI. It was
Yeah.
that and a Prophet 600.
Yeah. Yeah, because what you do is you have a 4-voice board and a 2-voice board, but the 2-voice board is a 4-voice board, just not populated with the other 2 voices. Absolutely identical in every way.
So you could, in theory, populate it.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Which was a lot easier to do because it was all Curtis based rather than the IR based. But when they go wrong, oh my god. They really are.
Oh, Matt, that AI is perfect.
The one I
you
did?
Yeah, the one you did.
I'll
What
tell-
did you use to do that?
Well, it was. I'll have a look. 2.6.
Oh, there is is there indeed? There is a legit 6 voice.
That was done on
Jupiter 6
ChatGPT.
voice.
Okay. Yeah, I think
See
I
that?
need to do one.
There's a legit Jupiter 6 8 voice.
Wow.
Yeah, because what it needs, because in the code on the EPROM, there was even lines of code to get the computer to look for 8 voices instead of 6.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. So I think they decided in the end. Well, maybe price points. It depends on what other, what rivals were doing at the time and at what price. And they're going, oh, if we did an 8-voice version of the Jupiter 6 and have Jupiter 6 as a brand and not relating to its voicing, but relating to it as a synth, just a name, it was just a couple of bits of code you changed and Bob's your auntie. It was an 8-voice.
Okay, now.
Vocals had MIDI. But you had to wait until the Encore came along before you could have CCs to all the controls on the front panel.
Yeah. Homegrown. I wonder how much it would cost to replicate just the audio signal path of a JPA. Somebody was actually trying to reproduce the boards. All of them. I can't remember where I saw it. It came up on a thread because Jeff Toman was his restorations of front panels and things.
Yeah.
And there was a guy who bought a Jupiter 8 and was going to completely restore, and it was a fucking dog when he bought it.
Yeah.
And Jeff had talked him through getting the panel done, which is how I sort of came across it.
Uh-huh.
And then you know how you click on hyperlinks and disappear off down rabbit holes. This thing came up, and the guy was actually working his way through reproducing all the boards for a JP8. New ones. It was like, fucking hell.
Yeah.
But it seemed to have sort of tailed off. It was nothing after about 2 or 3 years ago.
The VCOs in the Jupiter 8 are, I'm trying to remember if they're 3046 or 3086. I think they're 3046. So weirdly, they're the same VCOs that are in the multi-moog,
Right.
essentially, weirdly enough. It was basically using transistors turning on and off to produce the waveforms, you know? It's used in a lot of sense. The SEMs use it. Use the same chip. So does the Prodigy. It's not unusual. And what makes them all sound differently is obviously the way it's geared up with the filters and everything else. So of course in the Jupiter 8 the filters are the Roland filters, the IR whatever, I can't remember the code number. And I think they used in Jupiter 6, I think it was Curtis 3360s for the VCAs. So the Jupiter 6 is probably more closely related to a Prophet 5 from that respect.
Yeah.
Except Prophet 5 was using 3340 SEMs as well. On top of that, so it's all SEM. And it's weird how you can have, like, in some cases you can have the same, almost identical chipsets in two different keyboards, but they have sound completely different from each other.
Yeah.
And it's normally around the filter area, because let's face it, everything goes through the filter, so, or not, as the case may be. So, yeah, reproducing voicing boards for the Jupiter 8. It's certainly doable. Most of the stuff is off the shelf, apart from the Roland filter.
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. I'm sorry, it's something Wags just put. Wags, yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Cora the Corona. Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah, it was a hell of a job he'd taken on. Yeah. Yeah, it reworked. Yeah, because they'd actually sandblasted it badly, and that's how he got involved with Jeff. I think Jeff Toman had sort of talked to him about it.
Yeah.
Because Jeff's done enough of those, hasn't he?
Yeah. Mind you, between you, me, and the gatepost, let's just say there's been a few of these, various reconditioned panels and stuff like that, where once I've got it out of the bubble wrap and everything else and got it on the synth, I end up having to do a lot of corrective work, shall we say, to get it just so.
Yeah.
Normally little things, but things nonetheless. Mind you, it always used to depend on who your customer was.
Yeah.
Some customers were just all right. If it looked good, they were happy. If it sounded good, great, fine, move on. And then I had other customers who were like, oi. Everything had to be absolutely on the button.
Yeah.
And I'd say quite a large percentage of them were German.
Well, yeah.
Because there is the thing about Germans and perfection, I must admit.
Well, yeah.
And, yeah. Or the more rich and famous they were, the less they cared, weirdly.
Yeah.
But you tend to, it doesn't matter whether it was somebody who was rubbing two halfpennies together or it was a multi-millionaire, you tried to make it look and sound as good as possible, because it's your work,
It's your signature in a way, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going out there and it's, behaving on your behalf, as it were.
Yeah.
So the last thing you want is, the Prophet 502 catching fire on stage. Never goes down well.
No. I always found that was a story that Rick Wakeman always told about. He was doing a fucking gig, and Bob Moog was backstage, and he said something to him, and Bob said, it doesn't sound right."
Yeah.
During the interval, he took the fucking thing apart, took the mini mode apart, and it was in bits when they went to go back on stage.
Yeah. Yeah, but there was one where it was a mini mode caught fire. And one of the stagehands just went, "Yeah, I saw it," and just picked up the beer and threw it over it. And it was just all, and then more smoke coming out of it. Oh man!
Another one I'd love to have a look at, because Alex Ball did a video on their Icing, didn't he? Or Icing, whatever the fuck it's called.
Which Jar concert was it where the memory moog failed? And he just kept pushing auto tune, and the rest of the band were waiting in going through a cycle, and he just kept pushing auto tune because there was a couple of voices that wouldn't tune in.
No idea.
I can't remember which one that was now. For God's sake, just move to another keyboard.
Yeah, because he went out on tour. He did a whole tour with a load of stuff, didn't he?
And it's like when they did the that closing ceremony this year.
Yeah.
I'm going, can you see any of those machines working in that much water? Really? Those keyboards were drenched.
I didn't watch it, but I'd heard it was.
It was pouring with rain. Water on all of the keyboards.
Yeah, but that was also the same at Docklands, because that fucking.
That was under a canopy, though.
Was it?
Oh yeah, it'd be
but there
quite.
was wind as well. I mean, it was really bad with the wind.
Yeah, but I mean, this was like no canopy. This is pissing down with rain on everything. You think, there's not a single note dropped out of this bloody track yet. And it's like water, like laying on the front panels. It's like, I don't know about this.
Are you using the force, or are you
Yeah,
just fucking?
you're expecting at least one of the players to suddenly light up, you know, and then drop. You know, keep playing, keep playing.
Oh dear.
Yeah, exactly. Now I know for a fact the VCS3 doesn't like water.
You know
I
for
tell you
a
what,
fact. Go on, how?
Yeah, I tell you what, a VCS3 will go out of tune if it sees a cloud. That's how much it doesn't like water. That's moisture up there. I'm not working properly. I'm sorry.
Bye. Love it.
Oh, mate. Mind you, I was really pleased with that that weight reduction I done on that Macbeth. For who was that for? That Ken Macbeth thing I did. Took it out of its huge case, put it in, made an aluminium case for it. Yeah, fucking hell. Was it Soul Wax?
That sounds about right.
Is it Soul Wax?
I think you said something about that.
Yeah, I took kilos off this thing. I mean kilos. I could pick it up with one hand afterwards. Took me and Fiona to carry it down there.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, just by making this alley case for it. We needed to be as small as possible. It was literally, I think, it ended up being 1.5 inches deep. From nearly a foot. Right down to about 1.5 inches deep.
Bloody hell.
Yeah. Had to rearrange and move some boards around inside, obviously, but
Yeah, a bit of creative.
I made the power supply external, so I made a special box for that as well.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen him in concert anywhere, so I haven't seen it up on stage yet.
It'll happen.
Yeah, at some point. Mind you, I was a bit pissed off with old, what's his name? Oh God. What is it with me and names tonight? You know, the Crash Helmet guys.
Crash Test Dummies?
No.
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 I said Crash Helmet.
Daft Punk.
Daft Punk. Daft Punk, yeah.
I almost said Devo.
They're selling all their old stuff and everything like that again. Really? Do you know how much fucking work I put into all that stuff, you bastards? Yeah, we're selling it on. Oh, great.
Have we heard from Ty recently? Do we know how he is?
He's a busy bee.
Grafton, is he?
Yeah, he's really going for it. And I fear that the directors and what have you are starting to get on his tits a bit.
Oh.
So it had been relatively straightforward and easygoing, and now it's starting to get a little,
Oh dear.
yeah, little bit of fucking about going on. And if there's one thing Ty doesn't do is being fucked about with. Doesn't lay pretty with him.
Well, you can appreciate
Don't bloody
that.
blame him. But he'll get through it because, you know, that's what he's paid to do. But
Yeah.
he could do without it.
Just makes you wonder at what point, where's the cut-off? Where does it not become worth it?
Well, no, there isn't. I mean, you know, you see it through. You see it through as best you can.
Yeah.
Got no choice. But like I said to him on the phone when I spoke to him on, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, I said, well, if you need somebody to come and scream at, I said, just phone me up. Just shout down the phone at me. And I'll shout down the phone back at you, and then you'll feel better.
Exactly.
Just so you can vent, you know?
Yeah.
Because you can't really vent to these people. Because, you know, penultimately, they're going to be responsible for whether you get paid at the end or not.
Yeah.
I think he's put his foot down on a couple of things, but, you know, there's probably only so many of them you can do, you know?
Yeah.
Well, like, for instance, when he's saying about... now, he's got a really, really big, super-duper fast computer with massive drive arrays that transfer, you know, telephone directories per second, right? And a single project, right, for a segment can take up to 15 minutes to load, to give you an idea how big it is.
Yeah.
And doing all that to, like, pull one note out of one instrument?
Well, again, but if he's, you know, if that's what he's...
Yeah, but they're
That's how
not
he
going to hear it because of the sound effects that will be going on at the time,
Yeah, but Ty knows it.
Right.
right? And yeah, but he tells them that, and they're going, "Oh, yeah, but you know, yeah, but because it's still like, but they won't hear that bit because there's got all that fucking volcano shit going off and everything
What
like
was
that."
it?
You know?
Was it the, now? Am I getting the name right? Leland Sklar, who was a bassist, had a
Yes.
fucking had a switch put on his bass that did nothing. So that when the producer said, "Oh, it's slightly different," he just flicked the switch, make sure they'd see it. Did fuck
Yeah.
all, play it again.
Yeah.
Yep, perfect.
Mm.
It's like your mate who did the explosions on, was it Speed 2?
Oh, yeah,
Where they were going, oh, we need it more orange.
yeah.
And, yeah, just,
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, blowing up the tanker at the end.
Yeah, with the cow coming out of it.
Yeah. So, like, fuck you lot. Just have this cow spinning out the explosion.
Yeah. I told Hayley that story when I came home and she was like, what? No. I showed her and she went, fucking hell.
Yeah. Yeah, but it started to become a thing. There was one where they had there was a guy. He was strapped up with a vest bomb, and when he blew up, and it was a huge. They filmed this huge explosion, and the guy put a car tire flying out, right, and it was. It became a thing. So it even made its way. They did it in The Simpsons, where somebody crashes their bicycle and this big car tractor tyre type of thing comes out of the explosion.
I love it.
And they go, it's a thing. And sometimes they put them in just to see if the people that have been giving them grief for the last 12 months notice. Because they seem to notice other things that aren't there, so they start putting things in, see if they notice. And of course they don't. They go through and it's printed and out like that, and going, oops. Don't say anything.
That's what Sir Office has just said. Producers are offers art and exercising control for control's sake. Sometimes, fuck me, I can't speak tonight.
Yeah, it is true. Yeah. But the worst ones are the ones where they feel they need to make a criticism or a critique about something to validate them being there.
Yeah. Gives them a reason for being there.
Yeah. But I need to contribute some in some way, you know. So, and of course, the more chefs, the more chance the broth will be spoiled.
Well, yes, exactly.
And the BBC, they do have quite a few chefs.
Don't they just?
Okay.
You can have like, I mean, some of these programs can have up to 9 directors.
Bloody hell.
And then assistant directors and assistant directors and all this sort of thing. And you go, really?
Let's see. There we go.
Yeah, exactly. If I'm not saying no to something, why am I here?
Yeah. Justify their...
But I think the one thing that will contribute to winding tie up is when he explains something like, you won't hear that because you have something over the top of this, it won't be heard. And then they're not listening. They're not listening to you. They go, no, yeah, but we need to be able to say that. That needs to not be there. It doesn't matter if it's there, because you won't hear it. Because you decided to put this huge explosion over the top of it.
Well, he proved that by Robbie's DX request in the last big one, didn't he?
Well, it was also this thing with he was saying about one of the directors was saying something about this particular thing was too optimistic. I mean, optimistic. Yeah, it needs to be less optimistic. I don't understand what you're getting at. Wait. And this went on for ages, right? But the person couldn't use any other adjective other than optimistic. Okay. So he tried changing things around, and they go, no, it's still a little bit too optimistic. And it's like,
it's just weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
I can't change what it is that's bothering you because you're not telling me what it is that's bothering you, sort of thing. And then it turned out that what had happened was they'd edited the film differently, and the soundtrack was 6 seconds out.
Oh.
And that's why it was sounding optimistic, because once they then moved it and changed it so it fitted, that's why that happens there. Yeah, because this is happening on the screen. And that's why she was going, yeah, it's too optimistic. Not saying, but the dinosaur hasn't done this yet. But the music is indicating that he is. Couldn't say that. Had to say it's too optimistic.
Yeah, just show how intelligent she was. Yeah. Yeah.
So, I don't think, like I've said to Ty on several occasions, I said I really wanted to do things like, right to picture, because I can do it. I can literally sit here, run a piece of video, and I will write to it. Not a problem. Absolutely none. If anything, it's great because I've now got to write something to write to. You see what I mean?
I've never tried.
It's you either can or you can't. You can watch a bit of silent video and go, yeah, I know what this wants. Boom, 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 and do that, right? And I can do it. But after listening to Ty, I'm going, no. Although I could do the right to picture, I'd be just punching people in the face all the time. after a week, I'd just be going back, shut the fuck up, will you? You don't know what you're talking about. So I went, nah, it's probably not for me. So, I don't know. Fortunately, I'm so fucking old now, it doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, it's because it's coming up on our birthdays, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm done now. Finished. All I've got to look forward to is pajamas and socks, and perhaps the odd cup of tea.
I'm not far off it. 54. Mind you, I got a really nice compliment. We were out in Brixham today. Bumped into an old friend and her daughter. Chatting away. And my birthday came up. I said, yeah, I'll be 54 in December. And the daughter looked at me and she went, I never had you down as that old. She said, I thought you was only about 40. And I was like, fucking medal. Yeah, 54. Fucking hell.
Yeah. I tell you what pissed. Do you know what pissed me off?
Go on.
Was when I was going, right, my birthday's next month. I said, Fiona, I said, oh, birthday. This was a couple of months ago. And I said, oh, it's my birthday in 3 months, isn't it? She went, yeah. I went, wow, 61. She went, yeah, what about it? I went, oh, 61. She goes, yeah, that was your last birthday. This one's 62.
What
year
were you born?
62.
Yes, 62 this year.
Yeah.
Because I remember last year you got a little bit baffled by it.
Yeah. And she goes, no, you're 62 this December. I went, really? And she goes, see, you are getting old, aren't you? I went, yeah.
We're all
62, Christ almighty. And do you know what really does my head in? I am now 22 years older than my dad ever was. And I remember, actually, on my 40th birthday, it's like, fucking hell. My dad was actually still young.
I had that when I hit 50, because my granddad didn't live past the age of 49, never met him.
Yeah.
I was convinced that he was still going to have outlived me. So when I hit 50, it knocked me sideways.
Yeah.
Absolutely knocked me sideways. So.
Yeah, but the thing is, Manny, some people just don't look their age. That's the thing. You can be 62 and not look it.
Yeah.
Whereas I look in the mirror in the morning and go, fucking hell. You sure it's only 62? Jesus.
I'll be 41 next month.
You can fuck off and all.
I can't.
No, I can remember a time when you go,
Can't reach
oh,
that far.
God, it's 41 next month. It's the end of my life. I can remember those days. Now I'm looking back going, oh, to be 41 again. Oh, back in my day.
Yeah. Hayley winds me up because she's only 43.
Yeah.
Right, old man. Fuck off. Cow.
Yeah, well. Love those growly sounds.
What is that, Justin?
So this is on loan from a friend of mine, bass player in one of my other bands. That's a Studio Electronics SE1X.
Right.
It's a digitally controlled analog synth, so everything can be MIDI controllable.
Nice.
I was asking him about it at the last band practice. He's like, "You want to try it?" I'm like, "I'd love to. I'd like to see what it's all about." It does sound good. Like you can get nice and low with it. All architecture is very similar to a Mini, but it goes like far beyond that. Don't have as many waveforms, but with the pulse wave, you have pulse width modulation, which makes up for like those 2 or 3 extra waveforms on the Mini. And you can combine them. So there's triangle, sawtooth, and pulse. So if I were to combine, there's the triangle, there's the pulse. It kind of thins it out a little bit, but if I add in a couple of things, it gives it some extra only thing is there's a couple of little, if I go too far to the left on the Hydra, it stops tracking pitch. Kind of a bit of a disappointment, especially when you get up into some of the higher registers. You can see it stop tracking like right around there. That kind of stuff. But if you can, I said it, I did a video on it last night. If you can kind of work around some of the limitations it has, it's a really good sounding instrument. The other thing is the filter cutoff is not smooth at all. And if I take that resonance all the way into self-oscillating and then move the frequency, you can hear it. And then it kind of jumps around a little bit. Not really noticeable if you have the resonance down and you've got your oscillators on. It's really noticeable when you crank that resonance up.
Resonance is one of those things that will always show up.
Yeah.
Any form of digital pop.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like I said, other than that, as far as modulation goes, you have 3 LFOs and you have 4 envelopes. So envelopes 1 and 2 default to filter and amp. Envelopes 3 and 4 can be assignable. So you could assign like envelope 3, I think, is assigned to the pitch on oscillator 2. That's envelope 1.
What's the matter?
And then I think envelope 4 defaults to the pitch of oscillator 3, and both of those can be hard synced to oscillator 1.
Ken,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wagoo's asked a question in the chat. Anyone know what happened to Dom's code 8/Omega 8? Did that ever come up?
No idea. I didn't see it this end at all. If anybody knows, it would be Ty.
Yeah.
He'd be the man to ask.
So, when he was on last, he said he'd picked up a load of stuff, or the last of the stuff from Dom's.
Yeah.
Did it not all sell?
Well, there was lots of stuff, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Just little bits and bobs and things. So what he did, bless him, was bought the lot.
Right.
off of her so she could have the the money, because they need to get this all cleared so they can get
Yeah.
out of the house and everything like that.
Yeah.
So he bought all this stuff that he didn't need, and he's holding on to it. But as to what it is, little things, bits and bobs and doobies and whatnots.
Yeah.
Whether there's an Omega in that lot, I would say, if I was being realistic about it, I wouldn't have said was there. I think that would have gone early.
Because Wade says it wasn't. He didn't. He can't remember seeing it on the spreadsheet.
It might be because it was already promised out,
Yeah.
possibly. I don't know for sure, because I don't know how it came about, but I ended up with Dom's Lyra, and I think technically it was given to me, but I didn't need it, and I'll be honest with you, didn't really get on with it. So when Ty said, "You know what, where Dom's Lyra is," I said, "Oh, it's here." He goes, "Oh, okay." I said, "Do you want it?" He went, "Well, it's yours, isn't it?" I said, No, it's not. It's Dom's." So take it back, because they obviously they needed the money.
Yeah.
Because they got to, cause suddenly their lives are, So I said, "Yeah, no, just take it back."
Yeah.
So there you go. But yeah, I mean, there's probably the stuff that remains is probably lots of little bits and bobs and things like that. I think there's a Tamberwolf, I think, amongst all that lot. But who wants to? I mean, seriously, who wants to buy a Tamberwolf?
Exactly.
Really? So there was a couple of people who had gone round, and apparently they were taking a piss a bit in terms of what they were offering.
Wow.
So yeah, it happens, doesn't it?
Yeah, not good.
But I think they were given short shrift. So yeah, So it's probably things like cables, maybe the odd module, perhaps. I don't know. Because I don't think when Ty was putting the list together, they didn't know everything that was there at that time anyway.
Yeah, I remember going back in my head, how much of a job it was. How the fuck Ty's done all that, I don't know.
Yeah. But, also doing this and trying to get on with his dinosaurs as well. You know what I mean? So, which I think is why in the end it was in his interest to just buy everything and just bring it all back and
Because
stick it in the studio.
There's no time on it then, is there? It's as and when you can deal with it.
Well, Wags, I think I think there is that other Timberwolf still in that collection that's at Ty's place. If you are seriously thinking about going for one of them.
No, if anything's going to break the space-time continuum, that fucking 8 voice would.
Yeah, that 8 voice.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, isn't it?
Yeah. It'll come to us all eventually, that sort of thing, though, isn't it? That's the reality of it.
Well, yeah. Well, because I remember when Dad died, it was terrible. It was, from a financial point of view, it was a gun to the head. Because both my mum and my dad were working. And when we got home from school, my nan used to come over and she used to sit with us. And it was fine. So my dad was working, my mum was working. We were, by all standards, well off. We were the first people in the road to have a colour television kind of thing. That kind of bullshit, right? And, like I say, he got up to answer the door to the milkman one Saturday and just dropped down dead on the floor. Then my mum had a nervous breakdown from it all. So she wasn't going to work. So suddenly there's no money coming into the house. And it was the funny thing was, well, not funny, but you know it's like, he had bought a new car, brand new car. It was a brand new Honda Civic. It literally just come out, the new thing, right? And he was taking delivery of it on the Monday, and he'd never owned a new car in his life. He was really looking forward to this. And then what he was doing was taking us to Europe for 6 months to just drive around and just have a 6-month holiday. Told the school, well, we're fucking off, don't worry about it. And so that was all happening, and then didn't. So the car had to go back. Suddenly there was no money for electricity bills and food and stuff like that. It just went to zero. And then it stayed like that for years. So, at least, I assume that Dom would put a fair wedge aside. So hopefully they will be okay. The house was far too big for just her and Boo. Not Boo, sorry, Luna May. So, hopefully they will be okay.
That should be.
Yeah.
Should be. I mean, the most recent picture I've seen of Lula May, she looks like she's doing all right. They put up, I think it was her 13th birthday. Fucking 13.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, she lost her dad same age as me. And it'll probably have an effect on her, even though she thinks, she's, not moved on, but you know what I mean, sort of like trying to get back to normal. But
there's always going to be
it's
something.
there.
It's
there and going on, eating at you for one reason or another.
Well, this is a similar thing we're having with Lit at the minute. Is because we're starting to see the effects of her brother passing away. Because she's just, it's almost like she buried it for.
Yeah.
And we're now starting to see the effects of what happened, and it's it's not been good. So now we're working on getting the correct sort of grief counselling and shit like that. So
yeah,
but yeah, she regularly sort of, just drops a little comment, and it's just like, oh, poor little sod, you're really feeling it, aren't you? You know what I mean? It's just not it's how they say it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Oh yeah. No, well.
Yeah. Yeah. It's I like I say, it's I don't know how they've all got through it. I don't know how you got through it. I don't know how Lula May got through it. It's
we don't really have a lot of choice.
I think that's it.
It just happens, doesn't it? Just,
you have to, don't you?
Washes over and you go with the flow. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of people saying you just adapt because you have to.
Yeah,
I suppose so. I bet in a lot of ways I've been very fortunate. I haven't lost many people in my life. So that said, got a message today saying that I'd lost one of my neighbours from 10 years ago when my ex-wife buggered off. Obviously you can appreciate me and Tracy been together for a long time.
Yeah.
Big life changing, and this particular neighbour was really, really good. Just checking in on me, make sure I was all right.
Yeah.
And I found out she passed away last night. So yeah, tough.
Yeah. There are very few certainties in life, but that's one of them.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Anyway, that's the maudlin part of the show over, guys.
I tell you what, though, you see where that tile's come down?
Yes.
Come up there, right? No tile hit the floor.
Lily?
It's in 30,000 pieces on the landing. That was didn't have a chance. Didn't stand a chance.
Bless her.
So, whereas now, she just goes up and sniffs it and goes, yeah, all right, it walks on.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, yeah, not
You
interested.
don't need to
Yeah.
do anymore. Yeah.
Little moo. I'm going, oh, I got some spare ones somewhere. Somewhere?
Garage.
No, attic, I think. I've got a load up in the attic. Because I was up there for... What was I getting at? I was up there for something I needed. And I'm going, I really must do something about all these keyboards up here.
Well, yeah, I've not been up there. Ian's been up, hasn't he, in the attic?
Yes, yes. Yeah. So, I mean, the Polymoog signed by Bob is up there.
Fucking hell.
So I got that just because it's signed by Bob.
Hmm.
But my...
Just because, yeah.
Yeah, just because. But my... oh, God, what's it called now? My...
Transcendent?
No. Well, yeah, that's up there. No, my Logan String Melody 2 is up there.
Your motif is up there, isn't it?
No, it's down here now.
Oh, okay.
It's in the built-in wardrobe in the bedroom.
Oh, okay.
Gets pulled out on the bed every now and again. I can't be arsed.
Yeah, I've heard
Just in
that.
case you get that little bit
Yeah.
of inspiration.
Feel
I don't
like-
going all the way to the studio.
Yeah, so
It's
like
too far.
I feel like writing, but don't really feel like getting up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's, mind you, having that across your lap. Oh, bloody hell, do you know about it after a while? God, they're heavy.
End up with no legs for 5 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, 'cause I was thinking, I probably will need to get that down at some point. Or, I'll tell you what I should do. In there, I've got my Roland VP330 in there. Because the String Melody 2 up there is permanently connected to my 1970 something or other vintage stone phaser. So that's my Oxygen Equinox string synth up there. My Blade Runner-y string synth is over here in this cupboard. I must pull them out. I think. Get them fired up. It's nothing like the smell of burning dust. It's so nostalgic. I think we also... Oh, the K2000's up there. I'm still meaning to bring the K2000 down again, actually. It occurred to me I miss it.
Yeah, I need to get another one. I wonder, it's like...
Yeah, it does.
I've
I
got
think
these
there's something wrong with the
quarter
volume on the
cents,
VP.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I tell you what's wrong with the volume, master volume on the VP330. It isn't there. It needs another pot, but it's a very weird pot, and it's one of those stereo ones. It's a double depth pot. So I'm going, oh shit, I need to get one of them from somewhere. I think I know where there is one, funny enough. Might have to borrow it. Give it a couple of repairs. Get her up and kicking.
Yeah, do something for yourself for a change. Get your orbits working.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, it's like a bloody busman's holiday, though. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but you got to look at it, not what you're doing; it's the payoff. It's getting back something that's yours that's working.
Yeah, but
Yeah, you're
honest
not-
to God, even just going down to the workshop to grab the soldering iron and stuff to do it, it's like, oh God, this is so familiar.
Yeah, but again,
More of the same. Oh, hang on.
think about the payoff.
I've just
That's my.
Pulled myself out.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, for God's sake. Now, I just spent 45 seconds trying to plug my headphones into a knob. Because I thought it was the adapter. I go, oh wait a minute, that's not the adapter. That's the volume control. Hang on, it must be further along.
Mine's here. Sits on my desk because when I
Yeah,
do
exactly. Yeah.
put my mic up and start singing just for fun, I need to be able to move and hear. So I've got.
Yes.
I think I've got a 3 meter extension on my headphones.
Oh, ooh. Ooh.
Hello.
Ooh. Ooh, it's getting all wobbly. There we go. Oh, it's gone over there now. Come back. There you go. Yes.
Excuse me, I need to go to the loo.
Where'd he go? Where do we go? Yeah. Andy!
Hey guys, what's up? Did you fix those 8 voices?
You like it almost. I think be able to knock it on your head tomorrow. How's your cold?
Oh, it's basically gone. It's just lung butter for days because it
Yeah,
takes a while
it
to
may.
get it out of your system.
I think this one really hangs around.
The last one I had did too, so I'm not used
Yeah.
to it. It's just one of those things.
I think I'm into my 3rd week, and it's very much there in the mornings anyway.
Mm.
And it's like, bit icky.
Yeah, it's no fun, but hey, it's better than something worse. So
Yeah, that's
still
true.
got lucky. Still didn't get COVID after all this bullshit. And with RFK in charge of the health services now, just wait until we get 0 vaccines. Those fuckers are going to screw the whole thing up. Got a conspiracy theorist who has nothing about science. He has no science background at all. He's a lawyer.
Uh-huh.
And Trump put him in charge of all the health stuff. Can you believe that?
I don't disbelieve anything anymore, to be honest.
A sexual predator is going to be attorney general. We have a
Well, that's nothing new. We've done that a couple of times.
No, but he's soon to be outed by the House until he dropped out, so he can't be pursued. They were going to open a case on him officially to oust him.
Well, isn't that what a lot of this is based around?
Trump's a convicted.
Yeah, helping people get out of shit.
He's in the right company, right?
Yeah. Because there's some very weird choices.
Is very important, right? We don't want, with COVID still an issue, we don't want the vaccines to be fucked with. We don't want clean air, clean water to be screwed with. He's going to take fluoride out of the water because he thinks it turns kids gay. He's the one with the gay frogs thing, right? So the frogs are turning gay because of what we put in the water. This guy's I know it's not correct, but RFK is retarded. All right, he should not be given any power whatsoever. He's a loon. Plus, he also sounds like a loon when he talks because of his brain worm and his throat issue, and it's just unbelievable.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
It's just it's if it weren't going to get worse, it would be funny, but it's going to get worse.
Mind you, I think we took fluoride out of the water here.
So it helps a couple things. It helps keep the water somewhat clean in areas where maybe they're not the best at keeping it clean. It also helps with your with tooth decay in young folks, who don't brush their teeth maybe, or don't use fluoride toothpaste or whatever.
No, we didn't. Oh, okay. I thought there was something about taking or reducing the amount of fluoride in the water because there was some sort of ill effect associated with it.
Yeah, it's the.
I only heard about it.
Over. So we're going to have complete idiots who have no science background, no medical background, making decisions. And they're going to screw up the EPA. They're going to screw up the FDA.
Oh dear.
They're going to screw up pretty much everything.
Yes. No, I think the coup d'etat may occur when the 4 years are up. You might find that there's something in place that might, well, not exactly catch people out, but certainly come as a surprise to some people.
It's just, idiots like Elon Musk talk about meritocracy when, again, he's not a scientist, he's not a physicist, he's not an engineer, yet he wants to take credit for stuff. And now we have these idiots who want to be in charge of stuff, again, with no credentials, no real background. It's not a meritocracy. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. But they have the power, so what are you going to do?
Yeah.
The lunatics have taken over the asylum, as the saying goes.
Yeah. Oh, well.
So hopefully they'll screw up so badly that's the reverse next time. Damage will be reversible.
Well, it may resolve itself. But
well, that's usually we do have these
cost?
cycles where we go extreme right, extreme left, extreme right. So.
Yeah.
But my favorite is all the crying people out there now who voted and thought they were voting for economy mainly. Just I want the economy better, even though it's not bad. It's just it has some problems, but it's pretty decent actually. But then they're realizing the tariffs and a bunch of other stuff are going to fuck them over. And they're going to lose their affordable care. And they're going to lose a bunch of other stuff that they didn't think was going to be touched. It's like, didn't you read anything before you voted for this guy? Yeah. Didn't you watch any of his speeches? He's going to deliver on the promises he already said he was going to do. So a bunch of people are, and so family members are disowning people for the holidays. They're not inviting them for home for Thanksgiving or Christmas. They're not talking to them on social media. It has a major backlash right now.
God.
So there's a price to pay.
Yeah.
And my favorite is the Behringer fans who are all over YouTube these days talking nonsense. And they also, a lot of those guys also voted for him. And guess what's going to happen with Behringer prices? The tariffs are going to drive them up.
Yeah.
They won't be as cheap as they used to be.
Yeah. Well, we kind of did something similar to ourselves anyway. So
yeah, we're not alone for sure, but it's pretty fucking bad.
Well, I suppose it'd be like a soft version of that, but nonetheless, it's left its mark.
Yeah.
And now we're talking about
affect you,
getting
right?
back
you
in.
have to get parts from here, right? So the tariffs are going to fuck up your business.
Yeah, well. Yeah, I mean, when the romance with analog dies off, which it will have to do at some point, then it will become.
Well, especially with scarcity of chips, right? Then you say recently they're impossible to get now.
Yeah, it's like I got on one of the 8 voices, one of the keyboard controller boards. As far as I know, I think I fixed it now. I just
this is what you said on Ranty, right? The thing you held up, you said it was super rare.
Yeah, and it got one more IC to go, and once this IC goes in, it should be done. Boom, boom, right? But when I ordered them, they had 2. They sent me 2, but I needed 3. So they said they will send me another one when they find one.
Yeah.
So that's where I am now. That just sits there and waits now for this one IC to turn up. I'm pretty sure there's another synth that has one of these 4030s in. But I'm trying to remember what it is, and I'm trying to remember if I may have one of those boards knocking around the garage somewhere. And all right, it's a second-hand chip, but it'll get it working. It'll be as old as all the other chips in it.
Was this new old stock, or what was this?
Yeah, this is new old, yeah.
Yeah.
And because at one time a day, I'd contact Cricklewood and say, oh, can I have 10, 40, 68s? And they go, yep, sure. And, next day they were there. Now you say, can I have 10, 40, 68s? Yeah. And then this is it. And you get 5 turn up. They go, we'll send you the other 5 when we find some.
Wow.
Okay. So, mm,
The only place you'll find him now is to give Karen the boatman some coins. You know, maybe he'll bring some back from somewhere else.
yeah, exactly. Thing is, I don't think there is anywhere else now.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Because I mean, a lot of the places like Cricklewood, they said they're they're buying stock from people in Iceland and Norway and you know Siberia or wherever the demand wasn't very high, and they still have
Sure.
old stock knocking around. And so if they're getting them from there now, I mean, how much longer can this go on?
How much do you suspect was actually trashed at some point when people didn't want to stock it anymore?
Oh, buckets and buckets and skip
Yeah.
loads of it.
As
Loads
usual.
of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when I was talking to Dusty about what Yamaha did in, was it 95? They had the big warehouse clearance. And they were doing that transition as well, where they were going from, where the hell was it? Somewhere to Milton Keynes or to this new industrial park. But it was this big move. And they went, oh, why are we taking all this stuff with us? We might as well just throw all this stuff away. And, you know, then we just have what we're working on and what we'll be working on from then at the new warehouse. So they were throwing out, you know, brand new CS80 front panels. You know, just it's like, you know, GS1, VL tone, you name it, whatever parts they had, they just skipped the bloody lot.
Yeah.
You know, whole M boards for the CS range. Just, yeah, boxes of them, just throwing them away. Who's going to want these now? And it's like,
Crazy.
yeah. So, and then we'll end up with this very weird situation where you'll have a VMA or an ad up on eBay, and you'll have non-working CS80, 30 grand.
Yeah. With hardly any hope to get it working, maybe at some point, because rarity.
Yeah.
Parts.
Or maybe repairable to a single 8 voice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or repairable to a 4 voice one. Because all we had to do is put the jumpers on the cast board, say I only played 4, you know?
Can you take Sims apart and get the equivalent stuff out of there?
Yeah, but I mean, at one time a day you'd buy, you know, say you had a very badly beaten up CS80, you bought a CS60 for a couple £100, and you had a bag of parts for the 80, or buy 2. You had you even had the ribbon controller as well. The only thing you didn't have was the OE1 and 2 boards, which was the chorus and vibrato boards.
Yeah.
That's all that wasn't in there. And of course you could use those as pedals, you know, post output. So it wouldn't be the end of the world. But you could get these things for pence, you know, in comparison. Not now. What's a CS60 now?
Hey, those SEM reissues that were out for a while, the brand new stuff, are those compatible at all? Or are they totally
No,
different?
not in the slightest. No,
Wow.
not
Totally
even
different.
vaguely. Yeah.
So it's just on the outside they look similar, but everything else is different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, they were sort of like a doffed cap nod to the original, and that was all.
How would you say they sounded in comparison?
They were close. Some of them were good. Some of them were good. Some of them, you know, you relied on the image in front of you to conjure up the difference.
Right. Yeah.
And some of them were quite good. But in terms of interchangeable, no. And I mean, you know, that's the economic business model, isn't it?
This is where VSTs win in the end, I guess, right? Because you can emulate OSs forever. So a good VST is a good thing these days.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, it's been exactly the same with computing as well. As you say, you know, with old motherboards compared to new. You know, like a guy's got what was it I found up in the attic actually? It's right at the back. It was I don't know why I've kept it. It's an old whatnot board, motherboard. I'm trying to remember the name of them now. But it's a Pentium 1. And I don't know why I've kept it. And I got bloody hell. I remember when
It's
they
like a
were,
Pentium, what is it, 90, is it 90 megahertz or what it was?
No, and it was I think it was a 133.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
It was a top notch 133.
Okay.
In
I remember
this
the Pentium 90
huge
as
black
well, so.
plastic, case with and the special slot and all that. And because I think there was a 233 as well, which was the very, very expensive one. I think it was like $2,000 for the chip or something. And I was looking at that going, yeah. Imagine trying to find a board for one of them now. Yeah,
This one,
about
Weird Al made
about
the,
96. That
Weird
sounds
Al
about
made
right.
that song parody. It's all about the Pentium's baby.
Mhm.
That's of the Benjamins.
Oh, 233 is the Pentium 2. Right, thank you.
Yeah, 233.
Yeah, it's all vague. It's all vague. I think I was upgrading CPUs weekly at some point. I was like, oh, new one. Must have the next fastest one. It's gone up that much, counting the frame rates in NASCAR racing. Oh, it's gone up by 2 frames a second. Yes.
My
Yeah,
favorite
a
line.
good meme back then would have been Pentium with the frying pan handle on it.
Yeah, pretty much. My favorite line in that song is like the very last line in like the last verse where he says, "Play me online, will you know that I'll beat you? If I ever meet you, I'll control alt delete you."
There you go. Yeah.
Oh, mate. And then AMD's come on the scene. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, but they got really hot. There was if the heat
Yeah.
sinks were popping off of those a little bit, or the compound wasn't
Yeah.
working, they would
Yeah,
fry
yeah,
on
yeah.
the spot. It was brute force engineering.
And then I got into dual processor boards. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
That was because of Lightwave, not because of gaming or anything. That was
Sure.
Lightwave. Lightwave was going, you got more? You got any more? Have you got any more?
Problem back then is the memory, because like on a Mac you could easily have gigs of RAM back then, and on a PC you couldn't.
Yeah.
So that was always a main factor. Is you can throw power at it, but your memory is still limiting.
I do remember the time when there was a RAM shortage, and the price of RAM went through the roof
Oh yeah.
one summer,
Yeah.
and it
Oh, yeah.
never really. It went once everything caught up. There was a fire or something in China or something like that.
When I got my Power Mac 9500 back when I was working at Apple, I got someone who I was a contractor, so I got an employee to give me their discount.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And it had 12 DIMM slots in it. To populate that thing for 12 DIMMs was about, I think, like $4,000 or something. So more than the cost of the computer to put a bunch of memory in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there was probably a point where the processors on the 3D cards were more powerful than the ones sitting on the motherboard.
Yeah.
I think for a while. I think.
Did you ever have one of those like Dell workstations for a while, under the higher end stuff for 3D?
No, they were always just out of my financial reach.
Because the real pain in the ass period was RAM bus. I don't know if you use RAM bus. Rims and crims. Holy shit, were those annoying. You had you basically, like the old days where you had to have parity for memory. You couldn't just put random things in the address.
Yes, that's
So
right.
you had to have continuity. So there's rims and then continuity rims called crims.
Yeah.
So every slot had to be populated with some kind of a dummy board if you didn't buy memory outright for all the slots.
Yeah.
And they were flaky as hell. You could like bump your case and all of a sudden it would crash.
Yeah.
Because I don't know the way they seated or just, I don't know, something was weird about them. So we had guys running Pro Engineer, serious CAD stuff, solid modeling stuff for lasers and stuff. And they were constantly having blue screens and reboots and stuff from these stupid Rambus systems. It was a pain in the ass.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I mean, I can remember even some of the old, literally some of the home circuit boards where the motherboards where you go, you can have 4 meg in this slot, but if you want 8 meg in this slot, you have to have 8 meg in that slot as well.
Yeah.
But if you put the 4 in the third slot, you've got to have a 4 in the fourth.
Yeah, there were periods where you had to have parity.
And all that sort of, yeah.
Yeah.
And so,
It was all over the bloody shop. And ideally, and they had to be matched, and they had to have the same speed and all this.
You'd have the same nanoseconds and all that stuff.
Yeah. And then there was a period when you couldn't overclock anything by so much as a cycle without it falling over.
Oh, I
Yeah.
had a Celery, Intel Celeron,
Mm.
and I overclocked the shit out because I couldn't afford a P3 at the time. They were too
Yeah.
expensive. And I built my own
Yeah.
system. So I said, I'll just get a Celeron, overclock it to the equivalent amount of a P3. And it was great for
Mm.
games and stuff, but it only lasted for about a year and then it died because
Yeah, it just burnt out, yeah.
Mm.
You take the heatsink off, there's just
But
this
by then-
hole in the board.
by then the P3 was cheap, so I was able to replace it with a real P3. I was just where I was. It was perfect.
Yeah, mate. Because I remember buying a Voodoo card and then buying games that supported Voodoo. Even games I didn't even like. Didn't care, it supported Voodoo, put them on.
We also had Voodoo SLI, right?
Well, this is it.
Yeah.
Saving up for that second Voodoo card was a lot quicker than what it cost me to save up to buy the first Voodoo card. Because the price of them dropped like bloody bricks really quickly.
Yeah.
But I remember SLI and my 2 Voodoos together. It's like, how much faster did it go? Oh, it's not a lot, is it? Only went up a little bit. It's just that you could have a bigger res, higher res, that's all. Didn't get faster at all.
Yeah. Well, it came down to lots of things, right? I mean, how Windows is handling it, the individual game itself, or 3D app or whatever.
Yeah. It turned out 9 times out of 10 DirectX was fucking everything up in the background.
Yeah.
And we had to wait for, what was it, DirectX 7 before things really started to even out a bit.
Yeah,
Something like that.
DirectX 9 was good.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that was a long time coming, though. Because I was never a console person. I used them. I bought a Mega Drive for my nephew, and then I just kept him up to date with whatever next console came out. So the following Christmas, you get the next one, and so forth and so forth. I thought, yeah, I'm not going to be into them. But I must admit, the PlayStation 4 won me over. And then I got this 5 and the VR and all the business. But even then, I only ever played one game on it. So. But then I think I only ever ended up playing just racing games anyway. Doing the racing simulations.
Hmm.
What game were you playing on that, Kent?
On the 5, I played Gran Turismo.
Oh, okay.
But against people rather than... I was always playing with...
Multiplayer, yeah.
Yeah, in multiplayer. So when...
You ever got the VR hack and slash sword games where you can cut people up like a gladiator and stuff?
No, it's never...
Pretty fun, actually.
When it comes to hack and slash and stuff like that, I was... that would be Atari ST, and that would be Barbarian.
Oh, there was a game on the Apple II, probably on Commodore as well, called Biles Toad. It was a top-down 2 armored knights hacking and slashing. You could cut arms off. It's like the Black Knight and Monty Python. And you can cut limbs off and all kinds of stuff. It's funny.
Yeah.
Very primitive, but parents saw it and got mad because there's blood in it. So.
I mean, I used to play, obviously, like Half-Life. I mean, played Half-Life to death.
Oh, yeah.
Half-Life 2, Crisis 2, and all those sort of games. And I mean, absolutely played them to death. But then when a decent internet connection became available to me, and then we discovered that you could play, things like Battlezone and Unreal Tournament and stuff like that. Oh, that was it, mate.
Quake.
Yeah, Quake and stuff like that. It was just out online battling forever. Couldn't get enough of it. So,
gentlemen, I'm going to take my leave.
All right, dear.
And I will catch
Where
up
are you
with
taking it?
Hopefully to bed.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you work fast.
I don't fuck about.
Wow. What a smooth operator.
Yeah, you don't hang about that one.
Right, good to see you.
All right, darling.
Yeah.
Take care.
Oh, by the way, how's Hayley?
Okay, I'll let you know privately.
Yeah, no, sure. Just as long
Yeah,
as
she's all right.
don't need the details, babe. Just
Yeah, no, yeah, a bit of bad news today, but we'll get there.
all right, mate.
All right, buddy.
All right, cool. As long as she...
All right.
All right, there.
Yeah, I'll keep my eyes on it. Don't worry.
Good man.
All right, I'll see you all later.
See you later, fruit, mate. Oh, will you stop being so talented?
I can't help it. I'm sorry.
Damn you,
What
sir.
thing you were playing this morning you said had tracking issues.
Oh, that was the SE1X.
Oh, that was it.
So-
Okay.
So I can only, depending on how you have your oscillators tuned,
Mm.
you can only go like so far, down. And unfortunately, I think it has to do with this instrument more so than this. And like I said, I can't go below, let's see. I can't go below this E right here. So that's like the absolute minimum I can go right now, the way that I have this tuned. But one really cool thing that I have it set up as low note priority. So just like a mini, which means I play a chord, you're going to hear the low note every time. So, just because I'm a genius, like, all right, why don't I mix the Hydra in that plays Polly?
Yeah.
You just kind of have to be careful how you're letting off, but now I can keep a bass line with my left hand. Stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I do something here. I've got a setup where I've got a bass synth and it's doing low note priority, so I can add that extra. So I'm doing big chords, but I've got that big bass note down on the bottom key, and just making sure that it's always the last key to be lifted, but the first key to be pressed.
Right.
Kind of
Yeah. It would be kind of the same thing if I set this to high note priority. Then I can play like melody lines and then chords with.
Yeah.
I actually did that once with my my Model D and then the DeepMind 12. Because the Model D, you can you have a way to switch the note priority from low, which is the default, to high or to last note priority. You can do it on the hardware, but you can also do it through the I think you can do it through the Synth Tribe app. So what I used to do was use the DeepMind 12's polychord. So chord memory, but you can have a different chord on every note.
Right.
So like you play a C, that would be your C major, your D minor, E7, different chords. So I actually figured out a way to get to put these chords in where the top note was kind of the melody, and putting the Model D into high note priority, I could get it while I was playing, with the chord memory. I could get it to play a melody along with what chords I was playing. Yeah, I sold my DeepMind 12. I don't know. If I get another one, I'll probably just get the desktop. But I have a problem with like anything less than 5 octaves.
Yeah.
Especially
I
on a
can relate to that. Yeah. Yeah, well, to be honest with you, a polysynth shouldn't be less than 5 octaves.
Yeah, no.
Really.
No. You hear that sequential? How come you made your point 6 only 4 octaves?
Ah, now. There you go.
That's the problem, though. Is a lot of these companies want to make something that's desktop ready for your computer and also portable.
Yeah.
They have to make them shorter.
Yeah, and it's hard. It's hard to do where, especially me, where I want to play like these big chords. It's that kind of stuff's impossible to do on a 4-octave instrument.
Although I've seen some
Yeah.
people on like a microKORG and get really good with the octave switch buttons,
Yeah.
and it's
Yeah.
like seamless. They're so good
Yeah.
at adapting to that. It doesn't matter that it's too short. You know, it's just crazy.
Yeah.
There's a whole
My
Another
problem-
talent to learn. Yeah.
Yeah, my problem with that was the mini keys, although I can play a PSS 270 no problem. But the other thing with the microKORG is I felt like it felt like the action was way too stiff compared to the microKORG XL, which had a completely different key bed in it. That one felt nice to play, but like you really needed some strength to, to play that microKORG. Like the keys just felt stiff, and
It had legs, though. I mean, the damn thing is
did.
still out there in one form or another. It's an
Yeah.
old synth.
Well, it's kind of based on the MS-2000 architecture, if
It's
I
the
remember
same.
correctly.
Yeah, it's the
it's
same thing. So
yeah,
you
it's the same
can have
thing.
presets that even are the same,
Yeah.
essentially. Which is why I like the MS-2000B better, because it
Yeah.
sounded different, had more options.
Then you can take, let's say you had the keyboard and the desktop, you can put them in odd and even mode if you MIDI them together, and then you get an 8-voice system.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Elisa's had the Micron and the Ion,
Yep.
and they're the same architecture. Obviously, more control surface for Ion. The
Yeah.
Micron had a few steps they added that the Ion could not do,
Right.
like the performance mode, where you could actually have like 4 different things going on at once, all from the same key bed, with zones, and it was very, very clever, actually.
Clever, but I would imagine very challenging to pull off on a 3-octave key bed.
Not when you adapt to it, though. I mean,
Yeah.
if you're strictly old school and have to have things a certain way, then yeah, you're kind of screwed. But if you're malleable, you can do whatever the hell you want, right? So,
Yeah, or if it's like your first, foray into synthesis, and you just, and you've got a style, of playing where you play really, really simple parts, like say, most of the Cars stuff, like that could very easily be done on, a 37-note keyboard with a couple of splits.
I mean, look at Vince Clarke. He could have had everything at his disposal. Yet a lot of his videos, he's demoing stuff from a CZ101
Yeah.
with mini keys.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I had a 101 for a few years. I mean, I just wasn't using it enough.
They're good. They're just not as good as the CZ1. The architecture is pretty simple.
Yeah, I love the CZ1.
CZ1's great because you have aftertouch.
Well, you
velocity.
got two layers, velocity and aftertouch, a nice key bed.
It is,
from
yeah,
what I
it's good.
remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd probably be the only Casio I'd ever want to own would be a CZ1.
The CZ5000 added a sequencer.
Well, I think
which is
that
kind of nice.
Was it the same architecture as the one, or was it a single layer?
Same exact thing. They had
Okay.
CZ1, CZ3000, CZ5000. 3000 was somewhere in the middle. CZ1000 was weird because
it was
full-size
essentially CZ101.
A giant CZ101.
Yeah. Then there was another one, the 230S, which was basically a 1000 with speakers.
Yeah.
Then you had the 3000. Then you had the 5000, which I thought was the 3000 with a sequencer.
But supposedly Jean-Michel Jarre had a 5000 for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was doing with it, but
yeah,
he had that one of everything, I guess. So
yeah.
But yeah, the CZ1 and for the longest time you heard decent sounds from a CZ1, but then you get someone like Don Solaris who knows what the fuck he's doing,
Yeah,
And he made a
exactly.
demo years ago that still holds up. It's all CZ1, and it's a wonderful demo.
Oh yeah.
It's like, that's a CZ1? Holy shit!
Oh yeah.
You know.
Well, I would say the same thing about like Manny with the FM stuff. Like
Oh
when you
yeah,
hear
he
what
can do
he
that in his
does with
sleep.
that,
So
you
yeah,
wouldn't
exactly.
believe. Like if you put him in front of a DX7, you know, or whatever, and you heard some of the sounds he was doing, you would not believe that that was a DX7.
Yeah, once you've
Um,
mastered something like that, you can just do the hell you want.
oh
I
gosh,
mean, there are
yeah.
limitations of the board, but you know.
Hmm. Oh yeah. Mm.
But that's why, you know, I like programming to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Less so if there's less control surface, obviously,
Oh
or
yeah.
use something like a sound tower editor or whatever is available to edit stuff. But
Yeah. I
it's
mean,
nice to rest on the laurels of others who are really good at programming. I mean, that's why I like presets to just tweak them, because they're going to mostly come up with something better than I would anyway. So I don't feel
right.
bad about presets at all.
Right. Yeah. No. I mean, I use presets all the time. Most of the time I will have done something to it to make it fit more of what I want.
Yeah,
Um,
or you take something that you don't like or whatever. Yeah.
yeah, absolutely. I mean that DX7 maybe only has like 2 factory presets in it. The rest are stuff that I pulled online and loaded into it with like OPS 7. Um, I mean I could do the same thing with DX as a, you know, use it as like a virtual cartridge and then just sysex it right into the DX7. Um, but I like OPS 7 because of its interface. It just makes programming, you know, 6-op FM. It invites you to do it because you can see a lot of stuff on it. And then I can just sysex it right over to the DX7, you know, if I want
Yeah.
to take that out. And then you get
It'd be
to
nice to get that
yeah.
the D-Tronics thing though. That's pretty
Oh,
cool.
the DX
The control
programmer,
surface.
yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder how many of those were made. Probably not very
They're
many.
still around.
Yeah.
Not the Yelling House, the actual DT7.
Yeah.
They're still around as far as I know. They're just kind of expensive, you know.
Mm,
And I heard they don't work as well on a Mark II or a
yeah.
TX802. So you have to pretty much use it with an original DX7,
Right.
which I have, but
Yeah.
it's, you know, it's more limited. You
Yeah.
prefers the old one, I guess.
Right. And then, you know, as far as programming, then we get to stuff like the quadrisynths where there's a couple ways to program it. Because it's you know, the program is 4 layers, you can either edit 1 layer at a time or you can edit all 4 at once. And you can see, you know, you can see different things, and the menu diving isn't as like cryptic as some other instruments. I've done some stuff, like I've done some tweaking on some stuff. I've programmed a couple of things from scratch. I'd have to find where they are. But it's not as bad as what would appear on the surface, as far as the programming goes. Mm.
Yeah, it's pretty wild the
Oh,
options
yeah.
they have these days for stuff.
Yeah, what am I playing? I'm playing that. So if I go to the QS, I should be playing. Yep, it's the QS.
Yeah, condolences on the squash game.
Hmm.
I've only
Yeah,
played
Wagyu,
squash
the,
once in my entire life. I played squash once. I whacked that ball as hard as I could, and it come back and it smacked me straight in the face. I didn't know you're supposed to get out of the way. Did he put me smack right? Oh.
Well, I'm not surprised they're not real time like that. I mean, the PG 1000 and the D50 is not really real time either. It
Right.
acts like it does a little bit, but it's glitchy if you keep playing while you're programming. So you have to set, play, set, play, set, play. Same with the PG 300 on the Alpha Juno. It's all weird when you start. It's steppy and glitchy when you're playing while you're moving. So you pretty much have to alternate, set, play, set, play, set, play. Otherwise,
Yeah.
it just sounds funky as hell. Unless that's what you want. That could be part of the performance, I guess.
Hmm. Yeah. Good old quadricynth.
Yeah, squash is more violent than rugby, I think.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of squash here anymore. There used to be in like the 70s, I think. It's mostly racquetball here.
Ken, do you have echo cancellation on?
I have no idea. Let me see what's going on here.
Yeah, because every time you play, it's like kind of.
Oh, that was his patch. It was doing that on purpose.
Oh yeah, you can program the Hydra to do that. I mean,
Yeah.
Hydra can
No, but
produce-
I have it on a pedal, so I can do my sort of like dramatic.
There we go.
Yeah, the reduced mic violence and stuff was turned on in settings.
Ah, okay.
Oh,
Might have
why?
been
I do not know. Unless
probably
Robbie
when-
did it remotely during a show. There was something going on.
Either that or you were out in the workshop. Like if you logged in somewhere else, it might change the settings on that.
Yeah, I had a chance to get a quadricynth.
Yeah.
I forget how many months ago that was at my little favorite
Yeah.
used store, and I just passed on it thinking, you know, the few moments I had to play with it before I had to get out of there,
Yeah.
it didn't grab me. But now I'm hearing more about it. It would have been a good idea to get it, I think.
Yeah.
The thing that it does, and Kent and I would agree on this. It's a pad machine. Like,
God, is it? Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably one of the best ones out there, as far as my ears are concerned. I mean, for 93, that's a big sound.
I'm never going to get a copyright strike. I've tried. Never get it.
Well, you've done so many of the Spongellis Vangelis stuff so many times that nobody seems to care, so I guess you won't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they sound
Done
pretty
now.
damn close to me, so they. And like I said, I got a copyright claim from Kid Rock for a filter sweep demo years ago with the whole FFS thing. And it's like, it
Really?
doesn't sound anything like the fucking filter sweep in that song. So stupid.
Yeah.
Well, it's worse now that it's done by it's faceless.
Well, that's what it was.
Humanless
It was that whole
thing.
FFS
Yeah.
That whole algorithm thing.
Yeah, it's just like
And it's just
really.
it's a garbage algorithm. They're too lazy to fix it. Google has all this money and all this power and stuff, and they rest on their laurels. They do make a shit algorithm and they don't fix it.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I need it.
To answer the question, was it Donkey? I
Find
think
some
is your
different
name.
sounds.
The Hydrosynth is MIDI'd to all this stuff with through Studio One, so I can basically just pick which instrument I want to play. Right now, I've got it controlling the quadrosynth in the middle. I've got two quadrosynths over here, so that's the middle one, and then on the bottom is a quadrosynth plus piano.
That's nice. I like that one. What we got? Let me see.
Yeah, Lady Aptitude, the QSR you can get for like pennies on the dollar. Like probably less than a couple $100. We'll say the ones on the keys on the two quadrosynths aren't that clacky, nowhere near as clacky as the DX7. And actually, those are two different key beds on the two quadrosynths because they're two different quadrosynths.
You alright, Pickly Bum? What's the matter? What's the matter? Oh, what?
Yeah, Wagyu, neither is mine. Like, I really don't care.
A bit more.
So that's the Hydra and the Quadrasynth together.
Find the right one in a minute.
Just because I can.
How many have you stacked before together, Justin?
The
You've stacked
most
them all at
I've
once
done.
before?
The most I've done was probably 4.
Yeah.
And I couldn't tell you what they were. Might have been the O1W Pro X, and this was years ago.
Yeah.
O1W, the M3, probably a KS32 and Sonic. Could have been a Roland D10, but like I said. Yeah,
D10 would need stacking. It's pretty thin.
It is. I had a 110 module that I just quickly abandoned because the interface was just so bad.
It's a terrible interface, but man, if you're a multi-timbral guy, they're really great for like busking and gigs and stuff.
That's where I'd want to get one of those sound tower editors.
That's what Nick Batt kept complaining about it because he used to use one a lot. He hated it and loved it at the same time. So.
Yeah.
Because it is a nightmare to edit. It's one of the worst interfaces.
All right, so let's just see here. So this is the
Music Track JP guy who Jason did a great video years ago on stacking stuff to make a super synth. I think it was like 4 modules.
Yeah. So this is
it just sounded glorious.
Yeah. So that's the SE1, Quadrasynth, and Hydra. Let's see what I got here.
Recognize that sound.
There's so many bloody sounds on here, it's ridiculous.
The fizzy sound.
And we'll throw the Karma into the mix. Let's see what I got here.
Now you can do the Dune fanfare.
Yeah, right.
I was thinking more of the other one.
Yeah. Now, if I pull a choir up, I probably could do that.
Yeah.
Actually, instead of the Karma, if I grab the MX61, and I think it's part 10? No, part 11. Because the MX61 is 16. There it is.
I think this goes in. It's a bit quiet, girl. I don't think it does the. Where is it? It's here, I think.
Yeah, Donkey, that's exactly what that was.
Oh, it's there. Oh, that's interesting. Into.
Oh, I got that one too, yeah. That's Chani's theme.
Yep.
That's one side.
There's some great, must be GS1 in there. There's some real FM sounding stuff in that part.
Yeah.
Really cool.
Well, that was 84, so yeah, I think there was...
Yeah. FM pads.
Yeah.
Kind of a wow, kind of a brassy wow kind of a thing.
Yeah.
Don't know what that one is.
Sleeper Awakens, I guess. No, SA1 is just running straight dry. If I turn that up, that's going to give me my my bass sound. Yep, just completely dry.
What choir is that? What's playing the choir?
The choir, MX61.
Oh, okay.
So that's a motif.
Yeah.
So that's a motif XS
Yeah,
choir.
motif's good. Yeah, I have a AS or XS rack, whatever that's called. I forgot. Motif rack.
Yeah, I was saying on Ramsey's show that this is a really good instrument if you just want bread and butter sounds.
Yeah, between that, they have the TR rack and the motif rack. Those two together are really amazing.
Yeah, the TR is good. Trinity stuff, I think. Oh, and here's that Mellotron split I was talking about. So from here up is flutes. And then I've got strings on the left.
Led Zeppelin.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I've heard better like Tron sounds, but for a sample playback instrument, it's pretty close. And in a band mix, you wouldn't be able to tell.
That's interesting. All right, Tony. One of them's a 2, one of them's a 1. How can that be?
No, Donkey, it's not really a chorus. All you do is simply detune two of the oscillators. One of them is tuned like 3 cents sharp. The other one is tuned 3 cents flat. That's what gives it that big chorusing sound. I'm talking about the bass on the SE1. Yeah, see? Oh, now I'm hearing the MX61. Back to the other.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, can't help it.
He's on the balcony now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Balcony time, people.
Just get a loop of that from the game. There's actually someone who did that.
I know.
On YouTube. It's like a 20-minute loop of the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Used to be on my screensaver at some points.
Oh yeah, I would just leave it there for a while.
Go into the apartment, go out onto the balcony. That's it. Just turn it off. And sit there and have a coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, my stupid
So
radiator.
forget the game. I'm having fun right here.
Yeah, exactly. The thing was getting the Fender Rhodes right. You have to
The game
drench
was
that
expensive
in.
too. I bought it when it first came out. It was like $65.
Yeah, it wasn't cheap, was it?
But it was 3 CDs, so
Yeah,
it was a
it
decent
was a
amount of content.
big game. Yeah.
And the rendering was quite good, actually. I was shocked.
Mm.
Like the characters, the glasses, the transparencies, everything looked like right on. It wasn't like shitty, like poor layering with chroma key and stuff like that. It
Yeah.
was
Well, it was a
properly
massive
rendered
cult
scenes.
following to the game afterwards as well. It continued for
Yeah.
many moons, wasn't it?
I think I only went through like 20% of it. I just never got that far into it.
Hmm. Yeah, I think most people didn't actually, because it was quite difficult.
Well, the worst part from near the beginning, the worst part was that pet shop scene. Those were not well animated. This pet
Yeah.
shop was terrible.
Now, I mean, because my sister, she got madly into it, and she was saying there was one particular. She got further than I ever did, She said it was something where she was buying noodles from a street vendor. And it was something she was supposed to do, but she couldn't work out what it was, whether she's supposed to talk to somebody or see something or say something.
Okay.
For it to progress. And she just couldn't get past this buying the
dialogue
noodles.
tree, right? I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
And sometimes they only gave you 2 or 3 choices, but nothing was happening. And she's going, I don't get it. She goes, I'm trying everything. She goes, I walk away and there's no more progression. So I go back and I buy more noodles and sit there and eat the noodles, waiting for whatever to happen.
It's a noodle sim. You got to enjoy the noodles.
I think she said, she goes, I sat there, wait for, what's her name, Paris, to walk by or something, and then go, clock her, and then follow where she goes or something like that. And she was doing this for weeks, and she goes, nope, still buying noodles.
I wonder if Gaff shows up in it, making his little origami stuff.
Yeah, who knows? Do you know? I imagine it had everything, but I don't know how many people actually ever got to the end of the game.
It'd be great if he comes and goes, too bad you won't finish the game, but then again, who does?
Who does, yeah. No, but nobody can live that long.
Yeah, right. That should be a dying screen, like at some point in the game.
Yeah,
right?
exactly,
Too bad you won't.
Oh, I don't know.
We know that movie too well. It's pretty sad, actually.
Well, yeah, I know. I mean, it's made it into everyday life with me. In some cases, it's just bad.
Yeah.
You think, I'm not influenced by any particular film. Yes, you are. Yes, you are, Ken. Yeah.
You have the similar reverb. You have the synth.
Yeah, exactly. I built a whole fucking career around the thing, But no, I remember saying to somebody, I can't remember who it was now. It was something I'd done with. I can't remember. I can't remember what it was involved. But I remember saying to them, you've done this, that, and the other, and everything, and you have burnt ever so brightly, boy, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And the guy looked at me and went, "What?" Oh, okay. All right, don't worry. Yeah. Was it the candle that burns twice as bright, burns half as long?
Yeah. And you just burn so very, very brightly.
Brightly bright. But that's the chilling part. That where he's literally crying before he kills him. Kind of thing. It's like, wow.
Well, that's the thing too, because in the book they're actually robots, right? In this, they're actually genetically modified humans.
The genetically modified, they're biological.
So they have some emotion there. They're gonna.
Yeah.
It's not a fake thing.
Yeah,
They've just
exactly.
been dialed back because they're supposed to be grunts.
Yeah.
Like the pleasure model, like Pris, is supposed to be just an idiot, right?
Yeah, exactly. But
she's
although
smart,
they got,
so.
well, although they did the film, and there was 2 schools. There were some people that took a long time to end up getting the film. There's some people that got it straight away, and there's some people that just never got it. And that's understandable. And there was always criticism about the film, about this, about that. It should have done this, should have done that, or they spoilt it, whatever it might be. But then you read the book, and you think, well, if you were going to make the film, this is probably the closest you could get to making the film from that book. Because you imagine if they did a film of Ringworld. It wouldn't matter how much money you spent on it. It wouldn't matter how much who was in it. How do you capture that book in visual? It's really, really, really difficult to do. Look, the Lord of the Rings lot, that come out very well. But if you were trying to do a film of Ringworld.
Well, it came out well, especially since I haven't read all the Lord of the Rings stuff, but for diehard fans, he did make a lot of concessions, skipped a lot of stuff. And I guess for some people's sanity, he skipped mostly Tom Bombadil, so...
Yeah, but there is a way of telling a story in film, and there's a way of telling a story.
Yeah.
And there's things you can do with the written word that you can't do with celluloid, essentially.
Yeah.
And that bridge between those two mediums, you get it or you don't. I mean, when you're writing a book, you don't have somebody leaning over the shoulder of the author going, no, you've got to keep it to 370 pages. We can't afford any more than 370. It's got to be 370 pages. Yeah, you're going to have to drop that. Yeah, edit that out and drop that. You don't have that. You just go, blah, to your heart's content. You know, you can put all the detail in. You can't do that with a film. Unless you want a 4-day long film, you know, which won't do well. So it's
you see what do
you
with
can't
the
win.
Hobbit. I made it kind of funky, where he's taking some Silmarillion stuff and some Hobbit stuff and some other shit and kind of padding it out to this giant.
Yeah, but that's the other end of the scale, isn't it? So
Yeah.
you tried to cram Lord of the Rings into 3 films, but then you take a single short book and try and make it last 3 films. It's like, no.
And this new stuff on Amazon, The Rings of Power, where they're kind of taking liberties in other directions. Part of it's because they didn't have rights to certain story items or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But it's weird because the way the rings are formed and some of the character interactions don't seem legit compared to what you've seen in the other 2 franchises, and it's like
Yeah.
well, it's
it's
an
that kind of
alternative story.
Yeah, it's like that. You know, there's sort of like the whole, Star Trek: The Search for Cash. You know, you sort of like, how can we make this, drag this out? Is there any part of this that we can make into another stream of revenue? And it's been done many times, and it's never ended well. Not really. I suppose they still make a few quid out of it, otherwise they wouldn't bother, I suppose.
I mean, I definitely enjoyed a lot of aspects of The Hobbit, even though it's flawed.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I even enjoyed elements of Rings of Power, even though it's kind of a fucked up story, the way they did it. They shouldn't spend a lot of money on it. It's visually pretty amazing.
Well, technically, the best way to do it is to write for film and be done with it, you know. And that way it will work, because there isn't anything else to compare it to. People go, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's how it's supposed to be. So,
But I got to say, the Harfoot characters in the Rings of Power are way more insufferable than the Hobbits. They're super annoying.
Really?
Oh, man. For me, anyway. I don't know. The Hobbits are cool. The Harfoots are really fucking annoying.
Yeah. There's always going to be something in there, I suppose.
But some people love it. I mean, it did well in the ratings, I think. Although the hardcore fanboys out there are always talking about woke this and woke that and blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, all right, whatever. So.
Well, I mean, it's like when they did that first, Chris Pine Star Trek film. It was okay. That sat pretty well. The second one, the first one.
The Abrams one?
The first Chris Pine one.
Yeah.
It was all right. It was okay. It could have been so much worse.
Could have been much
was.
worse. But
yeah.
there was a great video done by the Red Letter Media guys when that came out, contrasting Trek before and Trek. There was like this, black and white kind of 2 different sides of the thing, and one is like develop the story, get the visuals, get the lingo down, and then it was like all the action. He's running down the hall, and everything's like crazy, and totally different audience, right? It was more Star Warsy than Star Trekian.
I'll agree.
Which is perfect. Why he went on to do Star Wars as well. Sorry.
Yeah.
And also kind of ruin that as well.
But I still, to this day, although I've been a fan of Benedict for many a moons, back when he was doing radio comedies, and he was really good at them as well. But Khan, he didn't work.
It was
for me
so
as
dumb the way they did it, and then they had the role reversal where the other guys does Khan instead. They're, Khan.
Yeah.
It was just they
Yeah.
had these notes they had to get in there, these certain little beats.
Yeah.
And it's like, we're gonna get in here somehow. We're gonna have to cram it in here. And
Yeah.
it's like, oh, you guys are assholes. You're trying to do like fan service, but destroying the fandom at the same time.
Yeah. 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 No, I questioned them using Benedict to be Khan. Because, well, for a start, they didn't change his name, and he was the most non-Khan looking like person possible.
Yeah. And it's just the whole story was dumb. Hiding the bodies in the photon torpedo cases and hiding them on some planet that what the Klingons were in charge of. I don't know. It was just really, it was a dumb story.
Yeah, it's a weird thing.
And somehow he gets his ship close to the meeting room. It's supposed to be top security, and is able to wipe out most of the team. I mean, how dumb does that make Starfleet look? It's like, what is going on with this movie?
Yeah, yeah. There's a few.
You have to make a
story
lot
flaws.
of leaps of logic, or just throw it out altogether, to make that movie work at all.
Yeah.
And that's not what Star Trek is about. Star Trek is, it has action. It has, Kirk doing like, womanizing and fighting with his fists and all that kind of fun stuff, right?
Yeah.
But it also has plenty of like actual science with the fiction.
Yeah.
Nerdy stuff. Not over-explaining things, but at least trying to give something some plausibility.
Yep.
Ground it a little bit, not just totally go off the fucking rails with it. And that's why people love it so much. And also as a mirror on society and all that shit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All the allegories and all that. And so, I mean, it's very powerful.
I mean, Next Generation picked up on it pretty well and ran with it nicely.
Oh, Next Generation is awesome.
Yeah.
I still love the original the best, but Next Generation's right up there. I love Next Generation.
Yeah, but then you start doing these others, and it's like they have the search for money kind of vibe to them. I think some of them. I mean, there's some now that I haven't even seen a single episode of. I'm just like, whenever, whatever.
Well, they're worth looking just to see how bad it can get. But I have to say the Discovery and Picard, I mean, they tried to resurrect season 3 of Picard. It didn't work. It's so much fan service and TNG bullshit. It still sucked ass. But the first two seasons were just god awful. And just broke every, like, they meet Guinan, right, on a different timeline. They go back in time. And her address of her bar is 10 forward.
Yeah.
That's not what it means. It's the section of the fucking ship. Right?
Yeah.
Deck 10 forward,
Yeah.
So they're just trying to like, let's put all this stuff in there. It's kind of fun, right? It's like, no, it's dumb. You guys, the Alex Kurtzman especially, he's responsible for ruining so many franchises. The Universal Dark Universe with the Mummy that was so terrible with Tom Cruise, that's Kurtzman's fault.
Yeah.
The Spider-Man 2 with Electro, Kurtzman's fault. I mean, he's involved in all this horrible shit because he's just about getting dumb fans to go for it and not the real fans who actually have a legacy with it and actually care about the storyline and following some kind of a timeline or whatever. He just throws it right out there and doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
And he's also part of the whole Abrams thing. It's Kurtzman and Orsi. Those two writers and Orsi's part of what is he? Prometheus. So part of the reason Prometheus is so bad because of Orsi. So these assholes come in and just ruin stuff.
Well, I always actually had a problem with 10 forward, because. Yes, they were explorers, I know, yeah, but it's still technically a military-run ship, all right?
Well, they needed to have an officer's mess kind of sort of thing, a place to cool
exactly.
down.
It had lasers, it had photon torpedoes, it could kick ass if it needed to, yeah?
But they had families on board. Remember, it's an exploratory ship, not a ship of war.
True, but it still ran into an awful lot of shit.
Well, they got to do that because that's the trend, right? They got to have
and you would take a bar and you would move it from the front of the ship and put it somewhere in the middle, where it was a bit more protected? Wouldn't you?
They're really confident in their shields, I think.
I think they were overconfident considering the amount of times they failed.
Because look where they put the bridge, right? The bridge is the most important part, and it's a vulnerable thing right in the front on the top.
Yeah, this is it. And it's sort of like, yeah, you look at a normal battleship. They don't have the bar on the bow, just under the main guns or anything.
Well, they want it close, so if you need a quick drink from the bridge, you can zip down there and get wasted before you go to the battle, because you're gonna die, right? So,
true enough. Yeah.
With the synthahol, you can't have real alcohol, right? You gotta have synthahol.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I suppose you could take anything and pull it apart, can't you? It's easy enough to do. But I always thought, I don't know, would you have a bar at the front of the ship like that, exposed like that?
Yeah, I mean, not everything was maybe as well thought out as it could have been.
But yeah, maybe.
But even from the original series, there's a bunch of weird shit in there too. That, like for example, look at the ship design. Those spindly little rods are holding the nacelles. Even though they supposedly fold space around it, don't they? They probably take a little bit of torque, right? Wouldn't you put some big fucking things below those? These little spindly things.
Yeah. Or you could have them suspended via tractor beams. There you go.
Yeah, but that fails all the time.
Yeah, that's true.
Plot point, tractor beams always fail. It's a plot point.
Yeah.
So,
now we're gonna have to anchor them buggers down.
Some of the regular timeline movies had weird stuff about the deflector dish this, the deflector dish that, and then like there's that one where the Borg are trying to take the deflector dish apart.
Yeah.
They go out for a spacewalk, and supposedly you're not supposed to be by the deflector dish because it's just not a safe area. I forgot the reasons why, but now it's just not a big deal anymore. And it's like, whatever. It's just
well, that was the thing. When I saw that they did that ship where you got the dish of the ship, and then got the nacelles bolted to the underside of it.
Yeah.
Right next to it. Now it doesn't need to be.
Well, you know why they did that is because it saved. They basically turned the ship upside down. The ship design was pretty lazy a lot of times.
They go, oh, 1 minute they've got to be miles away from the hull. Next minute they're bolting it to it. Okay.
Yeah. Well, that's the fiction part. There you go.
Yeah. There you go. Poetic license.
Looks cool, man. You gotta have some cool design.
Yeah, it's got a good shape, man. Looks like it's more maneuverable.
The Enterprise that they made in Discovery is so ugly and so stupid with a rotating disc. Oh my god! If you watch that, it makes no sense. The whole show is ridiculous. And space tardigrades that have a spore drive where you follow spore trails through space. I mean, this is not how things work.
Bring back the Volons. That's what I say.
Well, why have all this biology-related stuff in space? It makes no sense.
Yeah. No, that was what was clever about Babs having the supposed bad guys are literally the closest thing you can get to huge spiders. Brilliant move.
Well, they were, but at the same time, they were also they had this whole like history, right? Where it's going to be like your parents fighting.
Yeah.
And so like one wanted to control they had the whole telepath thing where the Vorlons made the telepaths become popular so they could use them as weapons against the other side. And the other side just wanted to sow chaos all the time and make the place a crazy ass place to live.
Yeah.
It was totally nuts.
Yeah. But there again, we always advanced after a conflict.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can see how it would work. Actually, it's a clever thing about it.
Well, I like the fact that they had those other, like the first ones who went kind of dormant. They're like, "Fuck it, we're out of here. We're not going to deal with anybody."
Yeah, enough's enough. Let me get on with it.
We're not going to leave the solar system, but we're basically going to do our own thing in our own little place and hide. We're going to create like a little hive and say, "Fuck everybody. We're going to do our own thing."
Yeah, enough already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Enough of these junior races that are too stupid to deal with.
Yeah, I would have loved to know what Epsilon 5 was for.
I think it was probably a a Hail Mary to protect the station if the Shadows did. It wasn't because they had to change the script so many times with
Yeah.
seasons cut short and funding and stuff. I think it was it was like a MacGuffin kind of thing. It was basically there just in case they needed it, but they weren't really going to use it.
It's lucky it was there.
Yeah.
Out of all the places they could have put Babs. So, yeah, it was going to do something at some point. Now we'll never know.
Well, they were so good. They were going to reboot it, and because that didn't work, that's why they made the animated one.
Yeah.
And then there's always a chance of doing something further. That the follow-up series Crusade had a lot of issues, and especially
God,
the fucking
didn't it?
score. Did you hear the score for that? It was one of the worst scores ever.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that was...
And Evan Chen, I've heard some of his scores for other things. He wasn't a terrible composer, but whatever the fuck he was on when he did that music,
yeah.
it was just, it didn't work.
It screamed no budget, no time.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, they should have brought Stuart Copeland back because he did the original pilot score, and they replaced it with Franca when he took over the franchise. They could have brought Stuart Copeland back to do.
Yeah, they could have done, and
would have been
unless
better
the
than
money
that
wasn't
other guy.
available.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe the money wasn't available.
Well, that was during his big Fairlight time too, right? In the early '90s.
Yeah.
He was a big Fairlight user.
Yeah. Because I think the next time we see Stravinsky, he's doing, was it Thor?
Oh, really? I didn't know that.
He's in it.
Is he?
Yeah, he's the guy who finds the hammer with his pickup truck. At the
Oh, you're
beginning
talking
of the
about
film.
Straczynski.
Yes, Straczynski. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Oh, yeah,
definitely.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so because he wrote Thor, didn't he? Which was
He did a lot of stuff. He did She-Ra, Princess of Power.
Yeah.
He did the real Ghostbusters writing for some of the shows. He did all kinds of weird shit before he had his own stuff.
Yeah, it's just that nobody wanted to throw the budget at Babs.
No. Well, to this day, I mean, I know a lot of Star Trek people who finally got into it and saw it and go, oh shit, this is really cool.
Yeah.
And it did create a new trend of continuous storytelling instead of just episodic stuff like Trek was
And it
doing
had
for a while.
bioships long before Star Trek did.
Yeah, and it made the best use of the tech it could at the time. It made cool camera angles and ships out of 3D stuff that you couldn't do any other way.
Thank you, Lightwave 3D.
And yeah, the only problem is when they did creatures or people walking, it was kind of clunky.
Yeah. But there again, that's again the time, budgets, and everything else.
But you know what's funny? At the time they were doing that, there were other competitive products like this one I use called Animation Master that is geared toward character animation. If somebody were hired to use that, they could have made amazing fluid animations of creatures and people.
Well, I think there was a contract signed, wasn't there, between
Oh, probably, yeah. New
Babs
tech.
and Lightwave. We go, right, we'll develop, and as we develop, and blah blah blah.
Definitely,
And,
yeah. But they
yeah,
could have
you help
farmed
us
out
out
some
and-
of the animation to a company using different tools for the humanoid and animal creature stuff because
I mean
those are always clunky as fuck.
Oh, when the shadow, when you see first time you see a shadow walking around, and it's where
That's okay though because they're mechanical looking anyway. Since they're spider-like,
but the legs moved up and down, but the body didn't change elevation at all, and it had that kind of oh my god, my first animation kind of look about it.
It didn't look great, but at least it suited the mechanical nature of Lightwave.
Yeah, exactly.
There's scenes where they go to the planet and they're in the spacesuits walking around, and they're just the worst stick figure, like automatons when it's supposed to be human in a suit.
Yeah,
just look wrong. And also, if you watch, their feet are slipping because they don't have
there's no
floor.
Yeah, there's no relativity to the floor. No, it's almost like
so they slide.
Yeah, it's on a single polygon. It's on a single polygon. You'll have to work it out for yourselves, guys. Yeah. There's a lot of this business, wasn't there? Oh man. Yeah, but it was great because as it was developing, and then you get the new Lightwave come out, and you put on the update, and now you're doing the animations that you've just seen, as it were, because they would put all the Babylon 5 files in the file directories, so you could have access as well to a lot of the stuff that was in the series at the time, or the previous series at least. Yeah, so it's it was like watching it grow. It's quite interesting, but yeah.
Be glad we had what we had when we had it, because it could have.
Yeah, exactly.
Made.
Yeah.
It was able
Well,
to
the
try to finish
Trekkies
it.
wouldn't have got Deep Space Nine, would they? Because that was literally Babylon 5 script stolen.
Of course, and they'll never admit to it.
No, of course they won't. But he
Even,
did submit it to them.
Who's that one guy who did a lot of effect stuff for Deep Space Nine? He's on Facebook. I've talked to him once or twice. Kind of a famous guy, and he swears up and down they didn't do that. And it's like, dude, you're lying.
Yeah.
The timing was right. The look and feel was right. The fact that they also started doing long episode linked together stuff, just like they do in the long format, with things tied together. They never did that before. So they took a lot of ideas from that and just didn't want to own up to it.
Well, even the Star Trek films, because if you remember, if I remember rightly, you never had divey bars in Star Trek.
Yeah.
Right? Then you have nothing but divey bars in Babs, and suddenly it turns up in Star Trek universe all of a sudden. You know? There was a lot of things copied across.
Yeah. The Tribbles episode is a classic, where they're in that divey bar with the Klingons. It's a big bar fight. And
True enough.
It's pretty funny.
But at one time, in the Star Trek universe, there was no, hard up people. It was, this dystopian.
Well, depends what planet they went to. Like the episode where Scotty gets convicted of murder, and then with the dancing girls and stuff, and it's like a giant brothel. And so depending on which planet you went to, you got some action, right? So.
Yeah, it's true. But I don't know. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? No, I'm glad we got what we got, but it could have. I must admit, once the shadows left, it all got a bit quiet.
Well, he was trying to shoehorn a bunch of shit to close it out, because they were, once it went to TNT, it kind of got fucked.
Yeah, that didn't help.
TNT's a kind of a shit network.
Yeah.
And if it was, it probably would have been worse. There's a lot of Sci-Fi Channel stuff is pretty awful.
Yeah.
So.
But that, that's when both shows are actually fine. But it's when you start critiquing, you start going, this poor old Bad Five guys really got fucking screwed over.
Yeah, but the DS9 stuff, it actually halfway through it started getting pretty good. The early DS9 was garbage, but toward the end it actually got better and better and better. It was kind of weird. I enjoyed the later seasons of DS9. Whereas Voyager was all over the map. I don't know. There's some really good episodes, but a lot of it was just like, oh god, you guys have so much potential. You're in the middle of nowhere. No one's ever been before.
I must admit, when they actually finally got home, I mean, what? That's it. But eh? There's no big hurdles to get over first, so they can make it. Or anything. It's like, oh no, we're home. Okay, finish it.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. It felt very sort of like at the end. So I don't know what I was expecting, to be honest. But
the way they did the characters in the show, you actually gave a shit about a lot of them. So much so those last few episodes. I don't get teary with a lot of TV shows, but you have pretty fucking powerful last few episodes.
Yeah.
And I can't say that about Star Trek. I like Star Trek a lot, but it never got teary with a Star Trek episode.
No.
and certainly not with Star Wars.
No, it's just not really anywhere for it to be that like
They
that.
try
I
to
suppose.
throw it in there, some gravitas here and there, but it just doesn't do it. It's
Yeah.
not that kind of thing.
I know my sister used to get really, really upset every time she watched Han Solo going into the carbonite thing. She used to get all teary about that every time she watched it.
Well, when you know he's not dying, it's not teary, right? Because he's supposed to be. You were told from the beginning he's not going to be dead. He's just going to be suspended.
Oh yeah. But she'd get teary because he was sort of like, oh, he's a poor fellow. He's going to get all
Yeah, no, I get it. But I mean,
frozen in carbonite.
if they killed him like that, like the way he died in episode 7 was so stupid.
Oh yeah, it's sort of
And
yeah.
so who would cry about that? It was just dumb.
Yeah.
But if he really was like executed and frozen as a trinket in carbonite and he did die there, that would be pretty sad
Yeah.
because the way it was done. But they didn't do it that way. It's just like, whatever. You know, it's not that big of a deal. He's suspended animation.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. Mind you, I can remember my sister getting quite teary about things that you just really wouldn't get teary about.
Well, and it depends on your mood too. I mean, I've watched some
Yeah.
TV shows before that I like.
That
Why
shit-
am I getting sad about this? Oh, I know why. Some other shit going on in my
My
life.
si- my sister really, really wore her heart on her sleeve, big time. So,
Yeah.
wow.
I mean, anything with
yeah.
animal cruelty and animal this and that, I'm going to definitely cry about. It's just.
Well, yeah.
That
Or
gets
start
weird.
throwing things at the screen, you know. But no, I remember what was that stupid thing she got upset about? Oh, it was something in Friends, I think it was.
Oh,
She
God,
came in and she was dabbing her eyes, and I went, "What happened?" She goes, "Oh, it was terrible." Like, "Oh, now what?" Yeah, whatever.
The writers
So-
of Friends wrote a series before for John Landis
Mm.
called Dream On. It's about the guy who is like a Walter Mitty living through memories of TV and stuff as a book executive. That was a great fucking show. But man, the same writers did Friends, and I was like, oh God, I can't even get into it. I just want to kill myself. Everything's so vapid and just formulaic, and you know the plots before anything happens, and you know, I had an ex-girlfriend I was living with, and she loved that show. She goes, "Come on, watch it with me." I said, "Are you sure? You know what I'm going to do." "No, just watch with me." And I said, "Watch. He's going to do this. He's going to do this. She's going to do this." And how did you know? I said,
Yeah.
"Because everything's a fucking formula. This is garbage TV."
Yeah.
And she go, "Okay, you can go in the room now and do whatever you want." Thanks. I'll work on my animations.
Yeah. Oh, is that nice? Is that nice? Oh, you kick under the chin. Oh. Come on up then. Come on up and say hi. Come on in. Mwah. You beautiful girl. Hey? Daddy's best girl? Yes, there are still Jaffa cakes over there. Yes, I am aware. I haven't opened them. No, I'm not opening them. No, not opening them. Yes, they're still there.
There we go. Let's try
Oh, nasty
this.
daddy. You like your
That's
toast.
all 8 of them.
I said, "Now Justin
Hey.
can play something that would make me cry, probably." So,
Yeah.
some emotional bit.
Yeah.
No, Justin, I think it's a little too optimistic.
Oh, see.
Where did that come
just
from?
go, you know.
Oh, Ty's been getting a shitload of this.
Oh no,
Yeah.
this goddamn TV and movie producers are so annoying. I don't even know what they want. Otherwise, he would be done already.
Exactly.
And because of guys like that, that's where you have to use bright, dark, blue red, a little more colorful language for describing things because they have no musical information, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, it turned out it was somebody edited 6 seconds out of the video, so the audio track was out. So, and so they were saying that something was happening. So they're too optimistic meant that there was something
Needs to be more
of
sad.
a crescendo happening.
Or something. Yeah.
Well, something was, obviously happening in the music. Wasn't happening on the screen because it happened 6 seconds before.
Oh, yeah.
And they're asking him to change the music, and they've changed the video.
Sure.
So if you're going to change it, at least make a record of it. It's not rocket science, you know.
Oh, so they didn't even tell him. They just placed it and said, hey, what's wrong with this?
Yes.
Wow. Assholes.
And of course, and then he's comparing it to the cut he has there, going,
Yeah.
there's nothing wrong with this.
Yeah. Oh, did we forget to tell you? Sorry.
Yeah, really.
Well, that's why he makes the big bucks, right? Got to put up a certain amount of bullshit when you get paid well.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's
If it
getting
were
paid
too
well.
easy, it wouldn't be work.
Exactly. He's certainly seen the right end of the pound coins with it, so it's worth putting up with it. But, you know, sometimes you think, couldn't this just go by easily and have the same outcome, just for a change?
Yeah.
But as long as it doesn't get worse than it is, then they should be okay. We don't want that on at all, actually. We can get away with that. Let's
Yeah, it's a big sound.
So routing all through your DAW, or are you doing direct connects?
All through the DAW.
Okay.
Just quick and easy. Just make an instrument track for each part, and because this guy is multi-timbral, I could add even more layers and get some huge sounds out of this.
Yeah.
By itself.
Yeah, it is fun just randomly hooking things up and layering them just for fun.
Yeah, especially if you've got one sound. Oh, I like the high bit of this, but not so much the low. That's where I could throw a high pass EQ on it and then try something else and layer with a more warmer kind of sound. I just like the different options I have with layering and things like that. Especially, when you get hardware, you're relying less on plugins, meaning you've got more CPU power. You're not bogging it down with a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
I got that Synthex V from Arturia, and if there ever was a plugin that is a CPU hog, that would be it.
The worst one I had was Linplug Octopus.
Yeah.
That thing was an 8-voice thing, really, really nice. But man, you watch the CPU meter go, as you play a couple notes, it goes to 70%, 80%
Oh gosh,
sometimes.
this Arturia plugin was pegging out at 70, and more than the montage plugin, quite a bit more. And I didn't expect that from, just a simple, emulation of a synth. Actually, that's one of the reasons I dropped Roland Cloud, is most of those synths, other than the D50, are CPU hogs.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't even use it. I paid for it. I don't even use the goddamn thing.
Yeah.
I'm tempted to see how many more plug outs I can get by staying in it, and then just cash out a bunch of plug outs and then just drop it.
Yeah. Dake, the Hydra synth can transmit poly aftertouch, but it can, I believe, receive MPE. So you could plug an instrument or an Osmos into it and get MPE functionality.
Also, depending on which hydrogen. You have the deluxe. I have the 49.
Yeah.
And the 49 doesn't have release velocity.
Yeah.
They couldn't add that for some reason. So it's not the full MPE spec. It's part of it is release velocity.
Right. Now, Quadrasynth does release velocity, which is kind of rather interesting.
Because I use release velocity a lot on the Rolly Seaboard. It's really nice to have that. And that little pluck when you lift off of something, it goes bing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes you get that one. I can't remember the patch now. We can have the double pluck, so you hit it and then get another pluck when you come off.
Yeah.
It's really useful. Yeah. No.
Although I love the one on the Osmos that it's like stretching a string. It's like rubbing and stretching. There's one called Balloons of Vietnam or something like that. A really weird preset, and it's amazing as you go up and down that key. The weird timbral stuff you get, and it's totally controlled by your speed, as well as the depth of the key. So it's super expressive, and you can also of course wiggle at the same time, so it gets all over the place.
Yeah.
It's really fun.
Wagyu says Explorer has the release velocity.
Yeah, they fucked up on the 49. I don't know why. They finally admitted to it years ago.
Yeah, they probably added.
There's no fix for it. It was a hardware thing.
Yeah.
I need to get myself a second coffee. Ooh.
Gee, they could have fixed it in the special edition, but
They I guess more concerned about it being orange. So.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I couldn't get that. That would be too obnoxious looking. I don't mind the Waldorf orange stuff, Axel Hartman designs, but I don't like the Hydrosynth color.
Well, not just the orange one, but the silver ones that they came out with too.
Oh, I didn't see those.
Yeah, they came out with I think it was the Explorer, the 49, and the Deluxe have all. It came out with like a silver finished one.
Well, good. I mean, it is kind of a fuck up if Rolly was first and they have it, and they came out later and they didn't include it. I think that's kind of weird because Rolly was MPE before anybody else. It was called multi-dimensional polyphonic expression. Before they decided to call it MIDI. So if everyone's copying Rolly as this so-called standard setter or whatever you want to call it, they should have had that. Especially since all the subsequent ones have it. It's just kind of silly.
What was the continuum? Was that? That was just like, left to right, front to back, and then pressure.
Continuum was very much like the Seaboard.
Yeah.
That was even
earlier than that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's even earlier than the Seaboard.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's amazing. I don't like the fact that you don't feel it. You have to look at it because it's all screened and not 3D.
Right.
So you literally have to stare at it or get really good with muscle memory to know where you are on the key bed because it's just screened.
It is. I mean, yeah.
Where's he gone?
Kofefi.
Yeah.
Guess we're going to be hearing more of that in the next 4 years.
We have no choice. They're going to change it to Kofefi from now on. And RFK is going to sign off on it because he's part of the FDA now.
Oh, fuck me.
Goddamn bastard.
Yeah.
Yeah. I saw a little meme the other day. It was a picture of Matt Gaetz, and the meme said, hang on a minute, I've got it here somewhere. I've got to get this right, otherwise it won't be as funny.
Right back.
Where the bloody hell did it go? Here we go. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, it's a picture of Matt Gaetz, and above it says, "When QAnon said they wanted to bring paedophiles to justice, I didn't know this is what they meant."
Yeah, to put them in charge of it. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. God damn it.
What was it? Somebody said, I do hope there isn't a school next to the Department of Justice. Ugh.
Yeah, this is the guy who bragged to people that he would take like Viagra and caffeine chasers and stuff, so he could do it all night. What a
Have
creep.
you seen his face though? Oh,
I know, and he's getting worse. He's had some work done.
yeah.
He's getting more like Charlie Kirk, the tiny face with the big head.
Yeah.
He looks like the Photoshop pinch filter, where you pinch the face. So he's not even like a handsome guy, but apparently these stupid girls just had no taste.
Power, money, and power
Yeah,
can often
exactly.
be much more attractive. Oh dear. Never mind. I'm sure we'll survive. Oh.
I mean,
Wow.
we did survive Nazi Germany, so I guess we could survive just about anything.
It's funny, I've just been watching Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah.
The
That
shootout in
that
the
opening
bar.
scene in the farmhouse is fucking brutal, man.
well, the whole thing is.
No, I know, but that scene in the Waltz
Oh,
is
yeah.
so good at being a bad guy.
Yeah. No, the
And then he's a good guy in Django.
yeah.
It's funny.
He's got range.
Yeah.
Dude has got range. No, he's a very good actor. I like him a lot. He was even a good Bond baddie. Oh, we've sold our first dress to a bloke. Hey, each to their own. No, we were just watching that the bar scene. Yeah, when they're in the little underground bar.
Oh yeah.
It's so well, the way Tarantino builds,
Yeah.
just builds the tension, and even if you've seen it before, it still gets you. And all the little clever nuances, and then it all goes mental, and yeah.
Yeah, he has a pretty good track record. I mean, I love the ending of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. It's
Yeah,
fucking
absolutely.
crazy.
Yeah, it's brilliant. He genuinely has yet to make a bad film.
Jackie Brown's my least favorite, I think.
What?
But
That's
it's not
one of
bad.
the best.
No, I like the
Jackie
elements of it, but it was just yeah.
Jackie Brown is one of the.
I love
best.
blaxploitation. I love those '70s movies, but I just didn't think he did the best.
De
at it.
Niro is just brilliant in that. Oh no!
Yeah, but
sorry.
did you see the scene in there where he goes up to him, "What happened to you, man? He used to be beautiful." That was actually a dig at De Niro in the script about how
Right.
De Niro was slipping in his other films.
No, see, De Niro is one of these guys. He openly admits that he'll just take the money to and make a shit film
Exactly. Yeah.
because he can take that money and make 3 or 4 really good
Yeah, he's got the whole
small budget
trifecta thing,
films.
so you can-
Yeah. He doesn't make any bones about it.
Moose and Squirrel. I mean, oh my god, that was so bad.
But he got paid he got a
I
lot
know
of money
he
for
did.
it.
I just couldn't watch it. I'm a huge Rocky and Bullwinkle fan. I could not watch that.
You pick and choose the ones you watch, and I watch the ones that he uses that money to make. So, no, he can do no wrong. Him, Pacino, they can do no wrong.
It just the plot of Jackie Brown and all that shit for that little money just didn't make sense. It was some.
But that's the point, isn't it?
No, I know. But
To
it
some
just,
people, that is a lot of money, and
it just
I
seemed
just-
like it would have worked in an older time period or something. I don't know. It's just kind of strange.
no. I liked it. I thought it was good. Evening,
Afternoon.
cold.
Yeah, I am now. Oh, bloody hell. Oh. Come on in. Where are they? Where is that them over there, is it? Can you take your eyes off them? Bless her. Oh. I come downstairs to the sound of 40s big band. I go, what's going on? She's watching Girl Friday.
Okay.
Cary Grant. The newspaper one.
I was wondering, what's the deal with Cary Grant's accent? Where is he from? Do you guys know? He has a really
He
weird
was-
accent.
He's from Surrey, isn't
Yeah, he's English.
Is that what
and
it
then-
is?
Yeah.
he? Yeah, but it is affected.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Well,
affected.
I mean, people that go over, I don't know. It's weird. I'm always very interested in the accents of people, like Ollie, for example. Okay, I mean, I could sit and listen
Really
to him all
interesting
day.
mix, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a beautiful mix of two very beautiful languages, or accents, or dialects. It's like my old man would his accent. I mean, I guess when did he was born 45, 55, 65. So he was 25 years old when he came over to England. But his accent just remained that, his Italian accent. That was it. He didn't pronounce words in an English way or anything like that. That would explain it. Cary Grant was born in Bristol. And
Was he?
And that would explain that's because the Bristolian accent. In fact, the Bristolian accent, I remember years ago watching an interview with Robin Cousins, the skater. All right, this sounds a bit random, but he was from Bristol. And I said to Mama, is he American? Because there were elements of the...
Yeah.
Because a lot of the people that went across to America on the Mayflower and all of that were from the Southwest. And that accent is quite prevalent. And, obviously the American accent is kind of a derivation of the people that went over there, who generally tended to be the country folk, the so-called persecuted religious people from, England.
Would you say Gaz has a typical Bristol accent, or is he not?
No,
from
Gaz
there?
is Welsh.
He's Welsh, okay.
He's Welsh, yeah.
Yeah. Bach.
Yeah.
Bach. Lots of that in it.
Yeah. But again, people talk about the Liverpudlian accent because that's quite unique.
Mm-hmm.
But if you listen to somebody from North Wales talk with a very strong North Welsh accent, you can hear where the Liverpudlian, and because it's only just up the road.
Just up the road, yeah.
And a lot of people say that the Liverpudlian accent, and I'm not disputing this, but the fact that it was an international port meant you had lots of people with lots of different accents mixing. It kind of came from that. But the North Welsh accent, particularly Wrexham and around that part of the world, it can sound quite Liverpudlian.
Yeah. So I suppose if you were Bristolian and you wanted to sound like you came from Surrey,
then
you get Cary Grant. Yeah.
because he would probably want to be speaking received pronunciation at that time. If you were going to come across as British, then you'd try and speak BBC English.
Yes.
But with a Bristolian tinge. And then he goes to America, and then it all kind of blends up, It's
And then a
fascinating.
little bit of American will creep in as well, to be honest.
No, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you listen to some people, like, who's the one that I always not annoys me, but it kind of upsets me a little. Gary Oldman,
Yeah.
who is, as London as they come,
Mm-hmm.
and yet when he talks naturally, because he's obviously lived in America for many years now, he gets those little inflections in his accent
Yeah.
that that just give away that he's lived. And Ringo, we listen to Ringo Starr nowadays. He's and not and, just and, because it's that American way of like and
Yeah.
So yeah, it's but of course when he
Well, you want to hear
turns
awful
it on-
twang. My dad's from Wisconsin. That
Right.
twang is the worst.
Yeah.
Holy shit. Like his sister was talking about some people sometimes. She goes, they have nothing to offer. Like, oh, you want to smack, shut up.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because my mum didn't sound Irish to me, and people, come mates from school and stuff go, "Oh God, your mum's so her Irish accent's so strong." I mean, what? No,
Yeah,
it
but
ain't.
compared to
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
To me, she sounded perfectly, perfectly normal.
it's like my old man. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. But then, of course, when my aunties and uncles and stuff would come over, and they're, geez, Spagaro now, Jesus, Just wee with you now, you know, that kind of
The
the
worst
quiet
thing-
man kind of thing, you know.
Yeah, yeah. The worst thing that I was really annoyed, and it's something I want to put right at some point, and sooner rather than later, is that when my dad was amongst his direct sort of family, from Italy, so cousins and even his brother, when he was talking to his brother, they would immediately slip into this dialect, the local dialect. So it's not just the accent, but it's the words. And all of a sudden, this language was not very Italian. It was like Italian and a bit of French in there, and a lot of Italian words end in vowels. With the local dialect, they don't. A lot of them end in consonants, and there's a lot of French influence because it's very close to the French-Swiss border.
Yeah.
So, and as soon as they all get together, it was just like a hidden switch that they would all just drop into the dialect.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, oh, but I don't fucking understand you anymore. I understood no, I don't get it. That used to frustrate the hell out of me. But it's beautiful to listen to because it really is quite unique.
Yeah.
But I do want to one day try and learn that. Getting too long in the tooth for it now, but there's not many other people that I would probably want to speak it to, because I've only got a few cousins left out there. Everyone else is dead.
Yeah, I don't think I've got many relatives left in Ireland now.
Yeah.
Maybe one cousin. Maybe two. Oh, I don't know. Maybe two.
And what's really sort of not upsetting, but when I go over, like my cousin Claudio, who is my dad's first cousin, so he's my second or whatever. His wife is English. She's from Norfolk. She met him through my dad's restaurant. She was working at my dad's restaurant. She was local. So whenever we go over there, she loves to speak English to English people because she's English. And she was an English teacher out there for a long while. But Claudio speaks really good English as well. So they just do the polite thing, and as soon as we're there, they're just talking in English. And I'm like, no, I want to practice. I want to get better again. That's why I like going and see my cousin Marina, because she barely speaks any English, and we just sit there and it's it's funny because we laugh at each other's attempts at. She tries to sort of talk to me in a bit of English, and it's all over the place, and then I try to talk to her in Italian, and it's a bit all over the place. We eventually get there. We have a connection, bless her. Yeah, there's not many left. Not many left.
Sounds about right, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, Deadpool, Wolverine was
All right.
good. Yeah, it was good. It was a Deadpool movie, so you get exactly what you expect, and it delivers. And it's funny, it's silly. And there's a bit when, I won't spoil it for anyone, but there's a bit when certain characters in the film appear, and you go, oh, that's good. That's clever.
Oh, okay.
It is very. It's definitely anti-Marvel, whilst being still part of the Marvel
Yeah,
thing.
exactly.
Yeah, that's good. It's very good. Yeah, I liked it.
Yes, well, I mean, the first iteration of Deadpool, not so good, was it?
What, the first Deadpool film, or the Deadpool?
No, the first one that he played Deadpool in.
Was
we
it?
just had the two swords, and he was just like normal guy.
Yeah. What was that? Was that one of the X-Men films, wasn't it?
I think so. Yeah, something like
Yeah.
that.
You're talking about the really old Roger Corman one?
No. The Ryan Reynolds
That's
plays.
really bad.
Yeah,
Ryan
Ryan
Reynolds
Reynolds being
right.
Deadpool. No red suit or anything.
Yeah.
Just a couple of swords.
I think that was Roger Corman, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
The makeup was really bad. It was.
No. This was it was one of the X-Men films, the recent X-Men. Or was it one of the Wolverine? Might have been one of the Wolverine / Logan films. I can't remember which one it was now.
No, I don't know which one it was. I think it was one that I never actually saw. I've only just seen that clip with him.
Come on.
Well, considering he even, I mean, just to get Deadpool made, he had to sink his money in and make his own.
Oh yeah.
Test reel, for want of a better word.
Yeah.
But did it so well he could use it in the film.
Yeah. No,
because he
not everyone's
accidentally
cup of tea.
leaked it, didn't he?
Yeah. He's not everyone's cup of tea, but
I think he's fine.
I think he's brilliant. I think he's very, very funny. Very clever, very financially astute. I mean, he's got his own marketing business.
Well, that football team's doing quite well, apparently.
Exactly, yeah. But he's got marketing.
His older
now.
appearances were quite grating, like Van Wilder, National Lampoon's Van Wilder, had its moments, but he's really grating.
Oh yeah, and he openly admits he's made some pretty shit films. But and he often references them in Deadpool.
Yeah,
there was.
He's referenced Green Lantern, hasn't he?
Oh, all the time, yeah.
Even he admits.
Yeah. And
well, the best thing about Green Lantern was Blake Lively. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she's in this new one. Not that you'd know, but she's in it. As is Paul Mullin, who's the striker for Wrexham. He actually makes an appearance. X-Men Origins Wolverine. He plays
That's it, yeah.
Wade Wilson, Deadpool, Weapon X. Yeah, but there's a funny thing about there's a little nod to the proposal in this one. There's some very good things in there. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see where they go with this one, the way it finishes. It's quite good. And Hugh Jackman is just fucking great.
It's like it's been somebody's let him off the leash, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can enjoy it for a change.
So.
I went down to make a cup of coffee. Fiona's there going. She goes, "Oh, help me!" I went, "What's the matter?" She goes, "Well, I've opened a packet of ginger nuts, and you're not here, so they're not crowding around you." And you couldn't see her; she was completely covered in dog. Even Charlie, he's like right up against her nose, going, "Oh, ginger nuts! Oh, I like ginger nuts." And it has worked. Charlie's really coming out of his shell now. He's been out in the garden the last 2 or 3 days now. He's been out playing with the others. He never used to do that.
No.
Didn't he? You were playing with him as well. Eh? You didn't know what to do. This is so unusual. Yes, they're still over there. They haven't gone. That's it. So look at me. Yeah. Now look back at the biscuits. Convey what you want to tell me. Dad, look over there. Can I see? Can please? What? Over there. Look. See? Can I have one? It's my life. Isn't it? If I open them, yes, but I haven't opened them yet. And you need to watch your waist.
Apparently they filmed some of this latest Deadpool movie in Norfolk. Of all places.
Yeah.
I wonder where they did that. Oh, of course, yes, the beach. Yeah, it's always the beach. We have big sandy beaches. You know the bit at the end of Shakespeare in Love when old Gwyneth walks out onto the beach at the end. She comes out of the trees and she's onto this massive beach. It seems to the sand goes on for miles and miles and miles. That's Holcombe.
Yeah.
That's where they filmed.
It's one of those unique places.
It is. Yeah. Don't get caught out though, because the tide
No.
comes in
Very quickly.
quick.
Very, very quickly.
Every year.
Yeah.
Some people have had to be rescued by the lifeboats because they didn't fucking listen and
Yeah.
didn't read their signs.
They go, I can run faster than a tide. Yeah, but not as long.
Yeah. There's especially around Wells next to the sea. There's a bit there that it's a lovely, huge, sandy sort of thing. But there's a bit where the sand, the sea doesn't quite, and it kind of forms this little mini island. And many people get stuck on that because as the tide's coming in, they sort of realise and they see this bit and they go over there, and then all of a sudden they're completely cut off and they're stuck there until the services come and rescue them. Dickheads. Oh God. Oh, so tired.
Yeah, I've lost count, Paul. I don't know how many there are now.
They were advertising just before that Deadpool film, this Alien TV series.
What?
Yeah, set to take place before the first movie, I think. But sort of
How?
before the first Alien film.
How?
Well, there was.
It's a TV series about an alien they haven't discovered yet.
But you see, the thing is, they knew the alien was there, didn't they? The corporation knew that the alien. That's because they sent in the first Alien film the android played by the English guy. What's his name?
Ian Holm.
Ian Holm. That's it. He's been programmed to protect the life form. So there is always this constant thing going in the background.
Oh,
that
God, yes, you're right.
The company knew.
The company knew it was on LV-27.
So
look at that, even remember the name of the planet.
Exactly. So apparently, allegedly, I don't know. I haven't seen it, but they've been training it. So.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Making a TV series.
Yeah. Seems to be the way to go these days.
Worked for Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Big time.
Star Wars, I mean, geez. Andor Season 2 coming, and Skeleton Crew is another one that's coming.
I'm really not gelling with a lot of them, I'll be honest with you.
Some are better than others. I didn't like the Book of Boba Fett. The Book of Boba Fett, I didn't like that. It was okay. I watched it, but it wasn't as good as Obi-Wan, which was very good. And Andor Season 1 was very good.
Not seen it.
That really is good.
Yeah, is it? Okay.
Yeah, it's worth a watch, that one. And of course the first one, which was oh Jesus, what? Oh, this is my memory gets absolutely fucking shot to bits. I swear it's all to do with my fucking heart these days. Oh, what was the first one with Pedro Pascal? Fucking hell.
Event Horizon was going to be a lot better than it was, to be honest. It did something. They buggered it up something. I can't remember what it was. It did something. They were going to do something with it, and then they changed their mind and made it.
Mandalorian. Jesus. Yeah, Mandalorian's quite good.
Yeah, the Mandalorian was alright.
There was one, I can't remember what, yeah, it was Boba Fett, where there's a chase scene. These kids are on sort of like scooter type things, and they're being chased through one of like a town or something, typical sort of Tatooine style town, and it's so slow. It's like the sense of speed is like just not there, and you think if George Lucas ever got anything right, it was speed. Everything was fast, because he understood how, and yet they're sort of pootling along, and just like it was so not believable. But there you go.
Yeah.
So did I miss anything here? Anybody interesting? Not saying that obviously present company isn't interesting.
Oh, we had a visit from the Queen.
Did we?
Yeah.
Dug her up then?
Yeah.
Or
she
the
went,
current one?
"Ooh," like that, and
Yeah.
then buggered off again.
I still can't get used to people calling Camilla the Queen.
No, I know.
It's weird, isn't it?
I'm still not really used to the King. Has not sat with me.
I had a banknote the other day. I mean, I don't generally have much cash on me at all these days.
I never
but
see it. There's only cash in this house, mate. I know where it goes.
I drew some money out somewhere, and I got a tenner with Charlie Boy on it.
Oh, right, okay.
So they're out there for sure. So I can't. Well, it's not like I can't stand the Royal. I can't stand the concept of the Royal Family. I'm sure they're lovely people. I just don't. I'm absolutely not a royalist
Yeah.
at all.
King Charles Spaniel. Yeah. Oh,
Take
my
the Royal Family and shove it up your ass.
Have you ever listened to Old Harry's Game?
What?
Which
the
was
song?
no. It was a Radio 4 comedy.
No.
Andy Hamilton.
Oh yeah, I know. No, I haven't listened to that.
We
but-
plays the devil, and so it gives the opportunity. And they're talking to all these various people from history, and they were talking to, was it Karl Marx? And he's going. He said, he goes, so my idea for communism, how did it go? How did it work out? He goes, I really like your beard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, that was a really good show. That ran for about six seasons. That did. It's actually very, very funny. But then I've always liked anything that Andy Hamilton wrote.
Yes. No. He's a very. I think
Because he wrote Drop the Dead Donkey.
Yeah. Oh, he's been involved in so many.
Which was, I loved that show.
Yeah, that was good.
We could do with more. There isn't any sort of like hard-hitting satirical stuff at any of these twats that we have going at the moment, is there?
Well, they don't need to.
Yeah, I suppose real life has become parody.
Apart from, Have I Got News?
Yeah.
There is no. I mean, we were up to the eyeballs in satire 20, 30 years ago, but these days truth is weird. I mean, the Americans do a fairly good job. If you watch any of the late nights,
The late night shows, yeah.
between Colbert and Seth Meyers and Daily Show and
Yeah, but I
all
mean,
that stuff.
between things like here with like Boris and Truss and stuff like that, when what you're trying to parody is already a parody,
Yeah, exactly.
it's very difficult to.
Yeah, the US version of Have I Got News for You is actually really good.
Is it?
Yeah, Roy Wood Jr.
Well,
hosts
that's
it.
refreshing because normally, no offense, but
No,
when
it's
the
true.
USA copy a British show, it's shit.
But what they've done,
they really do it wrong every
they've-
time.
What they've done is they've really stuck very close to the model. So you have two regular
Yeah.
participants, two guests, and a although they have a constant host, whereas we don't have a constant host. In fact, Roy Wood Jr. was over. He did Have I Got News for You last week here in the UK, which was quite
Yeah.
funny. That was quite. I like him. He's very funny. But he does this one in America, and Yeah, it's pretty good. They are quite as irreverent and scathing, and the formats are pretty much identical, except it's
Yeah.
American politics and news that they're sending up. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
I saw it come up on YouTube as a suggested thing, and I thought, oh God, the Americans have done it. Oh, what have they done with it? And I put it on. I was like, oh.
I tell you
Very
why
good,
a lot,
well
a
done.
lot of, I think one of the reasons why a lot of British shows that are then tried out in the States fail is because it's the business models. The way a show is put up here, it's written, it's done, and it's put out, and they go, let's see how it does. Do people take to it or not? Whereas in America, I think it's more of a corporate thing where they try to anticipate what the audience wants, so they shape it to what they think the audience wants. So it seems very flat and wrong because of it. Whether
So-
they should just put it on as it is here.
There are a handful of shows that that go over quite well when they're remade. Like The Office, the American Office is really very good. It's not the same, but it's enough to be, it's very very similar. But then you've got a fantastic cast that they're able to make it their own, and yet still be. And of course, Gervais was involved in that anyway.
Yeah.
But the IT crowd, the American IT crowd, was atrocious. And the really sad thing about that was Richard Ayoade,
Yeah.
who plays Moss, played the same character in the American version, I guess, to try and help it kind of translate. It just didn't work. It really didn't work.
Yeah, but he didn't have everybody else.
Exactly. It didn't have that ensemble.
Did you
Yeah.
guys see the Australian Office? I heard there's an
No,
Australian. version of this.
yeah. I've they've trailed it over here. I think it's on one of the streamers.
So it's new, or has it been out for a while?
No, I think it's a new version. It's a new thing. But yeah, and the Gervais character is played by a woman. So that gives it another kind of twist. So it'd be interesting. But
Yeah.
Oh, they made it woke.
Mind you, could you have something like The Last Leg in America?
no, I don't think so.
No.
But that's the thing, and there's a lot of American shows that wouldn't go over well here, and similarly, probably Aussie shows that don't. Although
Yeah,
I
but
think,
we seem to have them, nonetheless.
well, American shows that are America and shown in America, when they're shown over here, we accept them, and they work and they're fine.
Yeah.
But if you take an American show and try, if you were to try and make Friends, a British version of Friends.
I would probably prefer it. I hate Friends.
Coupling, yeah. So yeah, I was about to say there was a show over here called Coupling
Oh, fucking hate Friends.
that was, I guess, a similar sort of premise
Yeah.
that you had a half dozen sort of men and women that were sort of
Yeah.
connected, but it wasn't Friends. It was.
No.
It was.
We have a lot of terrible shows here. Big Bang Theory is awful. There's a lot of awful shows.
Yeah.
It did quite well here.
Yeah, Big Bang Theory did well here. Yeah.
Well, it was
does
because
well
it
here,
was accepted
but
for
it's
what it
just
was.
not.
Yeah. But I mean, there was a show that came over from the States back in the days when we were starting to get shows, US shows, earlier than we were, because 9 times out of 10 we were watching shows for the first time from the States that'd been running in the States for fucking 10 years. We
Yeah.
hadn't seen them yet. But one that did, I think it was BBC Two took it up, but they put it on really late at night, which was really annoying. And it was Soap.
Oh yes, no, it was ITV, wasn't it?
No,
Soap,
I don't think. No, I think it was BBC Two. Really late.
Oh,
It-
it was
no, it
always
might have
very
been-
late.
It might have been, but I always thought
Pretty
it was
sure it was
BBC
ITV.
Two.
I
But I
was
remember
definitely
that
very late. Yeah.
I thought it was fucking hilarious.
What was the
'Cause it
show
was
that
sort of like-
inspired Sanford and Son? What do you guys call it?
Oh God, yeah, there was a big YouTube video on about all this. Samson's, I think it was supposed to be Steptoe and Son.
Okay. Was that popular there?
Steptoe was.
Steptoe and Son was huge here.
Was it? Okay.
Yeah.
And then you had what was the other? The show was the name of the guy. He was a sort of a bit of a bigot, setting his own, setting
the
his ways.
Afghanet thing.
Yeah, the Afghanet thing.
Till Death Do Us Part.
Yeah,
Was it? Yeah.
here
Death Do Us- yeah.
and there it was
But over there,
called
that was
Archie Bunker
Archie
or
Bunker.
something like that.
Oh, All in
Yeah,
the Family. Yeah.
Oh, the family. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Spawned the Jeffersons.
Mm.
That was an offshoot.
But if you can actually physically compare the two shows, although it's the same premise, it was violently different because it was character and environment based. So it had to be violently different. Otherwise,
Yeah.
the people in America are going, what? I don't even understand half the things the bloke's saying.
Man
And
with
people
Beard
talking about
just
soap. That
reminded
was
me.
clever. Did you guys get soap over there?
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
a clever show.
Yeah.
Oh, God,
But it was
yeah.
very late at night.
Yeah, loved it.
Man with Beard has just reminded me Sledgehammer.
Jessica.
Sledgehammer.
Sledgehammer.
Do you remember?
Sledgehammer's amusing. Yeah, it wasn't great, but it was
It was bonkers. It was almost kind of like Naked Gun, kind of really
Yeah.
stupid sort of humour.
I remember it now.
Police Squad was great. Before
Yeah,
Naked Gun, Police Squad was awesome.
Yeah. No, it's weird because they were always worried about bringing shows over here, and yet they sat well. And they say, "Oh no,
Because
British
going the
shows
other
will not
way-
work. British shows would
Well,
not
nobody
work
doesn't
in
worry
America."
about it. People don't get
No,
it. Right?
we always had this thing about British shows will not work in America unless they're manipulated in some way or completely revamped in some ways. And yet, Monty Python did great out there.
Monty Python movies, but not the shows so much. I grew up on
No.
the shows and saw the movies later.
Yeah.
I love Monty Python.
But you see, the shows weren't what we would call massively popular here.
Not
Really?
until after, anyway.
They would be BBC Two at 30 o'clock, literally. When they were really, my dad loved it. But he said there was many people at work. He said, "What are you watching that for?" "Oh no, I'm not watching that rubbish." And 9 times out of 10 it was a cultural thing where there would be people who didn't understand what was being said.
Well,
in
you
some
guys
cases.
had references to political figures and some literary figures, and a lot of people here were like, "Who the fuck was that?"
Yeah, don't know who they are.
But it was still
But
funny
But
because
what
it
was
had
weird,
Warner
as
Brothers
kids, we'd be
layer.
watching it. As kids,
Yeah.
we'd be watching it, and we didn't know who they were talking about either. But it was funny
Yeah.
because it had
because it was still
slapstick and visual
stupid as well.
comedy and-
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it was
But-
appealing for everybody.
Because of Python, I sought out to learn about, the people that they would reference. I'm going, well, I don't know who that is. I want to get that joke. So
I never heard of Proust, so
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I can remember at school when we were doing Magritte, and I'm going, I know who this is.
Yeah.
I go, yes, sir, I know who he is. He did this, that, the other. And how did you know that? Python. But the golden days, I don't think America got to see him, was the live Python shows. When it used to be broadcast live. What were they thinking? Well, I did that thing where they kept bringing down the volume. Oh, very quietly during the whole course of the show, kept bringing the volume down so the people were getting up and turning their TVs up.
And then they come back.
And then for the last 10 minutes, pushed it out full blast and had to all rush over and turn the TVs down.
we had irreverent stuff here like Ernie Kovacs and stuff. That was pretty wild,
Yeah.
but not too much.
Yeah, it was interesting. I still think that,
Like, we had
that, you know,
laughter, which was pretty
I mean, the
terrible. Parents
cultural
loved laughing.
divide between countries, I don't think is actually as big as television stations make out they are somehow. They're just frightened of things failing.
I
And
think
9 times
since-
out of 10 they mess with it and it fails because they messed with it.
Since the advent of channels like BBC America,
Yeah.
where they broadcast the BBC shows as they are, I think a lot more. They've probably gained a bigger audience, just people just watching the original bloody shows, rather than some crappy conversion that's been done. You know, there's a lot of a lot
The
of
biggest
people.
conduit we had was public television. That's where you
Yeah.
got Monty Python,
Yeah.
Benny Hill, all kinds of stuff. You know?
Oh, we're sorry. We're sorry about Benny.
We can only apologise.
Yeah.
I was
I
entertained.
mean, how did America receive the young ones?
It was on MTV. So MTV
Oh.
did the usual weird shit with it, like they did with Python, where we probably didn't get the whole show.
Right. Okay.
But you know, Benny Hill was great because you could see nudity on TV, which was rare here, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you could have almost sort of like nudity on TV in the UK as long as the woman went. Then it was all right.
Monty Python, right? But as soon as MTV carried Monty Python, they cut all the nude scenes out.
Oh, Monty Python was pushing the barrier at every
Yeah.
turn where they could.
There's that one with the boring life of a stockbroker or whatever, and like things are blowing up around him and people dying in front of him. He goes to the shop, the nude woman hands him a paper.
Yeah.
That's all blurred out.
Oh, is it?
Oh yeah.
so-
We can't
Anybody
handle
would-
that here. We can handle all the
anybody-
violence, can't have the nudity.
Anybody would think your government doesn't trust you.
As the Christian assholes running things.
Oh.
Sorry, Justin, but people are assholes.
Yeah, and I don't think they're... Oh, I don't know. I mean, church and the BBC, there's a relationship that was quite prevalent, wasn't it? But I think sometimes things got away. Because, do you remember we had Mary Whitehouse and... what was that guy? The Reverend... Oh, God. I can't remember his name. And he'd done they did this... it was like a discussion program it was late on BBC One or something, and you had Mary Whitehouse, you had this Reverend somebody other, and it was being chaired by Malcolm Muggeridge.
Oh, fucking Malcolm.
Yeah, Malcolm Muggeridge, yeah, exactly, yeah. And this discussion with I think it was John Cleese, Eric Idle, there was somebody else, but who wasn't Python, but was doing something at that time. And this just, oh my God. And you could see where the comedians, shall we say, for want of another word, talking very logically, openly, and on the other side it was all just like, oh, blah, 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 like that, just lots of that for half an hour. And I think it's up on YouTube, and you watch it and you just go, Jesus, it's a wonder we ever got out of the caves. It really is. But, Python carried on. Nobody died.
Exactly.
But there again, I mean, age will also play a part in it. I mean, some program on it a couple of weeks ago, Fiona was watching, and I was looking at it going, oh, this is shit, and got up and walked out again. I don't know what it was. It was some sort of comedy show, but it was god awful. It was like, so when do you get to the funny bit? So there was nothing going on really. It's just bleh. I think it was probably called Grey or something. It's just ugh. So you kind of get used to the thing you like, and that's it, I suppose. But yeah, you do wonder sometimes. Mind you, watching TV in Ireland, that was quite an eye-opener as well. There's none of the programmes that you see on BBC and ITV back home.
No.
Back in the 80s, it was like very sedate.
I always remember being very disappointed when we'd go over to Italy, and you'd see the TV listings and that, and you'd see things like all the shows, the American shows, the British shows, they're all on there, but of course they're all dubbed. So you'd have to watch this thing, and you'd see all your familiar characters, but they're all talking in Italian. It wasn't subtitles; it was all fucking dubbed.
Yeah, but I mean, in fairness, look at the shows that we used to have on the BBC that were from France and Italy.
Oh yeah.
As well, isn't it? Hello.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Good, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, if I.
Oh yeah. And the water margin.
Yeah.
You cannot park that bicycle there. It's still good though. I used to love Monkey.
Yeah, Monkey was good.
Yeah, I did like that. Yeah. And then it standing on that little cloud.
Yeah. Oh, dear.
And Pigsy.
I always wondered, right? If you go to France, to Germany, to Italy, or anything like that, any of those major European countries, when they show an American or an English language show, it's always dubbed. It's always dubbed.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go to Holland, and I don't know whether it's like that in Belgium also, but certainly in Holland, they use subtitles. And I always wondered why that little corner of Europe, is it because direct translations into Dutch would just be too long or complicated, or is there? I don't know, because I know that the Dutch for the Dutch, English is pretty much a second language, and they all speak incredibly good English.
Or if you look at all of that part of Europe, I mean, I've yet to meet a German person that can't speak English, and they speak it better than I do.
Yeah. So there's subtitles in Belgium as well.
They all, Belgium, Germany, all those countries, Denmark and stuff, Holland and stuff. They really focus on being able to speak more than one language, more widely than any other country I know.
That's a shame. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah, big time. Jesus. I became aware of that when I was doing this job, and I became painfully aware of it. I mean, every single person, I get this guy, he goes, "Oh, hello, my name is, Carl. I live in, in Berlin," and he's talking English to me clear as day, and his job doesn't involve him having to know English in any way, and yet there he is speaking English clear as day. And then I think of me trying to learn French at school, and it's like,
Thing is, English is the language of business globally. I mean, I work for a company that's international, although it's based in America. We've got a bigger presence, around the world, in China, in Hong Kong, in Africa, in the Middle East. Everybody speaks English. Everybody speaks English. Doesn't matter what kind. Everyone speaks English. We do get requests to translate a lot of our content, but that's for our customers. But in our company, everyone speaks English, and it's just, and my colleague in Hong Kong, every now and again, he'll write an email or he'll send something, and he gets something slightly wrong, and I stop myself from saying or doing anything because his English is a million times better than my Cantonese.
Oh,
so
there's so many bloody dialects, mate.
Oh, I know.
You can go to different regions, and there's different ways that you pronounce certain words and things. Because there's that bloke on YouTube, that young guy, who can speak all these different...
Oh, yeah, and he goes into...
And he walks into things and then suddenly bursts into this particular dialect of Cantonese and stuff like that. And they're all, oh. And they really appreciate that somebody's learnt their language. Yeah. So I really get it. I really get it. Whereas, I hate to admit it, but here, You know, like, and you get somebody who's German and they're speaking perfect English to you, and you don't go, oh wow, you know, you've learnt English. You go, well, you probably should have to. We won the war after all, kind of bloody attitude. Do you know what I mean?
It's kind of embarrassing sometimes.
It is. It is embarrassing because I mean, from a linguistic point of view, we are shit. We're so shit, mate, and it's awful. Our school curriculum. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Mange 2, Rodders, Mange 2.
Yeah.
Bonnet de douche.
I mean,
I mean, God, I can't remember how old I was when I actually realised that bonnet de douche, what bonnet de douche meant. Do you know what bonnet? Shower
No.
cap. Shower cap.
oh, for God's sake.
And then when you realise that he's got it off, you know, the little hotel toiletries that you get, you know, you get the shower cap, don't you, in the little packet, and it says shower cap on one side, and you flip it over, it says bonnet de douche.
I had a fucking hilarious phone call one day. I remember it beautifully. This guy phoned me up, and he wanted, I think it was a CS80. He goes, oh, hello, yeah, I've spoken to your business partner, Richard, and you are, I understand, able to restore my CS80. And I was going, you know, I just went, bonjour, monsieur, yeah, mais oui, and all this sort of thing. Parlez-vous français? And I went,
Yeah, don't.
ouvrez le pot. Mange tout.
The singe dans l'arbre.
And I go, just a couple of phrases, sorry. He goes, not come up in this conversation, I think, no? So I go, well, I made an attempt. I'm sorry. So like, basically, yeah. Hello, how are you? Open the window. I know, ouvrez le pot, open the door, isn't it? It's,
That's it, yeah, port. Yeah.
ouvrez le fenêtre is window.
That's it.
I learned that when I was about 7, but it's the only French. I don't know. So, yeah, that's when I became very aware that, you know, everybody else on the planet was better at languages than we were.
I mean,
Oh dear. So nationally hang our heads. Oh, I don't know.
There's a Japanese YouTuber learning English by playing Grand Theft Auto.
Oh, God.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, because I mean, we're quite up on American colloquialisms as well, I suppose, because of all the American TV.
Oh, yeah.
I remember my dad getting very upset about me using American terminology. So if I'd said trunk or something, oh dear me, or windshield. Oh Jesus, yeah, it's a boot, boy, a boot.
And screen.
Yeah, windscreen, boy, windscreen.
It's not a sidewalk, it's the pavement.
Yeah, but it's millions of them, isn't there?
Oh, yeah.
And you go, oh yeah, Americans speak English as well. Really? Not the English you speak, mate. Honest to God, there's different words for so many different things. I can remember you'd be watching films and there would be references to things, and you go, I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
I remember for years not knowing what the fuck an Oreo was until they came here, and then discovered I really liked them. They like them a lot. You like them as well, don't you?
I do
Eh?
too.
Yeah, I love Oreos.
Well, you know the AI shirts that I put up on the store?
Yes, dear.
We've sold our first one.
Okay.
Would you like to know which character they bought?
Go on.
You.
Me?
Yeah, you're the first AI shirt to sell.
I didn't realise you were going to make them into shirts.
Yeah, shirts and mugs.
And mugs.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, we sold our first.
That is, honest to God, that is a News of the World caricature if I ever fucking saw one. Isn't it?
Yeah, it's all a bit
There
of a giggle.
won't be many people know what I'm referring to there, will they?
I've got special permission to do another one. Which,
Yeah, fanny packs. I didn't know what the fuck a fanny pack was.
Fanny pack, yeah. Or just a fanny. Because
Yeah, true enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's
Oh, it was everything else.
It's the opposite side, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, it was. Yeah. True enough. I'm trying to think what else. Semi.
Yeah.
God, what's a semi? Yeah, but freeway, motorway.
Yeah.
What else is different? It's funny. I know there's millions of things that are different, but now I'm thinking of it, I can't think of any.
You guys say dustbin.
Yeah, bin,
Well,
not
I don't
trash
say
can.
we don't say dustbin anymore, do we?
Well, bin, wheelie bin,
we just say the
even.
bin.
One of
Yeah.
my friends, his parents were older from the UK, so they guess they still said it. But
Yeah. Yeah, truck, lorry.
Yeah.
Although there were trucks, we did have trucks that we called trucks, and then we had
Chips and
lorries that we
fries.
called lorries.
Chips and fries.
Chips and food. Now you're talking. Yeah.
Chips and fries, yeah.
What's the one? I mean, the names are completely different for the food, but it was a fruit. Quince and something, I think it was. Is it quince? No, it wasn't quince. Some sort of berry. You got a completely different name for some berries. To what we
Courgettes
call
and
it.
linguine. Is it linguine?
you guys call blueberry something else.
No, we don't. We call them blueberries.
No, they call them
Not
blueberries.
what
Yeah.
I've heard.
Blueberries.
It used to be called star fruit or starberry because of the pattern on it.
Oh. Starfruit. Yeah, starfruit sounds familiar.
Well, starfruit's different. The real starfruit is carambo. That's from the Philippines.
Yeah,
But
okay.
they used to call blueberry starfruit at one point.
Yeah, fags and cigarettes.
Yeah.
There's a really, yeah.
Yeah, that's a
That doesn't go
big
over
cultural
well over
difference.
here.
Yeah, that's a big culture. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kiss a fag.
Well, okay.
Well, all right then. Love to oblige. That was the thing. We never used the word oblige, did we? No, oblige in not in that context. I don't think it came up in a different
No, I suppose
context.
it gets used more.
We would be obliging and stuff. Oh God.
I remember I got pulled up when I was, I'd written something for work, and I'd used the word whilst. And my boss at the time said to me, "What's this?" And I said, "Whilst." What's
Yeah.
that mean? And I said, "Whilst. I'm doing
Yeah.
I'm doing this whilst I'm doing that." You mean while you're doing that? Well, you could say that, but it's whilst. Oh no. But while. I said, well, don't you understand what whilst means? And I then had to go to a few American friends and say, if I said to you I was cutting the grass
Whilst wanking.
whilst wanking, yeah, would you know what that meant? And they all said, to a man said to me, oh, yeah, of course. So, but they didn't know it. So
Yeah, tomato,
Zucchini,
tomato.
yeah.
Potato, potato.
Well, that's just stupid, isn't it?
You also
Yeah,
have
that's
boot and trunk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, slaughterhouse,
What do you call the-
abattoir.
Hood and
What do you call
bonnet.
hood? What do you call
Hood and
bonnet?
bonnet.
right?
Bonnet.
Yeah, bonnet, yeah.
Bonnet.
Although technically that is French.
Bonnet. Bonnet
Yeah.
de douche, Rodney.
Because technically the French invented the car. Technically.
Well, there's a lot of crossover. You guys use a lot of French words, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
God, yeah. Yeah, we couldn't help. They nearly beat us once. Well, wasn't our monarchy French for quite a while?
And it's German now.
And now it's German, yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't...
Oh, it's just interbreeding.
Plus,
Oh, yeah,
plus
yeah.
there's a lot of words there's a lot of Malay words we use, like amok is a Malay word.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
it's
you
just all
really?
over
Yeah.
the place. Yeah.
Yeah, run amok.
Do you know what the only Swedish word is in the English language?
I've heard that before, but I can't remember.
That's not ABBA.
Go on.
Ombudsman.
Oh,
yeah. No, I
That
seem
is-
to remember that
yeah.
as well. Yeah.
Only
The only time I ever
Swedish
hear
word.
that was on campus. It's at university. They use the campus ombudsman.
Oh, IKEA.
IKEA. No, it's IKEA. It's IKEA.
Oh, yeah.
Get it right.
Um,
But yeah, ombudsman is the only Swedish word. Whacking and wanking. Well, yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
yeah.
But over here,
You guys say what is it? Whinge, right?
yeah, we
Yeah.
whinge. Yeah,
Yeah.
we whinge a lot.
Yeah.
We're British, is what we do.
What is the American equivalent of whinge?
Bitch,
Like
bitch and moan.
yeah, complain. It's like a combination of complain and like wincing. Like you make a face when you do it. You know?
Yeah.
Whinging. I think when we say whinging, if somebody's being annoying when they're complaining. Oh, he keeps whinging about this.
Yeah, whinging on.
Where if you say he keeps complaining about this, you take it a bit more seriously. But whinging is just like, oh, he's being fucking annoying,
Yeah.
complaining about this. But
Oh, well, what a 4-year-old does when he can't have sweets. Kind
Yeah,
of thing
exactly,
in
yeah,
the shop.
yeah.
They whinge.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or gripe. Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you say what a wanker in American
You guys say
English?
jumper. We don't
Jumper.
say jumper.
Yeah, sweater, jumper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, jumper could be jacket too, right? Like a sweatshirt.
over here.
Not a jumper.
No, a jumper
No.
is a knitted woolen garment,
Garment.
with
What do you say
long
for sweatshirt?
sleeves. We say sweatshirt.
You do? Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sweatshirt. Yeah.
Well, we do now.
Or a hoodie. If it's got a hood on it, then it's a hoodie.
Yeah, but I mean, this is some of these words have come about where the internet exists, so it's sort of like it's like a global sweep.
Yeah, trainers and sneakers. We don't say sneakers.
No, we don't say.
I say tennis shoes. I never said sneakers.
We're
What a-
plimp soles.
Yeah, do you say plimsolls?
No.
No.
There's a band called Plimsolls. What does that mean?
Plimsolls are a gym
They were
shoe.
sort of like a rubber gym shoe. You know?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I suppose you call them gym shoes. I suppose.
Yeah, that's another one. Bathroom.
Go on.
See, in America, if you say I want to go to the bathroom, that means you want to go to the toilet.
To my
If you want to go
lavatory.
to the bathroom here, it means you go to
You've
the
got a
room
very
with the
very
bath in
big
it.
toilet with two
Yeah.
taps on it.
WC, water closet.
Yeah, no, it's just the toilet. It's the toilet.
Yeah, that's
Or the
another one.
loo.
Closet, wardrobe.
Yeah, closet and wardrobe. Yeah. Yeah.
There was thousands of thinking about it. It's and yet when you stop to think about it, you go, "Oh, I can't think of anything." But you can literally go into any room in the house and come up with 200 different words. Bet you.
I mean, what do you call one of these in America? I mean, not the brand, but if somebody says I'm going to make a call on my
Cell phone.
yeah, so you say cell phone, we say mobile.
People say mobile a lot as well, just because it's easy.
Do they?
Yeah.
I think
Or
Americans say
smartphone.
cell a lot more though. We don't
Yeah,
call them
cell or
cells,
cell
do
phone
we?
or smartphone.
Probably shouldn't, because a cell could have nothing to do with a telephone.
Yeah.
True enough.
See, we have a product in our company, and being we are an American company, although with European owners. Our product or our solution for unlocking doors with one of these is called mobile access.
Yeah.
So it could be, I suppose
Oh,
that's
yeah.
because it's a global product. It's
That's a good one. Condominium.
yeah. What's a condominium? I could
Chalet?
never-
Very, very fancy apartment.
Yeah, we use condominium. Yeah.
So a
Yeah.
condo is a
Condo's
fancy
a short.
apartment.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Over-
condos when you own. Apartment is when you rent.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because over here,
Ah,
a living abode that's in a building with lots of other living abodes is called a flat. Generally,
Flat. Yeah.
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 Because I always thought a condominium was sort of like a single story separate building, and it'd be near the beach. kind of thing. You know, like a
Very
chalet.
Yeah, condos can be 2 stories too.
Well, we have
Yeah.
townhouses, which are the vertical, like 2-3 story.
Oh, I don't know. Our one's just a grey moron.
Yeah.
They don't reckon he's going to be Prime Minister for long.
Really?
Yeah, they reckon there's rumbles in the distance. Distant drums.
But you guys all have different names for cars too, like saloon, and I've never heard those terms before until you guys started talking about that. Like we have station wagon.
Yeah, we don't have.
You know,
Well,
Oh,
vans,
no, that's
we have-
no, station wagon, estate.
estate, yeah.
Yeah.
But there are some car manufacturers, like I remember Peugeot. Obviously, they're French, but they released versions of like 2 or 3 of their models called station wagons. But they a lot of the time they just abbreviated it to the SW. So you'd have the Peugeot 206 SW or the Peugeot 306 SW. But it was station wagon. But yeah, I mean, if you want to buy a car that has a vertical, back to it, that's an estate.
What do you call that? Do you call it tailgate, or what do you call it?
Yeah,
Hatch.
tailgate.
Well, it's the hatchback, isn't it?
Hatchback. Yeah.
Yeah, we call them tailgates. We've always called them tailgates.
And you guys say coupe, we just say coupe.
Yeah, coupe. Yeah.
Coupe, yeah, because it is French.
Exactly. I got those damn French again.
It has that little silly thing over the e.
That's right.
What do you call like a small what would you call a VW Golf? What sort of car is that?
Sedan.
That'd be like a coupe. Yeah.
That's a hatchback.
Depends on how many.
Oh,
depends on
it has
how
a
many
hatchback.
doors.
But they also.
Yeah, but we call it a hatchback or a hatch. We just call it a hatch. Do you guys have shooting brakes?
No.
No. Okay. That's probably quite a British thing, isn't it? The shooting brake.
You mean
Although
like a parking brake, or is it?
No. Shooting brake is a style of car,
Oh, okay.
but it's like an estate, so it's like a station wagon, but it's generally accepted as
sleek.
being a more sleeker.
Okay, like an Infinity. Right?
it-
Seen those Infinities?
Oh, I don't know.
Like the Volvo V70.
Yeah, or the Arteon shooting
It's
brake.
low to the ground and you don't
Yeah, they're
fuck with
basically
it.
more streamlined.
the
station
name
wagons.
comes from the vehicle where they used to keep the guns basically in the back of that's why it was called the shooting brake.
Wow, we know about those here.
But
There's a good
brake
one.
spelt BRAKE, not brake.
Jaywalking.
All right.
Yeah, jaywalking. Yeah,
That's
don't
a
have
good
that.
one.
We don't have jaywalking. There's a law even over here.
I don't think we do, no.
Jaywalking is crossing the road in a place where you should
Just
be
in the
crossing
middle.
the road.
No light, no crosswalk, no.
Yeah.
No,
so
it's not a legal, it's not an offence. Here it's just wind down the window, beep your horn and call them a wanker.
get the word, you fucking.
What's the?
Yeah.
I've seen some pictures of the street with the zigzag pattern on the sides. What does that mean?
So
Oh,
when you have a
that's-
crossing,
Yeah.
so there are different types of crossing. There's a zebra crossing, which is because the black and white lines on the road. There's a pelican crossing.
Yeah.
There's a
Where the
puffin
pelicans cross.
Yeah, there's a puffin crossing even.
Yeah,
but
where the puffins
essentially,
cross.
Either side of the area of the road that is marked and labelled for pedestrians to cross on, there will be, I forget the distance, but there will be zigzag lines on the side of the road which forbids you from stopping your vehicle on the side of the road there. So if you stop your vehicle on the
Make a blind
zigzag
spot or
lines,
something.
then you will be caught arrested, or not arrested, but you'll be ticketed.
Okay.
And
I saw in Robert's video the other day. He was driving around talking. I saw a bunch of the zigzags.
Mind you, if you look on YouTube, you get the impression that Americans don't know what a red light is.
No, it means go faster.
Yeah, because please
that's
ignore
like-
this light.
that's
Yellow
global.
light means speed up and check the rearview mirror for cops.
Yeah.
And also, are American trucks actually designed to break down on railway lines?
Only Fords.
What the hell is that about?
It's for the insurance.
That's another one. Railway line, railroad,
Yeah. So we call it trains. You call it the railroad.
locomotives.
Yeah, we call them trains too.
Yeah,
Planes, trains, and automobiles.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
yeah. But I think it's more commonly called locomotives, though, aren't they?
No, that's the old style shit, like the steam stuff. That's a local.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought even the big diesel locos. Yeah.
I mean, it depends. If you're like a real enthusiast, maybe they use that term. But
Or
the
maybe
average
it changes
person
from one part of the country
train,
to
we
the
call them
other.
train stations. They're train stations. So
True.
It's funny. There's some things that are just pronounced differently, and other things that are just like
and you guys know
violently
it's not
different.
subway. You have the underground, but is
Yeah.
it just London or
No,
is it-
we have subways. We do have subways, but they're pedestrian.
Yeah.
So you can walk around. See if you see a sign that says subway, it's a pedestrian subway, so it will go underneath. Whereas the transport system is, well, the one in London is affectionately known as the Underground, or the London. I think the company's name is London Underground, which is part of Transport for London. But in Newcastle, they call it the Metro.
Oh, okay.
In Glasgow, they call it something else. But yeah, as Tassif
Because
says,
the Berlin Song Metro is about France, right? Wasn't
Does America have roundabouts?
Yeah.
yes, in
Dude,
certain
more than ever
certain-
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're catching
yeah.
on, are they?
It confuses the shit out of people.
Christ, because you can't use crossroads. How are you going to deal with roundabouts?
Pray.
It's
I remember the first. I remember the first time I stopped at a stop sign, and there's like 3 other cars, and we're all just sat there.
yeah.
Who's
Yeah,
going to go
just do the
first?
aggressive one.
Yeah,
Who's going to go?
yeah.
Who's going to go? And I wasn't going to go because I was the Johnny Foreigner, so I wasn't going to go. I was just waiting for somebody else to go. We sat there for what seemed like an age.
The good thing about the roundabouts here is they're not multi-lane. That would really fuck people up. You guys have those
Really?
big multi-lane roundabouts? We just
Oh,
have single
mate.
lane roundabouts.
First of all, I would love to show you around. There's a roundabout. Well, there's probably one about 10 miles up the road from here where you've got 4 lanes. So as you approach the roundabout, you've got 4 lanes. The left-hand lane goes to the left.
Yeah.
The middle 2 lanes will go to the left and straight on.
And on.
And then the right-hand lane goes around to the
Go
right.
right round and out. Yeah.
Well,
There's
unless
a
you're an idiot.
roundabout.
There you go.
Yeah, but in the 50s, 60s, and up until about the mid 70s, you could have a 4-lane roundabout, but there was no lines.
Yeah.
Justin, that was the
And
longest
people
lane
used to
around.
know how to use that roundabout without bumping into it and cutting each other up.
But then we have things like the Magic Roundabout in Swindon, where you've got 7 mini roundabouts around a larger central roundabout.
Yeah.
And the traffic goes in the opposite direction. It honestly, when you get there, it's fine. You kind of figure it all out.
Yeah.
But actually, here I've got an image here. I bet it's in bloody. Oh no, it's not in WebP. There you go. That'll work. I used to do this roundabout every day for some while. I used to work in Swindon. There's one in Colchester as well that's very similar. but
Yeah, I heard
it's
somebody
smaller.
worked in Swindon once.
Yeah.
Isn't Swindon the British office location, supposedly? Isn't it
No,
Swindon?
that's Slough.
Slough, that's it.
Yeah.
But they have a branch in Swindon, I think, in the show. So this is the Magic Roundabout.
Yeah.
So you see, you've got
Wow.
Yeah.
you've got islands and
Yeah,
roundabouts.
that's weird
but,
with the islands. Yeah.
but you can see that some of the traffic goes. You kind of go in the wrong direction as you go around.
Holy smokes. Yeah.
But yeah, it's. I mean, once you figure it out, it's just it's kind of obvious because you're going around one. You ignore the bit in the middle. You ignore that big green bit, and you just deal with the roundabout that you're on, and you follow the rules. And when they introduced this, they initially introduced it 1 lane for each direction coming in and out. Then they opened up the second lane, they opened up the third lane, and then it was fine.
Yeah.
And it's just a piece of piss.
Just to
but-
wean people off the.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
But it
We have
works.
some terrible roads on the East Coast. I would do business trips out there in Connecticut. And these expressways, so they're not as fast as a freeway, not as fast as a regular street, and nowhere to do left turns anywhere. You have to do this little J turnout and cut across at certain spots. So you have to, anywhere you go, your destination is either well before you turn or well after you need to turn because you can't go directly to any spot. It's really stupid.
Best thing about the American road system, or the rules and regulations, is turning right on a red.
Yeah.
Obviously, over here it would have to be turning left on a red.
Yeah.
But that whole concept of turning right on a red just saves so much bother. And
Oh yeah.
it's I mean, it's brilliant. You know,
We have a lot of
don't
places
have-
you can't now, though. For safety reasons, they have a lot of problems, and they have a no turn on red sign.
Yeah,
For the most
yeah,
part,
yeah.
it's allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's a
Some
lot of
people
places
just
here
do
in the UK that you could just say, turn left on a red would be fine, and it would.
And they never allow it anywhere.
No, oh gosh, no. The lights are king. That's it.
I think one of the problems that American roads have is because it's such a big country and there's so many roads and they're so long, and so many roads don't have curbs. So you lose control of a car, and instead of it, like it does here, it clatters into the curb and doesn't go much anywhere else. You can go and off into people's front gardens and all sorts.
That's how my wife put one of our cars on its roof and then around again, was that she skidded, and as she slid off the tarmac, the wheel just went into the soft verge and dug in, and of course it dug in the momentum, then just flipped the car over. Had there been a curb, it would have
just clattered the curb and
clattered,
bounced
slowed
back.
it might have fucked the wheel up, but she wouldn't have spun it on it to its roof. Well, she did a 270.
Yeah.
It was just
Yeah, slightly more damage than a.
That's what's
a
great
wheel.
about your smart
That was
car,
all right.
Kent. If you get enough momentum, you can just roll over on the roof and keep going, right?
Mate, you can actually pick a smart car up. It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
I've actually picked up Fiona's smart car so she could put some axle stands under it because it was quicker than going to get the jack. Go, oh no, give it here. Go on, no, thank you.
That's crazy.
Yeah, not so much at the back, but certainly at the front.
Well, there's a picture. There's a clip of Franco Colombo lifting up a car in Italy doing pumping iron because it's a little Fiat, but they're still pretty heavy, and he just deadlifts it basically. The guy's fixed a tire.
Bloody hell!
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it with the Muzzy, mind, but
no.
I do with the smart. I actually could the same for the Chrysler. Actually, God, it's a lump. Jesus. So, what other colloquialisms? What other words do we have that are different?
God,
I'm sure there's some really obvious ones as well, and we're just not thinking of them because they're so
Do you
obvious.
guys have a lot of one-way streets in big cities to try and minimize gridlock,
Yeah.
or whatever?
Mm.
Because it often causes a problem here. It doesn't help; it causes a problem because you have people actually blocking the road, making gridlock happen.
No, we have a lot of one-ways, particularly in dense, areas. Or London, there's a lot of one-ways in London.
Yeah.
And you have to go, if you want to get somewhere and you miss something, you've got to go around and then come back again.
I tell you what is kind of blurred now is that one time a day it used to be simply Americans said cookies and we said biscuits. But now we have cookies, won't we? And we will use the word freely.
Yeah.
Like
But
chocolate chip
biscuits,
cookies.
biscuits are different things in America.
Yeah,
They're either
exactly.
a cracker or they're an actual puffy biscuit like bread. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, kissing the machines is a turnpike. We don't. They're toll roads.
Oh yeah.
And you guys say crisps instead of chips.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we say chips instead of. Well, we do say fries, but only.
But when we go to McDonald's, we say
only when
fries
it's fast food.
because they're
Oh, really?
called fries up on
Still
the.
called fries? Okay.
Yeah, they call them fries, so we call them
I
fries.
think they call them frites like they do in France. Right?
But chips are chips when you go to a chip shop.
Yeah, chips. I had chips tonight for tea.
Did you?
Yeah, proper fish and chips from the chippy.
Oh, nice.
Nice bit of cod.
It's not cod. Hasn't
It
been
is.
cod for 20 years.
Yes,
it's not.
cod. It is.
It's not.
It
they,
is.
They call it cod.
No, cod is cod. You're thinking of the other stuff that like rocky.
No,
cod is cod.
No, what's it called?
You can't call it cod if it's not cod.
What's it called?
Fish,
We have
cod.
hog out
No,
here.
no. I'm trying to think what the name of the bloody fish was. Oh, fucking hell. I used to... No, bollocks, I can't remember what it bloody called. Our chip shop, we used to call it cod. You want cod and chips? Yeah.
Well, that might have been that chip shop, but
Yeah, you go. It's not cod, though.
cod is good. Yeah,
It's
pollocks.
pollock or something, yeah. Yeah, that's it.
No, there are some. There are some but cod is always cod.
Yeah. Because we're supposed to be backing off for a while, aren't we?
Apparently.
That was another Monty Python.
Stocks are low.
Was it the fragrance sketch or whatever? Where they named all the fish names.
Oh yeah.
Haddock, bream,
Yeah.
something a little more halibutish.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Fishy, fishy, fish.
You fishy fish. Okay, what else we got?
And he gets the one that's crab, tiger, and almond. Just so ridiculous. It's great. I never get tired of those shows.
It is literally a different
Oh,
language.
you say
when
chemist
look at
instead
it.
of pharmacist.
Yeah.
Speaking of that sketch, they
Wow.
called the chemist sketch.
Well, no,
it's
pharmacies,
changed.
it's kind of
Yeah.
catching up, isn't it?
Oh yeah, the chemist is generally a shop on the high street where you can buy. A chemist will now contain a pharmacy, but you
Yes.
can also buy other things that are slightly medically related. So
Yeah.
corn plasters and all that kind of things that don't require prescriptions. If you require a prescription, you go to the pharmacy, but the pharmacy is
Aspirin,
generally
panty pads,
stuff like that. You buy from the chemist.
yeah, cough sweets.
Or
and
the
stuff like that.
supermarket, because most of them just all blend
Yeah.
into
Yeah.
one there. Yeah,
Whereas a pharmacy is where you go with your prescription
pharmacy is
for your not
Because
available
over-
over the counter
yeah.
medications and thing and ting.
We don't say wind here, we say gas. So,
and you say gas and we say petrol.
Yeah,
gasoline.
there's no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an obvious one, isn't it? As well.
Yeah.
Weird.
What about
Weird,
diesel,
yeah.
though? Do you still call that petrol? Or do you call it diesel?
No, diesel's diesel.
Diesels.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Teslas are wanks.
Tesla's fucking
And
shit.
you have different, all your common names for chemicals. Like instead of,
Don't say aluminum. Don't say aluminum.
no. I'm talking about drugs. So like,
Okay.
you say paracetamol instead of acetaminophen.
What?
What?
Paracetamol, yeah.
Yeah, paracetamol.
Call it
Paracetamol,
acetaminophen. It's
ibuprofen,
Tylenol. Yeah.
Yeah.
aspirin.
So even the chemical names, the drug names are different too. It's
yeah,
weird.
Aspro. Do you remember Aspro?
aspirin.
Yeah, you guys, what do you call Advil? Just Advil, or do you have ibuprofen?
What is Advil?
Ibuprofen.
Well, then we call it ibuprofen.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some branded ones like Nurofen. Nurofen is a
Yeah.
brand, but Nurofen tablets are generally ibuprofen.
ibuprofen. Yeah.
And
So we go the
Anodine.
long way.
Yeah, but then we say, get me some Anodine, because Anodine used to be aspirin on its own, but now Anodine Extra is aspirin plus paracetamol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, so and then cocodamol, which is codeine and paracetamol. But so we generally call them by the name of the drug rather than the name of the brand.
You don't say acetyl salicylic acid?
Not even for a bet.
No,
That's aspirin.
no, get some aspirin. I mean, aspirin's a kind of an old. It can. People generally don't ask for aspirin. They'll just ask for, have you got some paracetamol for a headache, or have you got some ibuprofen? Whereas maybe 30, 40 years ago, or certainly our parents would have been, asking for aspirin because that was the most common sort of pain relief, or what do they call it? NSAIDs, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug.
Do you know what? It's something I've never had explained to me.
So
Apparently.
the man inserts his no.
That's where I'm going
Yeah,
wrong.
when two people love each other very much.
Yeah. No, literally, walk 20 seconds up the road here, and I'm in Epsom, right? the ancient town of Epsom. Now, Epsom salts is available all over the bloody planet, from what I can gather. Right? Now, explain to me. There's no Epsom salt mine.
No, that's true.
There's no Epsom salt
Basically,
going on at all anyway. Where the fuck is it coming from then?
It's Epsom. It's a name given to magnesium sulfate. It's I don't know where.
Maybe the people.
There
that
is an
use
Epsom
it a
salt.
lot.
There is a spring in Epsom, and yes, and it has this incredibly high salt content, and sometime in the Middle Ages or something, they decided it was good for you.
Well, it is. Epsom salts. They do a
Yeah.
good job. Yeah.
But
Or a sitz bath. You guys heard of a sitz bath? SITZ, sitz bath.
no, that's new.
As opposed to a standing bath.
It's the same kind of. It's named after some guy, I think, but it's a
Oh.
medical soak. Another type of medical soak,
Yeah.
usually for your deadlift.
Epsom won the Name Our Salt contest. Oh man. Yeah. So yeah, and and it did. It became a place where people would come from near and far to take the waters.
Yes. Yeah.
So I mean, I think what they obviously done is they just recreated the mineral content again, which is probably easy enough to do. Package it and call it Epsom salt, I suppose.
The brand, isn't it? Really, more than anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. There's an air. Oh dear. Something's gone.
What's that?
Oh, my headphones suddenly just stopped
Oh,
working for
right.
no apparent reason whatsoever. Now, I got a friend of mine. He sent me some aerial photographs of here.
Oh yeah, you were saying.
Yeah, and it's, some of them you can see the airship flying over here.
Mm.
You know, the size of a Zeppelin, but not a Zeppelin, obviously. Of what round here was like in 1930s and stuff like that, and it's just fields for fucking miles, nothing at all. And I can work out roughly where my house is now, and it's just field. Unbelievable.
Yeah. But it's funny, like where I live now, this very spot, when I was at school just up the road, this was literally all fields.
Yeah.
And now it's a massive fucking housing estate. None of this stuff around here existed when I was a kid, and that wasn't, well, it was probably some while ago.
You know.
40 years ago. But
Yeah, most of the places I
was
live were
awful.
orchards, and they're just all gone.
Yeah.
All housing. Or as he said, Ministry of Housing.
Housing, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, even that housing estate there,
Used
that was
to
a
be the
that was a field 10 years ago.
No, I mean, whenever I go back to Norwich or anything, I was like, oh, that what they've built there. There was nothing there before, and it's all,
Yeah.
you know, it just happens. But yeah, but then I belong to a few like Facebook groups that are like local history Facebook, and you get people posting some amazing pictures. And it's particularly Stowmarket, you know, where I live. It hasn't changed an awful lot over the years, to be fair. And you could look at a picture of Stowmarket town centre 100 years ago, and you'd know it was Stowmarket town centre, because the buildings are all. If the buildings aren't the same buildings, the buildings that have gone and have been replaced in exactly the same place with just a more modern building, but it's the same shape, the same layouts, and in some cases the same buildings. But there's not a lot that's changed. It's only when you get sort of beyond, you know, if you took an aerial photograph now of Stowmarket compared to say even just 40 years ago, it's much, it's grown, you know, to the
Yeah.
edges.
Yeah, I mean, Epsom's always been there. I think it was established by the Romans.
Probably it could be.
I think it goes right back.
Well, there's that bloody long straight road that comes off the M25 that pretty much takes you all the way down.
Yeah.
The one I come off at, anyway.
Yeah, there is a bit of a Roman vibe going on there.
There
isn't
is.
Have you guys been to Bath where they have the Roman bath ruins and stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't.
cool.
But,
It's interesting. But you know, we have a lot of Roman leftovers around here.
Oh, yeah.
So
Well, Hadrian's Wall's gone, right? There's no remnants of that, is there?
no, there's bits of Hadrian's.
oh, there's still little bits
yeah,
of it.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, more than you've got across Mexico, anyway.
Yeah.
There's not much of that there,
you had
is
to
there?
make the Romans pay for it. See that?
Yeah. But I mean, it's like when London was Londinium back in the day. I mean, that's only because of the estuary being there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Same with Colchester. which
yeah,
was a
exactly.
massive
If the estuaries weren't there, they wouldn't have bothered. Yeah.
So, Colchester. Actually, in actual fact, you can go to Colchester and you still see some Roman structures, buildings that are still there. Norwich as well. I mean, Norwich. I'm sure there must have been the Romans. Well, the thing is, we had Boudicca who fought the Romans and sort of expelled them from the land, but the Normans certainly made their mark. If you go to Norwich, because we've got a big fuck off castle in the middle of the city, big Norman castle right in the middle of the city, but you've still got a lot of the old city walls and some of the city gates, which are just basically structures made out of flint. It's what remains.
The Vikings had a pretty good go and all, didn't they?
Oh yeah. Well, St Edmund, who was the original patron saint of England, who was actually English and came from Bury St Edmunds, hence the name. He was put to the sword by Ragnarok, or the son of Ragnarok.
Yeah. How far south did the Vikings make it on the land?
One would argue all the way.
Yeah,
all the way,
possibly.
really? Okay.
Yeah.
Some would say they didn't do too well in Wales.
But they certainly, certainly on the east coast where I am, they certainly, yeah.
Yeah, I think there was something about with the Welsh. They go, fuck me, they're madder than we are.
Yeah. We can't pronounce those names either.
Yeah, because that's a lot of phlegm. A lot of phlegm required to speak that language.
Yes.
Yeah, there's little pockets of civilization all up and down the country.
Well, at least you guys were somewhat armed to fight off. We just did the people who landed here did a mass genocide on the Indians who were here. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they say that the Indians are not native to America. They come over from Asia,
thousands of
across the
years,
land
sure.
bridge. Yeah.
They were here first, though.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh,
So
yeah, they were
that's-
definitely there first.
Yeah.
But it would suggest that America was completely devoid of human life
Oh, yeah, totally.
for a considerable amount of time.
Yeah.
It's a very large place, isn't it?
Yeah, but it seems weird that there's like nothing. Absolutely, no humanoid whatsoever.
Well, even going further back, I mean, there's only a couple marsupials in the Americas because it disconnected from Australia a long time ago. So we have the Virginia opossum up north, and we have a few weird things down in South America, and that's it. All the marsupials are gone in the Americas.
Yeah.
Did you see that thing from New Zealand the other day where some Maori members of Parliament were protest because there's a bill that's trying to pass in the New Zealand government that is looking to remove some of the very long existing agreements between the white settlers and the Maoris and protecting the Maoris rights and all this kind of stuff, and they're looking to sort of get rid of some of those, and the Maoris are not having it, understandably.
Yes.
And they broke out into a bloody hacker in the middle of
Oh, I saw
Parliament.
that. The guy sitting there like dumbfounded. He's like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
It was can you just imagine that happening in the House of Commons?
Oh, man.
It was just. I mean, the hackers are an impressive thing anyway, but
Oh,
there
yeah.
was these all these native New Zealanders or Maoris were just doing this thing, and they were doing the whole thing, and then one of them, rips the bill in
Yeah.
half. It was.
She did
so
Nancy
powerful.
Pelosi while she was doing the dance. So.
Yeah, it was great. It was so good.
Yeah, good.
Absolutely.
Too bloody right.
Yeah. Indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was nuts. That just happened a few days ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the other day.
I saw a clip of that. I was like, wow.
Nice.
They did on
Because
the
it's
set
been
of,
pretty good
Lord
and
of the
quiet
Rings.
out there.
They had a big thing at the end of Lord of the Rings. That celebration with the dance and the because a lot of the crew was Maori or part Maori.
Yeah, I remember when they were interviewing Marcus Smith when they said when England were playing New Zealand, and it's tradition to do the haka at the beginning of every rugby match. He said, you stand there and you go, he said, you can definitely feel it. Even though you know half the people on the team and everything like that. He said, but there's something about it, it's very sort of like, very powerful.
I notice some teams now, when they're facing the haka, they will line up with their arms
Line
around
up on the
each other
halfway line.
and
yeah.
then slowly move towards the New Zealand team doing it, which I guess, I don't see anything bad about that. But that's an impressive thing.
It's a response, because before there was no response at all. They just used to stand there and watch it. But by standing there in a line on the halfway mark with it interlinked, it was a kind of, it gave something for the haka to be bouncing off. If you see what I mean.
Yeah.
So I think it's fine. I know there's a couple of people going, "Oh, it's disrespectful." And you go, "No, it isn't." It's staying on there, on that half line. So yeah, it's cool. I mean, they're all getting pissed in the back of a bus later on anyway together.
Exactly.
It's a lot of bullshit anyway.
Well, we have those idiots here getting mad when people take a knee during the sporting events at the opening of the thing. Say, you're not supposed to take a knee. You're supposed to do the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm like, well, they're protesting.
Yeah. Well, people should be able to do what the hell they want. I mean, bloody hell. You can't go around, protesting to be a free country and then stop people from acting freely.
Well, it's happening, so.
Oh, no, it happens everywhere.
Hate to say
it happens everywhere, and it happens all the time.
Yeah, it's just going to get worse, though. It's just ridiculous.
Are you telling her off? She making too much noise. That's fine. All right. It's all right, Bubba. Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? But there you go. Oh, hello. Hello. Yes, they're still there. Yeah, I still haven't opened them.
Fuck's sake, Dad.
I've been fucking for like 3 hours now. Oh, hello. Got a full complement. Hello,
Charlie?
Lily. We've got Lily. Well, we've got Lily and Nelly. Charlie doesn't like the stairs anymore because there's no carpet on it.
Oh.
I said to Fiona, we need to put some carpet. And she goes, no. Do you know how long it took me to paint them? I said, well, I remember how long it took for them to dry. Fucking hell.
Funny.
Are they painted with a pattern or just a color?
No, this just a... Oh, hang on. Sorry. Is that working? No, it's not. For God's sake. Oh dear, another 3.5mm adapter cable has given up the ghost. That's another one I've got to buy. It's good. Dogs keep pulling on it.
Right, I'm just going to get a nightcap.
Oh, you sleep with a nightcap?
You need some
No, it's very true.
mesh work around your active areas there so they can just get muzzle up to the mesh work and not get past it.
Yeah.
That way you can still reach into this thing.
It's where the cable runs across the floor, and then there'll be a dog laying across the cable, and I get up and move and don't see them because it's all just dark.
Oh yeah.
And it's like dink, and I go, I pulled it.
Oh boy. As
So
long
it's
as it
just the
doesn't pull it off
little
the-
adapter thing at the end. It's nothing
Yeah,
major.
it's not doing anything to the actual connector inside, which is really bad.
Yeah.
Those PC mounted ones where they fucking pop off the board.
Yeah.
That'd be
But
terrible.
it's only because it's a splitter one. I mean, I can actually plug the headphones directly into the adapter. It's not a biggie.
You should do what they do in some of the manufacturing facilities. Have cables coming from the ceiling.
I had thought about it.
Yep. That's how they
I've
do
got
it. They
it.
have mobile tables move around, so all the things can
Yeah.
be anywhere in the room and still have connectivity.
I'll show you. So, up here.
There you go. Yeah, you're all set.
It's gone all mad.
Hey, I was curious with your camera thing. So Ramsey had the PTZ. It's pretty cool. I was in contact with a guy in China who makes them. They're very expensive. So I was gonna get something like yours. But can you do something like he did with a game controller hooked up to use a joystick to control it? Like a USB input to control things, or does that have to go through the computer? Do you know about that? Because it's clever to have a nice stick to control the device manually.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's cheap.
I don't know if there is. I'm not even sure if this thing will accept. I've never really looked that deeply, to be honest.
Because the lowest price I could get on the PTZ camera by itself was about $600-700, and then the guy offered me a joystick controller box for it, which is another $600. I'm like, fuck that. You know?
Oh no, that's a little bit on the
Yeah.
roomy side. I don't. Do you know what? I honestly don't know.
But you saw what he did on the show, right? With his the game
Yeah,
controller?
absolutely. Yeah.
I got to find out if you can do that with that, because I'd like to just buy the Osbot. It's cheaper.
Yeah.
When you digital zoom on it, is it mostly digital, or is it a part of it optical, so it looks pretty good when you zoom a bit, if you want to read stuff?
I'm trying to remember now.
Have you tried?
Let's have a look. Let's get this control panel out a second. Let's have a look. Right, let's have a look and see what we've got here. We've got different aspect ratios like that for narrow, medium, and wide.
So it is totally digital. You don't have an optical zoom of any kind.
I don't think so. I'm looking for some. Yeah, the rest of it I think is just.
Yeah.
Oh, HDR. Okay. Oh, now it's HDR.
Ooh.
There you go. What's the difference? Oh, look.
More light
Put it back.
sensitivity. More.
Yeah. All right, HDR wasn't on. Anti-flicker, white balance, blah 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 blah. Most of it's on auto. Sharpness, contrast, and all that cobblers. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Auto focus mode globally. Auto face. Okay, we'll put it to face then, for instance. Then we've got beauty.
Yeah, do the beauty one.
Yeah, let's try it. I'm not seeing it really changing anything at all. That's retouch filters apparently.
Yeah.
Clear, crystal, nature, flesh, yeah, pure. What's that? Nothing looks any different.
Yeah.
It's probably all horse shit.
Well, you have less than ideal conditions too. Your room's pretty dark. So.
Yeah, locked to target, blah blah blah, screen mode, landscape, or portrait. This device will automatically reboot to switch to a specific mode. Oh.
Yeah, once I showed interest in this guy who was selling the cameras, he's really nice about it, but man, he was persistent. He was Facebook messaging me several times a month for months and months. I said, dude, I don't have the money now. It's interesting, but I just can't afford it. And he wouldn't give up. And it's like, I'm just worried about how long it's going to last and warranty. I know Ramsey's will last a long time, but I'm worried about buying from a no-name person overseas. Or something over a certain amount of money. So.
Interesting. I appear to have completely screwed the camera.
You fucked your camera.
Oops. What was it I changed?
Why?
Experimenting goes too far.
Yeah, let's put it back to this.
Why is it not surprising to me that something like that would happen?
No, all I did was change it, would you believe, from landscape to portrait. and it's lost its shit.
Oh, that's good. That means it's anti TikTok. I like that. It won't let you use the
Connect
shit.
tail air to Wi-Fi. No thanks. Please select the type of wireless connection. What? No. Go away. Oh, man alive. What have I done now?
Yeah, they have a Hatsune Miku filter for Kent, right? So
Yeah, I've completely screwed this.
plug in the Miku stomp, and you can do all the phonemes, and you're all set.
Or maybe it's just lost my camera settings because of it. So look.
Andy, did you know that about Hatsune Miku and the DX7 and the DX100?
Ah, I see what it's done.
No. I mean, she's very colorful, and it seems.
Oh dear.
No, there was a direct tie-in.
Her costume is based on the color scheme of the DXs, and if you look on her sleeve, there's the button pattern from the DX100.
Oh, that's funny. Makes
I
sense.
never knew that. Yeah.
I mean, it's like subliminal advertising for kiddies buying stuff in the future.
Well, it's
right?
Yamaha, isn't it? I mean, Vocaloids are
Yeah.
Yamaha.
But I never bought Vocaloid because the package itself was kind of expensive and looks kind of hard to use. So, but I love the Miku Stomp guitar pedal. It's hilarious. And it's incredibly expressive. You can plug a keyboard into it, a guitar, a microphone, and it tracks pitch really well. You can do vibrato with it, and it's just funny. I mean, what made me get it was the Andertons demo with the two guys doing the guitar. It's one of the funniest videos ever on a gear demo. I had to buy that thing, and you couldn't get it in the U.S. It was you buy it from Korg in Japan and have it shipped out, and it was worth the money. It was only like $120 or whatever. It's really fun. I also got the stylophone. There's a Vocaloid stylophone based on the Hatsune Miku.
Oh, is it?
I have that as well, but the pedal's more fun. And I wanted to get the keytar. There's a Vocaloid keytar.
Yeah, the Sonogenic, I think is.
But you can. It's geo locked to Japan. You cannot download the app no matter what you do on a U.S. phone.
Oh wow!
I tried everything. I cannot download it. So I'm not going to buy it if I can't use the app, because you need the app for all the powerful features.
Yeah,
somebody did a really good demo from the U.S. I think he just bought a phone that was geo locked to Japan or something. And
remind me to ignore Andy the next time he suggests something.
Well, sorry.
I'm not sitting here in the dark. Oh, I know. It's fine. I'm just wondering what the fuck it is I've done wrong.
You made some entertainment there. That was good.
Oh yeah. No, I'm just wondering what.
Because when everything looks perfect, it's kind of boring, right? It's just.
Well, yeah, it's true enough. Let's see. Oh my god.
So Wagyu, if you get that keytar and figure out how to get past the geo-lock, I'd love to find out, because that's the only thing holding me back is the fucking app. I can't get it. And I'm not going to jailbreak another device, because the last iPad I did it to lasted really perfectly fine for about a year or two, and then it started acting all funky.
This kind of reminds me of like what it would look like if Kent was on a crime documentary. There he is.
There you go. Oh, we did it again. What?
Well, that's your monitor, not the camera.
No,
it's his camera. There you go.
Is it? Oh, okay. Oh, your shutter speed is probably off or something.
Okay. Don't touch it, Ken. Leave it alone.
Yeah, don't touch
Step away from the game.
Step away. Does it do the thingy?
Oh,
Yeah, that's
Shit, I've got to pick this all up now.
Lily, make Lily do it.
Yeah. No, Lulu, just play with it. Just play with it. So, there we go. It looks weird now. What the hell? All I did was move it slightly. Huh? Oh, I feel reinstall the software again coming on.
just probably need to power cycle it. The old saying, when all fails, reboot.
Don't overthink it.
Yeah, no, honestly, it'll probably need an update anyway. So I'll just put the software on again, and it will just default settings. There is no reset to default anywhere on the control panel. Panels, I should say. It does get quite in depth. So, but there you go.
Too funny.
So I've got to go out to the garage tomorrow and find a circuit board that has a CD 4030 on it.
How long will that take? Get your spelunking gear on and go out to the garage.
I got these big plastic stacker boxes, huge bastard things, about the size of a bath, full of boards. And there may be a board in one of them that may or may not have a 14-pin IC on it with CD 4030 written on it.
Let me know if you find Jimmy Hoffa in there.
Oh, God. I'll probably find him before I find a bloody chip, I'll tell you that.
Be Lord Lucan riding Shergar around in one of those.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Meet my friend, Amy Johnson. Oh, you landed in my garage.
Oh, we've got a B-52 in at Mildenhall.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, it's
Flying
gone again.
Fortress.
Stratofortress, yeah.
B-17 is amazing.
B-52.
If you guys ever make it to Arizona, go to the Pima Air Museum. It's fucking amazing.
You know our Vulcan friend, Peter?
So is that B-52 as big as a whale?
Yeah. Our Vulcan friend, Peter.
You know, Peter helped with the renovation of the Vulcan bomber.
Oh, right, yeah, sorry, yes.
Yep.
Peter James Stephen, yes.
Yeah. My mum would have been all over him like a cheap suit.
He's not that good looking. No, I know him. Yeah.
She was stationed with it
Okay.
when she was in the WAF. Back when it was white.
That's it.
She loved that plane.
Now, apparently the B-52 isn't at Mildenhall,
Oh.
but Mildenhall refueled it as it was coming over.
Fantastic looking aircraft. It really was a beautiful aircraft.
What, the Vulcan?
No, the B-52.
Oh, the B-52.
Oh, the Vulcan as well, but the
Yeah, yeah.
B-52 was a beautiful plane. It really
But
was.
it's very simple, isn't it? It's just very straight and long, and it hasn't got curves or anything, but it's
There's something about it,
utilitarian, isn't it?
yeah,
It's-
that you can just glance and go, oh, B-52.
I love
like that.
I love the way the B-52 takes off because it's so heavy
Mm.
that as it gets the lift, it has to point its nose down
Yeah.
to get the extra bit of speed, to get the next bit of lift, and it kind of does this
Yeah,
very
it-
gentle bunny hop.
Almost stairs, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just to get up. They're amazing.
Well, any bigger, it's like the Spruce Goose, where it only gets like 2 minutes of airtime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then you look at that and you look at an Airbus A380 and you think, how the fuck does that get off the ground? But it gets off very, very sprightly. But then obviously there's decades of aeronautical development.
I can remember we became very, not angry, but very upset about America's treatment of Concorde. Where it
I wish
wasn't
I could
allowed.
have written it. I would have liked to have written it before they got rid of it.
Yeah, because they announced it was on the news, and they're going, Concorde is not allowed to fly at supersonic speeds
Yeah.
within 300 miles of the U.S. coastal line, and has to drop to subsonic to come into where Kennedy or wherever.
JFK, yeah.
Yeah, and we were like,
Well, it's funny because in some ways we're tree huggers here, want to look for the coastal animals and stuff like that. But then Cape Canaveral is a wildlife refuge and a rocket base, and it's fucking noisy as hell there.
Exactly.
yeah.
Animals that are
No, I think because I think the British people took it as a snub, didn't they? It's sort of like because they were so proud of our
How dare
aircraft.
the Americans? Yeah.
Yeah,
Tell us
you know,
what to do with
snub
our plane.
our French designed plane. And then there was Concordski. He goes, "Oh no, we come up with this on our own." Yeah, mate. All right, fuck off.
All,
Yeah.
all the 144 did was put those two little ailerons just behind the cockpit on, but the
Yeah,
rest of it
on
was
the front.
essentially fucking
It
Concorde.
looked exactly. It had the little
Tubular.
dip at the ends of the delta.
Yeah.
Everything. It's like, yeah. Somebody stole the
But
plans.
then, we all saw the plans for the Russian space shuttle, which looked exactly like the American space shuttle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you heard what Picasso said, right?
Yep.
So,
Oh yeah.
I enjoyed all those B planes they had at the Air Museum, but my favorite was the SR-71 Blackbird. That thing's fucking amazing.
We used to have those at Mildenhall.
Yeah, we had a demo. You could go up, you could touch it, you could look inside of it. They had a little control panel back. You could push it and launch all the different sounds of the SR-71.
Well, I remember I went to because Mildenhall, which is how far away from here is it? 40 miles from here. So you got these two American bases, Mildenhall and Lakenheath. Mildenhall is 100th Squadron, which is the same squadron featured in that Apple TV Masters of the Air. It's the same squadron, but now it's a refueling wing. And then Lakenheath is the 451, I think, strike, fighter squadron. But they used to have an air show every year. It was called the Mildenhall Air Fete. And I remember going there in '78, and the Blackbird was a flying display aircraft in 1978 because it was based there, to do European missions and stuff. And then all of a sudden it wasn't there. They whipped it out and pretty much discontinued the whole fucking thing, which was disappointing. But I remember when they brought the F-117, the first stealth fighter, the one that was made famous in the Iraq War. The one that
F-117A.
Yeah, that's the F-117. Yeah. So they brought one over for one of the last ever, because it was only about a year or two after the Gulf War that they stopped doing these air fates altogether. Because I think they were just worried about terrorists and all this kind of stuff. But they brought an F-117 over for the air show, but they didn't fly it over. They stuck it in a C-5 Galaxy, and then the Galaxy came over, and we would always go like a couple of days before the show, and you can get around the edge of the airbase and watch all of the display aircraft coming in for the show. So you get some really nice pictures and stuff. And this big old C-5 Galaxy came in, which is a very impressive sight. It's a massive, massive plane. And then it would wheel around, and its nose would just go like this. And then, pulled out by a truck was an F-117. And then they wheeled it round, they put it onto the apron, so that when the air show was happening, you could walk up to it. But there was a velvet rope all the way round the F-117 with armed guards, and they got some sort of shielding to cover the exhaust ports, because that apparently was the key to it being very undetectable by radar, was the fact how it disguised its heat signature, which was quite interesting. But yeah, it was all shrouded with kind of secrecy. But I remember my first wife came home from work one night and she said she'd seen something in the sky that didn't look like a plane. And I said, well, you do realise we live near, we've got Mildenhall and Lakenheath over there, we've got Watsham over there, it could be anything. And I asked her I said, do you remember what it looked like? She goes, yeah. She drew, she sort of like sketched out a shape. It was an F-117. That was the shape. She quite clearly drew an F-117. She had no idea what they were, so they're obviously coming in to refuel or something. And do you remember when the Americans struck Libya in 80 something.
Didn't they take off from here?
Yeah, they took off from Lakenheath. The F1.
Yeah.
It was an F1 fleet of F111s that went over. They were quite a sexy aircraft. The F1.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember we all got woke up at like 4 or 5 in the morning, as you know, a dozen of these things just like.
Yeah, they come over here.
Yeah. They would have done on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Very impressive.
I remember watching the last of the F111s leave Lakenheath. They were replaced by the F15s, which are still there, but they're slowly being pushed out by the F-35s.
The Goodyear blimp always used to be overhead here.
Yeah, I suppose.
It's bloody around all the time.
Yeah. You must remember the barrage balloon.
Fuck off. I know my nan did.
Yeah.
She had one tied in the back garden.
Yeah.
They tried to do. They put this big metal pole. She said it was like a pylon at the bottom of her garden. She had a really, really long garden, admittedly. And she had this big metal pylon and just had this fucking great big huge balloon on it. And just like the old what's his name would come round.
Yeah, Ray Morton.
And let it up, tie it off. Because they'd come up through here to hit South London.
Yeah.
Because they were coming from France.
Mm.
And the shortest route and all that. Just 21 miles and hey, we're now over Britain.
Aye.
I remember her telling me one night, she was saying what it was like. She goes, you'd hear them, because obviously they're coming over in the dark. They're not going to, very, very few times did they come over during daylight, because they could be intercepted. And you'd hear the drone, and they come over, and you weren't worried. You were worried when you heard them coming back. Because they're not going to fly across the channel if they've got any bombs left. So they just used to drop them willy-nilly. And they go, oh, it's all dark, we should be all right here. Because we had blackouts.
Yeah.
And that's how Epsom Police Station copped it.
Yeah.
But because it got hit twice. It was hit by a returning raid towards the roughly around about the beginning of the war. And she said then it got taken out again, but also the fire station on the other side of the road was also taken out, so there wasn't any fire station to put the fire out. And she goes, but that was a V2 rocket that landed on the police station. But she says you can remember the buzz bombs. You used to hear them buzzing over, hoping, don't, keep on making that noise. Keep on making that noise.
So that noise stopped.
Yeah, because then it'd
way.
stop and it goes silent. Everybody looks at each other and goes, fuck! And then listen for the... And if you could hear the whistle, you got under the table.
Yeah.
Or into the coal bunker, or whatever.
My ex-father-in-law got bombed out. Can't remember if it was a V1 or a V2. But he lived in Essex. Langdon Hills, I think it was. Just on the east side of London. Pretty much East End. But just in sort of in Essex. And the house took a direct hit. Luckily they were in their shelter, but I've seen a picture of him and his mum and dad. So I mean, he was like only a little boy, but they're stood. There's this, you see these three little figures on a pile of just rubble, and it was just the whole kind of thing just gone.
The road's gone. Yeah,
just gone.
Yeah, because I remember Len saying about something that it came up in Parliament about there was a charter put in place that when the RAF were going over into France on bombing raids, because they didn't start going deep into Germany until later in the war apparently, but so they were doing France and Belgium and stuff like that, and they were going to great lengths to only drop bombs on military targets and to leave the civilian population alone as much as humanly possible. And it was causing problems because the Germans knew, because of that, what the flight paths were going to be. They could work out exactly where they're going to go, and they have the guns ready, anti-aircraft guns ready, and also the fighters knew what was going to be happening as well. And I can't for the life of me remember the name of this member of Parliament on the opposing side going on about, literally screaming at the top of his voice. He goes, well, the Germans don't give a flying fuck about where their buzz bombs land. They fire them and they say, yeah, wherever, isn't it?
Yeah.
So she remembers something about it. But she said she would never vote for that party if he was still on it. So it's sort of like, oh, bloody hell, nothing's changed.
No.
Still. Yeah, I mean, she tried to convey to me the horror of what it was like when those buzz bombs were coming over. Those doodle bugs. You can't. I don't think you could imagine what it must have been like, really, to be honest with you.
No.
Because it's not accompanied by sort of like music and a ding ding game over kind of thing, is it? And you go reset for tomorrow. I was trying to think of some other American words that we don't use. And I know there's loads of them.
Well, balls, bollocks, right?
It's one of those things where you think you'll remember them afterwards and you go, oh, fucking all over. Oh, I know, yeah.
Well, there's always football and soccer.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
as an American neighbour once told me, we came up with the word soccer, not the Americans, because soccer is a condensed version of association. So it's the sock bit.
Yeah.
Well, Randy said in Australia they call it soccer as well too, which is funny.
Yeah, because they have Australian rules football.
Yeah.
So it does differentiate. But then over here it's football, but then it's rugby football for rugby.
Yeah.
Whether it's union or...
Yeah, but you got people like Reece Samet, who was a rugby player, who is now an American football player. So basically he's doing the same thing with more padding, but for a shitload more money.
Exactly.
And Reece is good. He's fast. Really, really fast. You can imagine what he's like when he gets that ball and no fucker can catch him.
Is your refrigerator always a fridge, or what do you guys call it?
Yeah, fridge. Yeah.
Fridge, yeah.
Did you ever use icebox or anything like that?
No, freezer. Fridge and freezer.
Yeah.
Or fridge freezer, because they generally come as one unit.
The ice box was the bit at the top of the fridge.
Yeah.
That used to freeze, where you put your ice cubes.
They used to actually have actual ice chunks in it. Yeah, the old days.
Yeah. But there again, we always used to see the American style fridge on television. So when the American style fridge made it here, we got one. Admittedly, it was almost as big as the fucking kitchen.
Yeah.
But it had the drinks dispenser and the ice dispenser on the door, sort of thing. But what it did mean, the freezer inside, although it was huge, you couldn't hardly stack anything in it because it was all the ice cube maker and tiny little shelves because you had all the back of the drinks dispenser thing in the door.
Yeah.
And we went, hang on a minute. It's not quite as wonderful as we thought it was going to be. Because now our freezer is tiny.
Well, you can get massive ones with the same design, so you can.
Yeah, but I mean, this was pretty bloody big, as it was.
Yeah.
This
and
one,
of course,
this one isn't. A bell end is not a penis. A bell end is part of a penis.
Oh, it's the head, right?
Yeah.
yeah,
It's very specific.
Helmet.
because it's shaped like a bell.
You're a fucking bell end.
Yeah.
And then your oven is cooker, right?
No, oven's oven.
No, an oven is an oven.
But
the
we-
cooker is the top up
Yeah, the cooker. Yeah.
normally. Or
Well, it
hob.
all depends. You see,
Yeah,
if you've got
it's all moved
You
on,
don't say
isn't it?
stove. You say cooker.
Well, yeah. I think our parents used to
range,
say
yeah.
stove, but
Yeah,
if
maybe.
you've got a unit, so if you've got your oven is built into your kitchen unit, that's the oven, and then the surface on the top where you cook, whether it's gas or electric or whatever, is the hob. Most people call it the hob.
Yeah.
But if you've got a cooker tends to refer to an actual unit that fits into a gap in your kitchen's work surface. So it's like a normal freestanding, and that's your cooker, because
Yeah.
a cooker contains an oven and a hob and a grill.
Okay.
Yeah, Paul's hit
Yeah,
on one.
lift and elevator.
Lift and elevator,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do not call. I don't think we ever call them elevators, do we?
No.
If you want to see a bad movie, watch The Lift. Woof. The Dutch
There's a
movie
company
is
that
terrible.
makes lifts. I'm sure there must be in America as well, called Schindler. Schindler's Lifts.
No,
Seriously,
really?
they're a massive company.
Holy moly.
And
Wow.
they were there way before the film, but they're called Schindler's Lifts.
Wow. That could be taken the wrong way, just like the AIDS diet candy that disappeared.
This was Schindler's. Apparently, Schindler's has been around for donkeys years. But yeah,
Wow.
Schindler's Lifts.
Oh God!
It's genuinely true.
Wow.
It's a Swiss multinational company. Schindler's Lifts.
What's the chances, eh?
Otis are the other big ones. Otis.
Mm.
But,
Yeah, so there's lift and elevator.
what do you call an escalator?
Same thing.
Okay.
Later.
Yeah.
Ah,
There's inclinator. You know what an inclinator is? It's like a.
oh yeah.
It's more of a rail car thing, but at an angle. Do you guys have rail cars that go uphill?
Yeah. What are they called?
What the what?
Is it a funicular?
We just call it
Vernacular,
elevators.
vernacular railway, or
Vernacular,
funicular.
funicular, yeah,
Yeah, something
funicular.
like that. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, funicular railways.
funicular railway.
There used to be one in LA, didn't there? Was it Angels
I
Hill?
think
or
there still
something?
is, isn't there?
Is it still there?
I imagine it's still there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you won't be able to get up the hill.
There's a famous one in Pittsburgh area.
Yeah.
There are a couple here and there.
Yeah, we've got a few left around here, mainly on either on the coast. Like
Yeah.
Scarborough's got one. That's probably one in Wales or something. Angel's Flight. There you go. That's the one in LA.
Yeah, Angel Flight.
Yeah. Is that still there, Manny? Or is that? I don't know. Yeah.
It was in
See,
a.
that's another one.
pop drama thing,
Crosswalk
that's all.
and zebra crossing.
Was it? Oh, yeah. Pedestrian crossing.
More pedestrian crossing.
Crosswalk.
Yeah, not crosswalk. Yeah.
We just call it the target zone.
Tuckers.
Maximum points.
Yeah, bonus point. Yeah.
Death Race 2000.
Yeah. Oh, what else is there? See, there's a lot of things that since the invention of the internet, it doesn't happen. I don't think it happens as much now. Where whatever country of origin creates something and gives it that name is adopted by everywhere else almost simultaneously.
So couch is couch, right? Do you guys ever use the word
Sofa.
Davenport?
Sofa, settee.
Sofa, settee, yeah, sofa.
Ever use Davenport? Because my grandparents are old-fashioned. They use the word Davenport. Now, what the fuck is Davenport?
Oh, well, no, Davenport is a particular design.
No.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah.
Because they had
A
a
Daven-
boring couch. It wasn't a special couch. So
A Davenport would have an armrest one end, wouldn't it? Like a chaise longue.
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's too many subcategories, isn't it?
That's right.
Yeah, again,
That'd make it
Chesterfield is
difficult.
a design. It's a style of sofa.
Chesterfield's also a cigarette company.
Is it?
Yes.
There's that great scene in True Romance where he asks for the Chesterfield just before he gives the speech.
Yeah. So if you're in San Francisco and you jump on one of those modes of public transport that isn't a train or a bus,
Cable
it
car.
is you call it cable car?
Cable car or trolley.
Oh, trolley, yeah. See, we call it a
Yeah.
tram.
Tram, yeah.
Tram is tram can be used sometimes for some of those elevated cable cars, like a gondola.
Okay, no. So tram is a rail-based transit system within a city that generally derives its power from overhead cables.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you call a tap? Well, where'd you get your water from?
Faucet.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's a tap. See, over
No,
here it's a
tap,
tap.
mate. Hot water tap.
Farrah faucet now.
Of course, the Egyptians use a pharaoh faucet.
Well, hey,
Oh, badum tish.
mind you, we don't call prams perambulators anymore,
no.
do we?
No, that's true.
Yeah, where did pram come from? What is that?
Perambulator.
Perambulator.
Perambulator. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, walking. Yeah, that makes sense. Walking.
Yeah. Yeah, the perambulator for your
Yeah, okay. I was wondering.
baby later.
Monty Python said pram constantly. I'm like, I know what they mean because I see it. I
Mm.
don't know where the word came from.
Yeah.
It's just an abbreviation. No, pint and beer. If you ask for a pint, you generally mean over here. If you say, "Can I have I'll have a pint," but you
Two
generally
odds.
have to specify.
Say
Yeah,
glass. Here you just say glass of beer.
I'll have a pint of this and a pint of that.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
After
a lot
that.
of pubs here, so people are used to saying pint. I think these days because a lot of Irish pubs and
But
Yeah.
it's not a replacement for the word beer
yeah.
as such.
No.
Yeah, pavement sidewalk. We've said
Yeah,
that
we
one.
mentioned that one.
Yeah.
Because you call the pavement the road, the actual
Sometimes,
surface that the car. goes on.
Could call it that. Usually just call it the road or asphalt or whatever.
Asphalt.
Yeah.
Yeah, versus tarmac.
Brett wants
Yeah,
me
tarmac
to say.
is interesting because that's like the airport would be the tarmac.
Yeah. Brett
But we
wants
also
to
call
hear me
runway-
say ombudsman slowly. Ombudsman.
Ombudsman slowly.
Ombudsman slowly. That's how we say it. Ombudsman.
Ombudsman.
Oh, is a US pint smaller than the British pint?
Probably.
Wow.
Really?
I thought pints were pints.
Well,
thought-
no wonder
yeah,
people
pint's
drive
a
on the
pint,
other
isn't
side
it?
of the road.
Yeah.
Postcode, zip code.
Yeah. That's true.
Yep, that's one as well.
Although sometimes we say postal code, depends
Mm.
on.
Yeah, because you don't say mailbox, you say post box or something, right?
Yeah, postbox.
Yeah, postbox.
Yeah.
Nearly perfect. Oh, okay. Ombudsman. Shall-
Ombudsman.
Shall I put my Swedish accent on? No, it's not very good Swedish.
Dorf.
There's the ombudsman.
Ja, det är inte.
I apologise to the
Yeah.
Swedish. I apologise to the Swedish nation right now.
That's the Muppets' fault anyway.
Oh, did he sample it? Yeah.
Yeah, man. Oh, mate. what are the...
Muppets is its own language, yeah. Very true.
Absolutely. Because I mean, we've had it, haven't we, Robbie, where you get an American show and they say something and you go, I wonder what that is. You have to either there's some sort of visual indication in the episode, or you just don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and you go, yeah, we'll work it out one day.
Yeah.
Especially in the 70s.
Yeah.
Mind you, my dad was massively into the American shows.
Well, it helps a lot more when it's visual, right? So you have some kind of a reference.
Yeah,
If it's
yeah,
just
yeah.
an audio program, you're like, what the fuck did you just suck? What did he say?
I mean, he would watch Ironside religiously.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Really, really did.
The best part was the
Ironside.
opening track
Yeah,
with the
yeah.
animated thing where he's like stop motion. Raymond Burr in a wheelchair, getting mad.
Mind you, we used to get Champion the Wonder Horse on Saturday mornings. The Wonder Horse. And there was something about, do you remember White Horses? Do you remember that one? And there was...
No, yes.
Right? There was a rumour that Vangelis wrote that, music for that.
White Horses. Oh.
Yeah, let's see if I can... Hang on.
It was a kids' TV, wasn't it? Something. It was something White Horses, wasn't it? That's it. That's the one. On White Horses, Let Me Ride Away.
That was it, wasn't it?
The White Horses, enchanting children's series, made in 1965.
Or something like that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was that. And that was dubbed...
Was it German?
To hell.
Or something.
It was Swiss or something. And I think it had one theme at the beginning and a completely different theme at the end.
They generally did, didn't they, back then?
Yeah, and one was really good and the other one was better or something,
Yeah.
you know. Let me think. What a blast from the past. I'll tell you an American show we used to get on Saturday mornings. We used to get that, what was it? HR Puff and stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What was the other one? There was another one. Oh God. That old, what's his name? He was a chimney sweep in Oliver. Or something like that. It was
Yeah,
weird
Sorry.
program. It was an American show, wasn't it? Sigmund and the Sea Monsters.
Don't remember that.
Land of the
Sounds like
Lost.
something Rush would have written.
There again, used to watch Lost in Space religiously. The Family Robinson and a somewhat paedophilic character. There's something a bit creepy about. What was the character's name?
The old guy, yeah. I can't
Yeah. Oh Jesus, what was his name? Oh, it's gone. Bollocks, it's gone. I can't remember. I used to watch it for Robbie anyway.
Most people do.
Jack Wilde, yeah. That's it. Was that the HR Pup and stuff one, or that other one? There was another one that was also quite weird.
Wasn't Jack Wilde the guy that sold Rick Wakeman the Mini Moog. Sure, it was
Quite-
Jack Wild.
Quite
Jack Wild
possibly.
bought a Mini Moog, and apparently word got out that he wanted to sell it, and somebody got in touch with Rick Wakeman and says, "Oh, this actor guy, he's selling a Mini Moog.
Yeah.
Do you want to buy it?" And Rick's like, "Yeah, I'll buy that." And he goes over and the bloke says, "Yeah, I paid whatever it was for it. Bloody the thing only plays one note at a time."
Yeah.
So,
Think it's broken. Yeah.
yeah.
But there again, why does Daniel Craig have a System 55?
Because Daniel Craig's is cool as fuck.
He can afford one, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really weird. When it's like, yeah, Mr. Craig's Moog 55. Can you restore it, please? Sorry, what? Say that again.
Yeah.
Lid spill. Yeah, there was something. There was a couple of them. They were weird Saturday morning programs. Mind you, I used to love Banana Splits, to be honest.
Yeah.
Those are all bonkers, yeah.
Yeah.
Puffin stuff had the little talking flute, which is hilarious.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Banana, 2 banana, 3 banana, 4.
It's just like a flute on a stick, and it would bend, and it's supposed to be talking.
Yeah. Well, it was. I mean, Banana Splits was basically a bizarre sort of like.
Well, they're all taking acid,
Sort of like, yeah, comedy show wrapped around
shrooms and
some
whatever else.
cartoons.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's one thing America did give us. You cannot touch, and that's the Looney Tunes.
Yeah,
You
it's
cannot touch
best
them.
thing ever. It's hard to beat that. You've got
Yeah.
classical music, you've got double layered comedy with some highbrow and lowbrow.
No, I think we've done longer than 7 hours, Pete.
Oh,
Two
yeah.
characters fighting over whether it was rabbit season or duck season on 3 different
That's why
occasions.
I gravitated to Python so easily, because growing up with Bugs Bunny and stuff with the double layer,
There is there's similarities, isn't
you
there?
could grow
Definitely.
into it, right? You laugh no matter what, but then you're like,
Yeah.
that's what he's talking about. That's hilarious, Yeah.
I mean, me and Richard Hilton would talk for hours about the nuances of Elmer Fudd and stuff like, and Bugs and that. He's a huge fan as well.
To this day, I hear those classical pieces and I visualize the cartoon.
Exactly. And that bit where he goes, "Oh, Grimhilda, you're so lovely."
Just all of that, like when he does some Chopin, he goes, "Minute waltz by Chopin." He's like, and he starts turning to Jekyll and Hyde, and
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
It's crazy.
Although your face looks like it may have gone through a
But she,
Arbor of Seville, the Rabbit of Seville.
Yeah, Rabbit of Seville.
Rabbit of Seville, yeah.
That was so good.
No, they're absolute, untouchable classics. Absolutely.
It's Carl Stalling and all those guys are amazing, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I actually have there was a CD set
What a
came out a while back
moron.
called the Carl Stalling Project. It has a bunch of his variations of that music for the cartoons. It was so cool.
But it's funny.
What's Opera Doc was absolutely stunning, yeah.
Do you remember you used to watch these cartoons? You'd look at the credits, and then one of the names that you'd always remember is Fred Quimby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you'd see it appear on other shows.
Yeah.
One of my classmates in 5th grade, actually for a couple grades, his grandfather was one of the animators in a lot of that stuff.
Really?
Lloyd Vaughn. You see his name in a lot of the credits. So they had his mom ran a cookie store called the Cookie Stop, and they had Warner Brother art cells all around the cookie store.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, that is cool.
Where Math and Tara, I speak.
Yeah.
Where they live, if you walk up the hill on the right, you've got all the Disney animator cottages, and they look like they've been taken right out of a Sleeping Beauty or Snow White. They're little cottages that look like they've been taken out of a 1930s or 1940s Disney cartoon movie, and that's where the animators all used to live.
Yeah.
And they're still there to this day.
The sweatshop.
Yeah, and then
Wow.
like a few hundred yards up the road, you've got is it John Marshall High School, which is where most famously the outdoor scenes for Grease were filmed on the bleachers.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Oh.
I took a walk up there. Yeah, sure it's John Marshall.
Brett,
I really
that's
love the,
alone. Yeah. Yeah.
I love the witch hazel stuff. You know, like all the Halloween ones. He comes trick or treating with his witch costume on, and she realizes, oh, he's actually a rabbit. So she starts getting ready to cook him. And she's looking up the thing. She's trying to give him tea, and then they had a variation of that where he goes to this castle.
Yeah.
And he starts reading the spell book and goes, hocus pocus, pocus cadabra. He's like mixing up the words. And then the bat keeps turning into a head with bat wings and all this. It's so funny. And then they have the guy, the creepy doctor goes, I'm going to make you a spider goulash.
Oh yeah, the big red monster.
And then they get break the bottle of ether, and it's all slow mo. Yeah, rabbit.
I tell you what's just popped into my head, Robbie, that we were subjected to sometimes on a Sunday afternoon.
Go on.
Cat weasel.
Oh God, yeah.
Do you remember cat weasel?
I do. Yes.
And what was the other one? The John Pertwee one.
Oh, Wurzel Gummidge.
Wurzel Gummidge, yeah. Weird.
Here you go. I've got some pictures of the animators' cottages.
Oh, come on, so you must know at least the Looney Tunes, mate.
Yeah, seriously.
Stick of the Dump, yeah. But I remember Stick of the Dump as a book before it was made into a
before it was
TV
made into
show.
a TV show, yeah.
Yeah. Stick of the Dump was a classic.
Yeah, I think we read that at school.
Yeah.
If memory serves, which it doesn't very much these days.
Right, here we go.
Go on, what you got?
Just got to upload them.
There you go. Yeah, it must have been some sort of global curriculum or something. It was the law that everybody read it.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow!
These are those little cottages.
Snow White's house, isn't it?
In Griffith Park in LA.
Looks like a Tudor revival kind of.
And they're in these little courtyards, and they're all. This is where Disney used to put their animators into these little cottages. And then this is John Marshall High.
Okay, yeah.
And this was the this is where they. I mean, they've done loads of stuff there, but Grease was the big one. Yeah, John Marshall High School.
Wow.
But yeah, so you got all these regular houses, and then all of a sudden you just got these little cottages.
I tell you what, America got better high schools than we had.
Yeah.
Didn't they?
It was in the city.
Yeah, it depends.
Oh no, you want to see some of the dumps we got around here, mate?
I mean, that famous guy in Detroit who was actually chaining the doors closed and walking around with a baseball bat to discipline the students. That was a rough high school.
Yeah, I've got this real big urge to go back to California again. It was going to be New York. I've never been to New York, and I thought, no, that'll be the next place I go. But every time I go to I've been to California now quite a few times, and there's something about it. I don't know what. Just attracts me.
That's why I never left. You know, it's expensive as fuck. I'm never going to leave here.
To be honest with you, Wags, we're not far off it. Especially the inner city ones.
Well, we're not that. Yeah, I mean, certainly schools around here don't have anything like that.
No, but they're getting there apparently.
Everyone's packing knives.
It's getting a bit.
No. Well,
No, they are. It is getting
shivs
pretty
or
bad.
some kind of
Yeah, the inner city stuff is getting a bit twitchy, to say the least. I mean, nothing like like you've had before in the States, but it's got a bit fruity around here before now.
Well, at least your metal detectors are just for knives.
Yeah, well,
We have to worry about shooters and bomb threats and all kinds of stuff.
mm.
Yeah, there was a period, there was a bomb threat like every other day. I think when I was in 10th grade.
Mm.
When I worked at Apple and Michael Spindler was in charge, the dark days of Apple, we had bomb threats at least once a week. We had to evacuate. It's like, they didn't check all the buildings.
Yeah.
If there really is a bomb in here, it could be inside of a small box, and or at least be a chemical bomb of some kind or something.
Mm.
And they go, yeah, you can go back in. I'm like, I don't know if I want to go back in.
Yeah.
What if this one's real?
Wow. Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
Yeah, he almost broke the company. It was back when stock was like $7 a share.
Right, I think I'm off to bed.
Well, we're on nearly 3:00.
Yep. It's late.
So guys got the long haul. That was good.
Mm. Makes
All
up
the
for the last
linguistic
couple of
stuff
weeks.
kept everyone stimulated.
Has somebody got the Sunday slot now?
No.
Nobody doing anything tomorrow night?
No, don't think so. Oh, no, what am I saying? Of course, Jason, Get Jervis.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he does his jamming in Jim Jams at is it 8 o'clock or 10 o'clock? I can't remember which one it is.
Oh, that's cool. We've got something for tomorrow as well.
Get Jervis.
I've only caught a couple times. It's pretty short, right? Like an hour? What does he do?
Hour and a half, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something to look forward to, isn't it?
10 o'clock 10 o'clock tomorrow night. Jamming in Jim Jams with Jackson the Cat. And he started sort of doing Tuesdays as well at 8 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought Geosense was going to come back. It was looking like it was on the cards for a while. And then
Yeah, but it didn't happen.
mind you, it takes a certain amount of prepping, doesn't it? Put a show on every week.
Yeah, the
as
structure
you
stuff
well
is
know,
much
good
better.
sir.
The freeform stuff like this is a lot easier, of course.
Well, yeah.
Oh, yes, why I do it. It's actually not that different from doing PSN, I must admit. It's like I sit down at 2 minutes to 7, go hello. So what do you think of this?
2 minutes to 7.
Well, sometimes
2
you've
minutes
actually
past.
been, sometimes you're actually going, so now we go over to the first of our guests, because I'm still not there. So go over to Andrew. Yeah, I've corrected all the clocks in the house now. It's always a bloody same every time, but you reset the clocks and then for some reason they're all saying a different time. Apart from the microwave, because we still haven't figured out how to change the clock on the microwave. It's just like, fuck it, we'll wait in 6 months' time, it'll be right.
It's like the old VCR, 12, 12, 12, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes. Remember adjusting the clock on a microwave, you needed the 600-page manual. How to change the clock on your microwave.
Look, if my dad could learn how to do that and also program shows, anyone can do it.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Much.
Right.
All right, gents.
All right, gentlemen.
All right.
One and all.
Good times, guys.
What does that
Catch
do?
you later.
There we go.
There you
We
go.
put in an 8-hour one, I think.
All 8 of these. There you
Pretty
go.
much.
Yeah, it's a shorty.
Yes, a little pib. Right, time, gentlemen, please.
Sorry, Joe. Ring that bell.
Ding, 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 ding.
See you all soon.
All right, everybody, take care. Look after yourselves.
Take it easy.
Stay healthy.